Hello,
Hey,
how are
I
you?
am great and grateful, breathing on schedule.
Hey, ooh, love that breathing on schedule. I'm so glad your schedule aligned with ours
That part.
and that you are here with us today. So let me go ahead and get your beautiful, where are my things here? I got them all in order. There we go. I like to show everything that you have going on here. So, Dr. Obiama Martin, I know that you are guiding us through your breathe methodology. So, can you share a personal turning point where you had to apply this blueprint in your own life purpose
Sure.
or business?
Yeah, absolutely. So the breathe framework was actually birthed out of the turning point.
Mm,
And as an entrepreneur, 2016, I'll never forget this because this actually is the catalyst for all the things that I do. But in 2016, I found myself going through a separation, and the separation was not only between me and my husband, but it was also a separation in business because him and I had been in business together for 16 years. So then when we separated, everything separated.
mm,
And I literally had to learn how to breathe. And so God gave me breathe because I was not breathing.
yeah.
I was not breathing. I was literally trying to figure out, what am I going to do next? How do I get up from here? How am I going to pivot? What's next? And I remember spending that weekend when everything kind of fell apart on a Friday. I
Mm,
remember spending that weekend crying, grieving, mourning, praying, doing all the things like, Lord, I don't know, I, what's next? Like, what's next in business? What's next as a mom? What's
mm,
all of the things you could possibly imagine all happening and kind of crushing down on me all at once. And it was birthed out of me praying, Lord, I really don't know what to do because I literally had to restart all over everything. That separation left me broken, broke, and almost bankrupt.
ooh, wow, wow. There are a lot of great things that you had mentioned in that. I love the husband part. that took me. I was like, "Oh, husband! Wow, okay." I think a lot of people have been in your situation, whether they've been in your situation or not. And everybody has their own turning points, especially when they're building a business. And you hit a lot of points in just that response because for women who are going through separations or going through divorce or some type of loss with partnerships and having to let go of business and things like that, it is so prevalent. And then I mentioned earlier before you even came on about people, working with life coaches or accountability coaches who have been through an experience and how much more value comes with that, along with education and just the knowledge about what you're doing, but that experience adds so much more impact. So with you, I know that you've been given breathe. So how does that help women reclaim peace without losing momentum?
Oh, absolutely. So the first thing, the first letter, the first word that God gave me was believe. What do you believe? Do you not believe that I got you? Do you not believe that I have a plan for you? Do you not believe that I'm going to prosper you? Right? So it was a shifting in my belief system because I thought I had to depend on my strength. I thought that I had to do everything on my own because I was so dependent on what was. And when what was no longer there, it was no longer present. I was now forced to believe what this word says. Like, as a faith believer, as a faith leader, as a Christ follower, it's like you've been saying it, but now your faith meets the road. Like, so are you going to really stand on what I promised you? Are you going to believe that you are more than a conqueror? Are you going to believe that you can do all things through me? Are you going to believe that my joy is sufficient? And when you lean into my strength, my provision, and my ability, that all things are going to work together for your good. So my belief system was challenged.
Yeah.
So I had to first believe what this word says, and then I had to believe who he purposed me to be and what he purposed me to do in the earth as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, as a mother. So
Wow.
even though the wife part of me was no longer present, I still had a purpose as a mother, as an entrepreneur, as an educator, as a coach, as a teacher, as a mentor, right? All these things. So once I got into alignment with what the word says and understood who I was and whose I was, then I had to release all of the things that no longer served me. That was people, places, and things. That was my own negative self-sabotaging talk about my situation and about who I was and how I saw myself. I had to release all of that. So that's the R. Then I had to embrace the new possibilities, because here's the thing. In my marriage, I didn't work with men. I didn't deal with men. That was what my husband did, right? That was an agreement that we had set up. He did not feel comfortable with my interactions with men. I was okay with it. That's my covering. You got it. Now I have to learn literally how to do business with men. I literally had to learn how to do contracting and do pitches and advocate for myself in business. I had to learn my business, even though I was the face of my business, even though I was the one delivering the service. I was not the one actually meeting with clients and doing the contracting. So that was something that I had to embrace, because historically, the people that I had dealt with in the past betrayed me over and over and over again, who were women.
Okay.
So now you want me to work with men? I don't know if I can do that. Honestly, I don't know if I can do that. It was very foreign to me and it felt very uncomfortable. And I had to embrace the possibilities that came with working with men. And if I didn't do that, I would still be broke. So what I wanted was on the other side of me embracing the new possibility. See, what we get stuck in is scarcity and fear. And that is the place that holds us captive and holds our money. We have to get on the other side of fear. We have to get on the other side of uncomfortability. We have to get on the other side of the thing, right? Because it's that thing that's preventing us from moving forward. It is that thing that's preventing us from crossing the Red Sea. The next word was accept. I had to accept that my marriage was over. I had to accept that the business structure that I had come accustomed with and was so comfortable and complacent with for the last 16 years was no longer serving me. I had to accept that regardless of all the things that I had did, that season had came to an end. And it wasn't a right or wrong. I wasn't a bad anything. That season just came to an end and I had to accept that. And sometimes we hold on to people past their expiration date.
Yeah.
Sometimes we hold on to contracts. Sometimes we hold on to partnerships. Sometimes we hold on collaborations. Sometimes we just hold on to things too long and they've expired. Their season was over, but we're still holding on to it. And so I had to accept that season and that time in my life was over. But God had better. And I wouldn't have got to that better if I didn't accept that that current season was over. The next word is for taking action. It's the T. It's the taking action. Because here's the thing. I can believe, I can release, I can embrace, I can accept. But if I don't take action, it's just words.
Yes.
It's just words. Faith without works.
It's dead.
You can't have faith without works, and you can't have the work without faith. They go hand in hand. So taking action is a part. You got to work it, you got to walk it, you got to do all the things. Just like the children in the wilderness, when they were at that Red Sea and Pharaoh was coming behind them with the army and was going to take them out, if they didn't step with all of the water, that obstacle, the mountain, all of the naysayers, all of the people that's saying you're not good enough, you're not educated enough, you're not busy savvy enough, that's Pharaoh behind you trying to kill your dream and your vision. But you got to trust, and you have to go ahead and walk in spite of what it looked like in front of you, because provision is in front of you, it's not behind you.
That's
The
great.
next word is heal. We have to heal. We have to forgive ourselves. We have to be congruent with ourselves so that we can have healthy relationships with the people that's in our future that God has already ordained for us to be connected with, to have partnership with, to do collaborations with. Sasha, if I did not partner with a woman named Barbara to come to Virginia 2 years ago, I wouldn't be on this stream with you right now. I wouldn't be going to Punta Cana with you in March. I wouldn't be in this business collaboration with you, this book that released today right now, if I didn't get out of my own way, if I didn't release the negative self-sabotaging conversations that went like, you don't know anybody in Virginia. You don't have a following in Virginia. You're not going to be successful in Virginia. Nobody is going to support you in Virginia. If I did not release that conversation, if I did not reach out to you, if I did not put a call to action and say, I'm coming to Virginia, I'm looking for speakers, I'm looking for people to come, we wouldn't be on here right now.
Yeah.
But I had to heal me so that I could be in a place to receive this opportunity that we now are having.
Yes.
Right? And so then the last word is elevation. What does elevation look like you after you have walked through all the things? You can't stay where you are. You got to go to the next level. You have to excel. You have to elevate. Because here's the thing. What we know about eagles is when there is a storm, they don't fly in, they don't fly under, they go to the top and they fly above.
Yes.
That's why you don't see eagles dead when there's a tsunami or a tornado, because they rise above. So that is my Breathe framework. And that is what I get to do as the midwife to CEO millionaires, helping them to birth out that which they were that which they were born to carry.
Ooh. Now I got to breathe after that.
I know, I came with all that fire.
Oh my God. Look, okay. Sidebar, guys. She said she's going to Punta Cana. So if you want to get this in physical action, I got something for you guys a little bit later. But yeah, I mean, oh my gosh, I had to breathe because I'm like listening to all this. And I'm like, whew, and we don't really realize how much comes out in the breath. When you really correlate that. So I love the fact that you have been given all those letters to break it down in that way, because it does come from that first sign of breath, to be able to inhale every last component that you just mentioned, how you broke down that word breathe. I love it. So I have my next question. It was 2 parts. Ooh, I gotta get it together. That was fire. Oh my gosh. Y'all drop some fires in the chat. Let us know that you're still here, because that was a lot. That was a lot of great things. Okay. So what does it look like to lead from authentic power rather than pressure or performance? And second part, how can purpose serve as a compass in seasons of transition or growth?
Oh, absolutely. What a great question. So, number one, we have to learn how to lead ourselves. That's what authentic leadership look like. I can't lead you if I'm not leading me. And what that simply means is, if I'm not congruent with me, if I'm not rock solid in who I am, if I don't make sure that the tongue in my mouth align with the tongue in my shoe, I can't take you nowhere.
Ooh. Mm.
because I'm
Okay.
out of integrity. I'm out of alignment. So
Yes.
I have to get good with me first. And that shows in my authenticity. That shows in my presence. That shows in my presentation. There's no pressure. I didn't have to rehearse anything to come on here. I What you see is what you get. This is who I am. This is my authentic self.
Yes.
And
Ooh.
you can tell the difference when it's rehearsed, when it's pressure, when it's coerced, when it no, this is me unapologetically unrehearsed. This is what it looks like.
Mm-mm-mm.
All right, now say the second part. Ask the second part.
Oh my gosh, you just got me so. Ooh, okay. So, when it comes down to the purpose and growth, how can, they navigate that?
Oh, absolutely. So this is a question that I get all the time. I always say, what are you passionate about? And sometimes people be like, oh, I'm passionate about a whole lot of things. I want to do this. I want to do that. You know what? The only thing that I'm passionate about that's connected to everything that I do, I am passionate about helping individuals like you succeed above industry standards. And so,
Mm,
because I am so passionate about making sure that you don't stay stuck in your mess and that you allow your mess to become your message and that you go from wherever you are to where you want to be, all the things that I do, the executive coaching that I do, the group coaching that I do, the professional development, personal development, the masterminds, the retreats, the keynotes, all the things that I do is connected to that one thing.
mhm.
That one thing. And so I know without a shadow of doubt that my purpose is love, light, and hope. That's
Yes.
why God created me, to be a light, to be a city that sits on top of the hill so that you can see me radiating wherever I am so that you know what's possible for you. So I can't dim my light. I have to show you what's possible. And what that looks like is me showing up in my authentic self.
Mhm.
And because I do that, it looks also like me investing in myself at the result in what I want to see a return. So I am investing in me at the level in which I want to see results.
Mm.
What that look like? I have coaches. I am a coach, so I invest in coaches. I am a teacher, so I am always being taught,
Yeah.
right? I am a reader, so I can't say to those that work with me, read my book if I'm not reading other people's books.
Yes.
So I am I'm the conduit, I'm the vehicle. I'm going to sow what I need. I'm going to be the change that I seek. That's what growth look like. I am a forever learner. I don't know what I don't know.
Yeah.
So for me to be in a position to say this or to say that without me having any evidence or results or receipts, no, that's unintegral. So I can't help you to grow if I'm not growing. And that looks like me consistently investing in myself at the level in which I want to see results.
Ooh. And you guys, you should be doing the same thing. So, I mean, like right now, you have Dr. Obayama just dropping all these fireballs. I don't even want to call them fire gems. Like they're fireballs transition to fire gems, like all this stuff here. And this is what you should be doing yourself as well to get to that level of the results you want to see in others. So right now she's imparting all this information to you. And for you to go and apply this, I'm gonna flip this around real quick. For you to apply what you're learning, you're also impacting her result that she sees in you. Whether she ever see you or not, but because you're taking all of this information and you're being impactful because of what she has shared, you're now becoming a result of what she just shared. And that's the power and the fire behind that. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Oh my gosh, you got it's like, whoo, girl, you got all this fire coming out over here. I feel it. I feel it. Oh my goodness. Okay, so if somebody wants to apply Breathe today, what is the very first step they should take?
two things. Check your belief system. That's number one. Check it. What do you believe? Because here's the thing. We have this wonderful book that just launched today. And if you have the mindset, oh, I'm not going to support, it's $4.95. If the thought came to your mind not to support, I want to know why. And is it because there's a scarcity mindset? Are you jealous? Right? Are you like, oh, they gonna be all right, they don't need my $4.95? All of those thoughts that come up that causes us to not push the button to support, whether you read it or not. Support. So believe in other people at the level in which you want them to believe in you. Release that negative doubt, thought, whatever that is about what we're doing, because what we're doing is to serve you and help you get to your next. And that's the other thing. As entrepreneurs, as women, and even for the men that's listening, I listened to something that just has me on fire. I was listening to Dr. Miles Monroe, and he was talking about the kingdom. And I am so determined to be a kingdom citizen in my mind, right? And this is what it looks like. He said, God is a king. And when you don't understand kingdoms, you don't understand what it looks like to be a citizen. So when you go to London, London is a kingdom. In America, we have governments, but in other countries, there is a hierarchy that consists of a kingdom. And so when you understand the hierarchy of a kingdom, you don't go before a king without a gift. And so when you present a gift to the king is now obligated to give you a gift. And so we were created in the image of our king, so that makes us kings. So I need to always be thinking about, when I come into your presence, Sasha, or when I have the opportunity to engage with you, how can I be a gift to you? How can I present you with a gift, right? So if we just shift the way that we think, this is how the Breathe framework applies to you, because when you understand who you are and whose you are, your belief is going to change how you show up. It's going to change how you interact, and it's going to change how you and what you attract. So you invest in the $4.95 book because there just may be something in there that may increase how you show up, what you attract, and how you do business. You release your negative thought about, oh, I can't afford it, whether it's the book, the summit, or Punta Cana, or anything else, Sasha, or any of us that's a part of this wonderful experience is doing, by saying, oh, that's good for them over there, and don't see yourself as being a part of the them. You are a part of the them. We are a reflection of each other, good, bad, or indifferent. Good, bad, or indifferent. And so you have to get into this work, and you have to see yourself as the woman or the man that you are becoming. You may not be where you are right now, but Breathe is all about believing in who you are, releasing what doesn't serve you, embracing your gifts, your talents, opportunity, possibility, and guess what else? We have to accept the call. We have to accept the call. There is a call on your life. There is a call on your talent. There is a call on your ability. Accept the call, because guess what? Your money is tied to your call.
Yes.
Your next collaboration partnership is tied to your gift and your talent. Take action. Step out. Do something that freaks you out. Do something that scares you. Step in the water and believe that you're not going to drown, because there is so much more for you that is invisible. But that's what faith is all about, being able to believe that which you don't see.
Absolutely.
But you got to heal this first. You got to heal this first. And that looks like unlearning and then learning so that you can be in gratitude with yourself, so that you can give yourself grace,
Yes.
so that you can heal, so that you can have healthy conversations and be in a better place to receive all that God has promised for you. And I know some people may be watching this that don't believe like we believe, and it's okay. Whatever it is that you believe, just make sure you believe in something that's going to serve you and get you from where you are to where you want to be. You don't have to believe my God. You can believe the universe or whatever. However you get down. If that's working for you, keep believing that. But for me, my God
Absolutely. Ooh.
has promised me, has told me, I got you. All you got to do is believe. Because
Mm-hmm.
what I got for you is more than you can even imagine, think, or ask for.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you apply the Breathe principle. And you can also join me. I have an 8-week group coaching program coming up, Believe Bigger. You can go to obiamaevents.com. That's OBIOMA events.com. Listen, if you are feeling like I hear you and that sound good, but you know you need accountability, you need to be a part of that 8-week group coaching.
Mm. I love that. And that's, I would say, because it goes into my next question. To me, that'll be your first practical step to take is get into this because if you're really here and I see all the comments here. I got it on the screen as well, and I'm just like, people are enjoying this. They are. And you need to connect. Everybody connect with Dr. Obiama Martin because we're in our last several weeks of the third quarter and we're going into the fourth quarter. So what does it look like to even grasp into her 8-week program, leading you into from the fourth quarter into the first quarter of the year, and you just you have a new mindset shift. You're ready to go after everything you are called to do. You are allowing now when you're embracing. I want to drop this nugget. When you embrace the breathe in that E in it, embracing, you allow people to witness and experience your greatness. Like when we step back and we still just kind of shy back away from a lot of things, we don't really embrace the call or go forward in anything or even breathe, as Dr. Omiyama just explained in every last way. We rob the people from experiencing our greatness. We do. So now it's like, okay, what greatness that you have, what things did you have already envisioned? What things do you already see? Because you already see it. So now it's about having that tangible experience. And this is what Breathe is all about. So I'm gonna go to my next question because I don't want to take a ball because this your time. Woo, I don't want to. But I will ask you this because a lot of people could be watching right now like, this powerful woman got it all together. She's gotten to breathe, she's gotten everything. But what are some of the practical tools, like 1 or 2 practical tools that you use to help you stay aligned?
Prayer,
Mm.
prayer, 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 and more prayer. Literally, though, I honestly, because people always say, "Do you always talking about prayer?" Because that is my lifeline. That really. Listen, I cannot be in business without prayer and reading the word. Proverb. If you don't read nothing else, again, I don't care what you believe, because it really doesn't matter, because there are atheists that apply these biblical principles and are doing really well. So everyone that read the Bible don't necessarily believe in God, but they apply those principles because the principles work, period. So open up your word or the Bible and start reading Proverbs, and because there are so many business principles in Proverbs. Like, Proverbs really teach you how to live, how to interact, how to do business, how to build, how to scale, how to save. It is your business blueprint. The book of Proverbs is your business blueprint, right? So praying and reading are the 2 simple things. And praying is just a conversation. It's not even anything deep or super spiritual or anything like that. It's simple. Listen, today I got up. I had a business meeting this morning. I knew I had to be on here at 11 o'clock. I had to go meet a client. my morning was already packed. So
Mhm.
I didn't go to bed till about 1 o'clock this morning and was right back up at like 4:30 because
Ooh.
that's my rhythm, because that's my prayer time, right? And so I make sure that I have my time in the morning because that sets me up for the
Mhm.
day. And then I said, Lord, I am available to you. Here is the agenda, but what is your agenda? And the people that I am supposed to meet with today, I pray that your agenda is done. I don't know if they're supposed to be a blessing to me or am I supposed to be a blessing to them, but I decrease so that I can tap into however you're going to show up. So, however you're going to use me as a vehicle and a vessel today, I am open and I am available. So, I submit all of my meetings to you so that the people that I interact with get what you have for them through me.
Mm, that's good.
So
That's
it's not about perfect, it's not about any of that, but just understanding that for me as a business owner, my success comes from knowing that regardless of what's going on in this economy, regardless of what's going on in the government, God is my CEO, he is my pilot, he is my PR, he's my agent, he's my all the things. And I can say that because Sasha, I've been in business over 20 years.
mhm.
And my success comes from number one, doing the work, but not only that, being so in tune with what God will have me to do, even when I don't want to do it. Okay, let me say that. Okay, even when I don't want to do it, but when you are submitted and surrendered, He will put your name in the mouths of people who you've never seen. He will give you contracts that you've never had to bid for. Come on.
Ooh.
And I have had the privilege of experiencing random calls
Mm,
of people who don't know me, I never met, and just said, I saw your name on this website. I'm looking for this. I'm looking for that. Oh, somebody told me, oh, I'm interested in, and it landed me 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, $90,000 contracts that I didn't have to bid for, but because my preparation was already in alignment with the opportunity. When it came to me, I was able to receive. I'm gonna leave that right there.
ooh, girl. Mm. Are y'all really getting this? Are y'all really getting this? I'm sitting here like, you said the same thing, and I want to just touch on this real quick because I know we got about, down to like 7 minutes or so, but I want to touch on this because you proved a powerful point. And when you said, when people, whoever you believe in, like for you, it's going to be God. But I want to throw this nugget in here because we have a lot of people. It is the universe, it is love and light and everything like that. But do you know the principles are still the same? Regardless. That's why it works. That's why it works because it's in the Bible, of course, but the principles are the principles. And even when you're looking at it from a universal standpoint, it's still the principles. So I don't want anybody to ever feel like, maybe she's not talking to me. No, yeah, she's still talking to you. It still fits. It still fits. And I just definitely want to do that. But you know, when you're intentional, when you're in tune, like I'm a Christian as well, and when you're in tune, it does make the big difference. It opens doors in ways that you never really thought of, and it's the surprises that come, the unexpected things. And so you definitely, y'all drop some more fires in the chat, please. Drop some in there for me, please, please, please. Okay, so I'm going to just wrap this up. We're going to do two things. And anybody, if you got any questions, please drop that in the chat as well. If you got any questions for Dr. Obiama, and then also she is one of the authors of our book, This Her Way, the collaborative playbook for women entrepreneurs. Definitely get the book. Get the book, do the reviews because we are claiming best-selling status. We want to get that badge, and it does come from your help as well. But there are more gems. The way she's breaking it down right now is different than the way it's broken down in the book. So you definitely want to have that investment. It is a small investment, but it's definitely a powerful investment. I had the privilege of reading.
$4.95. That's a cup of coffee. That's a smoothie. That's a drink. What? Come on.
That's a $5 meal from a grab bag from Wendy's. You be real about it. So it's okay. So let's do this. So, what legacy do you hope women walk away ready to build after hearing you today, and then tune that into last words of reflection?
Sure, absolutely. So, uh, if you don't remember all the things, because I know I've been rapid fire, but just remember this: you are more than what you think you are, and not from a place of arrogance, but just from a place of you were created in the image of God, whether you believe in Him or not. And that says a lot because the God I serve is amazing. Okay. Oh, amazing. And so I say amazing, and that's my signature, thing that I say, because the difference between the O and the A are the obstacles that you've overcome. That's what makes you amazing. That is what makes you amazing. And so that, you are. And if no one else has told you today, let me be the first one to say, you are amazing. You were made in the image of a God that loves you unconditionally, and you can do all things through Him. All you have to do is lock in, lean in, increase your faith, believe in the woman that God has created you to be. And even if you're not her for whatever reason, your circumstances, your situation, I don't have this, I don't have that, none of that has to do with anything that is related to your purpose and your call on this earth. Your birth was not by mistake. You were purposed to be here. There were thousands of sperm cells, but yours made it, which meant that you went through a lot to get here. You've already overcome a lot to get here. And so you have a gift, you have a talent, you are a problem solver, and your problems are connected to your money because we get paid for the problems that we solve.
Mhm.
So become who you have always dreamt you could be, and don't allow fear, and don't allow that negative self-sabotaging talk or the community of people who don't get you to cause you to stay stuck and stagnant. Believe bigger. Join me. Join me. I will help you. I will not allow you to have an abortion on the dream and vision that's on the inside of you. You can go to obiamaevents.com.
Yes, yes, yes. Definitely. Obiama, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, this has been so amazing. Oh, amazing. Amazing. Okay, guys, like she said, connect with her. Definitely get into her program. Her events are fire. I've been a part of her event on leadership, and that was a beautiful event. Because I'm gonna just say this: if I had not been there, I wouldn't have found. I had opportunity to speak recently at a faith-based women's retreat, and there was a scripture that I found by way because I came to Europe. I was doing some research. I was like, okay, this is a faith-based leadership. I said, let me find some things to support what I want to say if I have to come to it. And I found that, but it fueled my talk that I had last weekend. And so I am so grateful to be connected with you. And then also I found out I know your brother and and his wife and everything. So it's always great to have connections and to be sincere and authentic and real. So I really appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being in the book. And I sure appreciate you for being ready to come to Putacana. And she didn't mention it's going to be her birthday time frame
It's
as
gonna be
well.
my birthday.
So
I'm so
y'all
looking forward
come.
to the turn up. I'm looking
Yes.
forward to the turn
Look,
up.
we're gonna do our thing and we're
Yes,
gonna have some,
yes,
mocktails,
yes.
cocktails, whatever you
Oh,
do, but
right.
on the beach and just enjoy. But
Oh
we
my
want you to
goodness.
come.
You
Yeah,
listen. We want you to come. I want to
yeah,
meet you. I
yeah.
want to meet you. I want to meet you. I'm so excited about it. I listen.
I am too. I'm just ready. And I get to show people, that's part of who I am, the Dominican Republic as well, because I have a great interest there. And but then also was something else I'm gonna, oh, and then for everybody who's registered, if you have registered for this summit and we have your email, you guys will get $100 off your admission. So that includes your 4-day, 3-night stay, round trip, airport ground. Let's get ground transportation round trip. Then somebody was like, "Oh, you doing airfare?" Like, no, 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 ground. And then
Let's be clear.
and your mentors in the conference, in the summit itself. And so we want you to be able to come and learn and get all these great nuggets like what Dr. Obiama has dropped for you today to get it live. It is a summit. We just get in your way to kind of get away from the norm and come somewhere beautiful where you can just be fed and reinforced and empowered. And then also grab some beach time and kind of relax and have a, you know, entrepreneurship vacation, and all those good things. And you get to write off on your taxes. So, but yes, you do. You get to write off on your taxes. This is business expense. Yes, I'm in that world too. So definitely get $100 off if you have registered. If you have not registered and you're watching, just go to bizherwaysummit.com and register. That way we have your name on the list, so that way you could get that perk too. All righty. So thank you so much, Dr. Obiama.
Yes,
It's been a pleasure. Oh my
Thank
gosh,
you
I
for
love it.
having me. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. You're welcome. You enjoy the rest of your day. I hope you get some rest too.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. So everybody, we have another let me get this off of the screen real quick. Up. Hold on. So y'all can see me. There we go. So I have another great person I want to bring up and share with you guys. Let me clean off some things off of this. Get some so I can bring her up, and I hope that she's ready. And let me do her. Where's her image at? Miss Jackie Pate. Miss Jackie Pate is, if y'all can see me, I'm watching her backstage right now. She is a singer, songwriter, and author. And I'm gonna let her do some more introductions, but she's my bestie. So I'm gonna bring her on real quick, you guys, so you can hear from her. Hey, Jackie. How are you? You good? You're on mute. You're no, I can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm
That's
just
good.
tired.
You're
But
tired. Yes,
I
but you're
am.
here. But you're here. I love it.
I
I love
am.
it. So everybody, this is my friend, my sister girl. This is
This
Jackie
girl.
Pate. Yes, and she's a little nervous, you guys. So make her feel at home. Y'all throw some claps, some hands high up, and everything all in the chat. So let's make her feel comfortable and everything. So she is a singer songwriter. She is an artist. She is, she goes by Just Jackie Music, and she just released a new book. And because we are doing, of course, we're doing National Women's Business Month. So if anybody knows me, artists are business owners too. Authors are business owners. We may, as creatives, they don't think that way because they want to create and put it out, but they are business owners. So we're celebrating her as well. But it's also National Domestic Violence Month. And so she has a music project that is out. She has a new book that is out. And I want her to share a little bit about it. So first off, I want to say, tell us a little bit about Jackie, and then also what inspired you for your new music and for your book, and tell us the name of your book.
All right. I am Jackie. She really just did the whole introduction for me. I really don't have to say anything, but I am an author. I am a singer songwriter. I've been singing since I was 2 years old. It runs in my family, so I'm a singer. Um, my album. So my album was inspired by a lot of the things that I went through during my time in my marriage. I was in a domestic, very traumatized marriage. I don't really like to talk about it. Sasha knows, but she kind of called me at 1 in the morning, and when your friend calls, you answer. So anyway, but yeah, the name of my project is called Vulnerable, and the songs were actually inspired by things that I went through in my marriage. Each song is literally like it tells a story of specific events that happened when I was going through in my marriage. So that's basically it, as well as my book. My book tells the story about tells my story, and it took me forever. I've been actually sitting on the book and the songs for probably the songs probably for 4 years, and the book for 2.5 years, waiting for the right time to release it when I thought it was the right time. So, and actually, if y'all want to know the truth, Sasha leaked the book. I did not leak the book. Nobody knew I was the author. Sasha did it, but thanks, Sasha.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Love you too, girl. But see, that's what we do, and this is what Dr. Obayama was just talking about. When we are here, we are leading in the way that we want to support. And everybody that knows me and knows this platform, this is what we do. We support women entrepreneurs. I work with other entrepreneurs too, men, creatives, and so forth. But women entrepreneurs, we're here to support you. If I know about it, the world's gonna know about it. That's what happened to my friend. And it's all about who you have in your corner, being authentic, being real, and they know who you are and know what you are doing and know what it is. So we are our sister's keeper. And I have a chapter in a book that a project I was a part of, and that's what I wrote about, being our sister's keeper. And so if we're not, who else is going to help us to move forward? Because a lot of times we can sit on our own good things, and Jackie have been that same person for me. We can sit on our own good things, but never go forth in it. So I invited her today because, she is one, like many of you. And I'm doing this because you're not alone, and people out here are not alone. She does not like social media. She does not like to promote. She doesn't like to do a lot of these things. And it's not all about just social media when we're marketing and promoting, but we do know that's one of the things to get it out there faster to a lot of more people in their hands. So this is her, first appearance for this new project, but she has other projects too. So I want to say with you, not so much talking about the current project and everything, but just you as a whole, what really inspired you to really, I know you started singing it too, but for you to keep going and being impactful in a lot of things the projects that you have done so far, what has inspired you to keep going?
Honestly, it's the people. I love people. And when I first started off doing music, I started off as Phoenix. That was so long ago. And then I had to switch my name because of various reasons. But for the most part, it's been the people. The people have been my motivation to continue to go on, because I actually stopped. I got sick, I think, what was that, Sasha, 2015, 17?
Yeah.
I got really, really sick. So I had to stop singing for a really long time, for a while. And then, like I said, going through being in an abusive relationship and trying to sing about hope was very challenging. And so I made a decision to just stop. But what made me come back is the people. I'm like, if I can go through what I went through and come out on the other side, then I want to help other people do the same. So honestly, it's the people. I'm a people person. So that's basically it.
Yeah, and that's really good because for people to hear that, because we have women entrepreneurs watching, we might have creatives watching, and it's not always easy. And that's one thing that what we are doing here, empowering women entrepreneurs, mind, body, and business. And a lot of what we do and how we show up is really here first, and it's like if we allow ourselves to be in a sunk or in the current moment of what we're in, that won't allow us to push us out to the greater parts of what we should be.
And that's very important. And that's why it took me so long to do this project, because I wanted to be in a place of being healed. I didn't want my music or my book to come from a place of brokenness. I think a lot of times when we do music and as an artist, when you release things out of brokenness and hurt, is you can't really get the message across. And it can be portrayed in a different facet. So I really just I didn't want it to be a music of bashing, or I didn't want my book to be something of bashing or anything like that. I want to tell my story, and I want to tell it in a way to where it's authentic and genuine, because it's my son's father, and so is my son's father. And so, I still wanted to, have some type of integrity with it and all the things. But I think it was very, very important to heal first before I released it. And so that's why I decided to release it now.
Yeah, and that's really good to be in that place of healing, so it won't come out as, not just brokenness, but even the bashing, because it's not about the other person, it's not about any of that. It's solely about where you are now and the
Absolutely.
impact you want to make going forward with so many women who don't need to hear the brokenness or the bashing or anything like that, because they need to move forward. And sometimes people get stuck in the brokenness place, but then also they get stuck in, oh, this caused this, or this is the why I'm here, or this is that. It's like, okay, that's like Umiyama. She had the same, she went through a divorce, but it was like that was her husband. So what was. And so we
Yeah.
leave it in that, and we go forward in what is new in the now moments, and that is your healed state, the healed mindset. And I say all of that because I know you're already here, but I say that to a lot of women that could be watching right now. And it's just like, oh my gosh, she must be, I see somebody that I can identify and I can relate to, because I'm going through this situation. I'm going through something that it may not be a divorce, it may not be domestic or anything like that, of violence or abuse or whatever, but it could be something different that's having you broken. And for some reason, so it's like, being able to come above it, to be able to come out of that, is the place that you want to move from, in order for you to really embrace the now that you're in the moment that you're going forward in. And I really love that. So you want to tell the people the name of your book and the name of your project?
Sure. My son just threw the book right over here.
Thank you, Raya.
Uriah. So yeah, it's called The Trials, the Journey, The Healing, the Lessons, and 1749. So 1749 is how many years I was married. Actually, is when I stopped counting. 17 years, 4 months, and 9 days. And so this book, it literally walks through my story. It talks about the process um after after my separation. It talks about the process, and during that time my sister-in-law Crystal, she was like, you should keep a journal, one day it may turn into a book. So here we are. I kept a journal, and some of the journal entries are in this book. So when you read it, it's literally like you're sitting there in the room, through my tears, through my hurt, through my brokenness, and even with the songs. The songs, like I said, they were written in real time. So each song literally tells a story. So when you hear the songs, it's as if you are sitting in my office or standing in my bathroom. Like I have this one song, Accepted, and I was literally standing in my bathroom crying when I started writing this song, but I finished it, I think, like some time later. But so yeah, so that's what it is. It's on Amazon. This book is on Amazon. I think every other platform. And honestly, I'm a very transparent person. I didn't even know the book was on Amazon, y'all, until like a month ago, and I went on there. I went on there and I was like, okay, they got my book. And I had to call Sasha and was like, girl, my book is on Amazon.
And she sent me the text. I was like, say less. Hey guys, and shared it all on my wall and everything.
She did. I was like, guys, no, I ain't even
tagged her on it and everything, because I know my friend. She was like, oh, it's on Amazon, but it would have stayed right there.
She not lying.
And then for your music project,
so my music is on all streaming sites. So Apple, Spotify, YouTube Music, Apple Music. That's it. Yeah.
Okay, and they can just look for Just Jackie Music or the name of the song.
Yeah, TikTok, Instagram, all of that, iTunes, all of the things.
Oh, it's on TikTok too. Okay, awesome. Okay. Oh, good girl.
I don't like Tickety Talk, but it's on now.
But the one good thing about TikTok is the fact that, okay, you guys, to dib in something. I've dibbled and dabbed in a lot of different music, well,
Yes, she
business
does.
aspects, including music business. But one thing about TikTok, because they had the TikTok radio and they had the TikTok songs that are there, and because they switched it and they changed things, now a lot of the songs are coming through when the streaming services, that once an artist provide their music digitally, it goes through them as well. So that's why I say it's good as on TikTok, because now that's a whole nother algorithm that can help promote your music as you are promoting it as well, and it can take it further. So that is wonderful. And her book, like I said, it is on Amazon as well. So even though we're promoting our book, we definitely want you guys to go. If you know somebody who, after listening to her story, you know somebody who can use her book, definitely purchase it, buy it. We got the holidays coming, we got everything, or we still currently in this month, and somebody that's going through it, get them the music, get them the book, and so that way they'll know that they're not just in it by themselves, and that they there is a way out, there is a light, there is something on the other side that is better, that is waiting for them. And Jackie, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Would you like to close us out? Because you have like 3 minutes of your time, but no, not in prayer. But I would love for you to like one of your songs.
A prayer. All right, everybody got their heads. Just kidding.
Let's go ahead and do a snippet of your song for the people so they'll know what they're buying.
Let me see. If I gotta go through the fire, I'd rather be in it with you. Oh, if I gotta be in the lion's den, at least I know that you will rescue me. But if you choose not to, at least I know you'll be here with me.
All right, you guys, that's just Jackie, the singer, songwriter, and author. Thank you so much for being here. I didn't mean to put you on the spot or call you
Yes,
at 1
you
a.m. in the morning.
She didn't. She meant it, guys. She meant it.
Look, guys, I was sitting here, I was just like, because I knew I had to, people have already heard my story from this morning. So I kind of like threw myself off a little bit, because on my event page, I had 8 a.m. and on some other things, I had the actual time. So I'm like, okay, well, if people show up at 8 a.m., I need to be here. So my first speaker didn't come on at 11. So I was like, okay, well, who can I, start to, let me see. Oh, I got some extra space. I said, okay, I get somebody to fill some time. Let me call my friend, because she has some new things out. So it just worked. It just worked. That's all I can say. Yes. Okay, guys, I look out for you. I look out for you. That's what we
You do. Like, literally, she's been looking out for me for years. My son is 18. So, like, since for 15 years.
Yeah.
But no, like, honestly, listen, anybody knows me know I talk a lot of trash. I love to laugh. But Sasha is the real deal. Like, honestly, she has her event coming up in the DR, and if you have not registered, you want to register. You do not want to miss it. She is a phenomenal speaker, author. She is y'all don't know, she used to be a rapper back in the day. She used
There you go.
She used to be a manager, like a music manager. Like, she is a music mogul. Like, she's very, very dope. Like, in everything that her hand touches turns to gold. She's that person. I'm not just saying that because she's my friend, my sister friend. I'm actually saying that because that is a genuine, that's for real. That's real life. Like, she is, like, she know her stuff. She ain't just out here saying it. Like, she's out here changing lives. So yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for those beautiful, kind words. And throwing the fact out there, I used to be a rapper. Okay, you guys, y'all know, but don't think that I'm going to be doing anything in our downtime today or I'm retired, as I always tell people. I'm retired. Oh, hush. Out my head, but I'm retired, guys, for real. So anyway, thank you so much, Jackie. Definitely check out Just Jackie Music on Amazon Music. Her book is on Amazon. Her music is on streaming platforms. You can actually go to Spotify and listen to it as well. But we want you to download, definitely download to get her some of those hits and everything. So we wanted to keep it going. And thank you, Jackie. And you enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, namaste.
All right. Bye. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for just hanging in here with us. And how do you liking the summit so far? Let me get some fire. Let me get some hands up, some love, some hearts, all those things, because we have brought some amazing people to you so far, and we have so many more to go. And I have another person I want to bring up to you guys as I get everything together. Make sure y'all have your hearts and everything. Let's get ready for my next person, who is Nicholas Marquis, or Marquette. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. I want to say Marquis. That sounds better. Nicholas Marquis. So I hope that is right. And I did see him at first. Is he still here? Hold on. Before, oh, he must have dropped out. He was there. Let me check on him real quick. So while I'm checking on him, I'm going to, let's see what we're going to do. Let's play another power moment. Let's play one of my power moments. Hope it won't be the same, but let's play one of them. I'll be back, guys. Hello, I'm Sasha Walton, and I am back with you for another Power Minute. I am the founder of Biz Her Way series on Medium.com. I'm also the host of Biz Her Way Virtual Summit and the founder of and CEO of SWI Management Group, and I'm business strategist. And today, right now, I'm going to talk about AI use in your business. What are some tips to avoid AI allowing you to become a lazy entrepreneur? I've heard so many people say so many things about AI, and one of the latest things I've heard is like, oh, AI uses can make you lazy as an entrepreneur. Now, here are some tips. AI is really here to be a resource for you. It is not the do-all for you. And if you allow it to do everything for you, then where is the human touch in your business, right? It is a resource. It is a tool. So this is what you do to not allow it to make you a lazy entrepreneur, but to use the pros of AI usage within your business. And it is create your strategies, allow it to help you, especially if you are a solopreneur. It can be, you having that small team and, you haven't been able to place any bodies in that particular position for you, but you can use the AI services. Now, for me, I love using ChatGPT, but I know there are so many others out there, and it really does help to minimize the time that it takes to do certain things within your business. So use it as a time saver is step number one. Also, use it as an opportunity, to help brainstorm. Now, a lot of times we can use a lot of time to brainstorm certain things, and then a lot of times we can procrastinate on that too. Now, if you're using the AI source as a resource to brainstorm, allow that to be your brainstorming moment with your usage of AI. Or even if you're using like Opus Clips or Veed or anything else to help you create videos, to help you break down videos in a less time that it would take for you to sit at your computer to do this yourself. So it's not that it makes you lazy, but it does provide opportunities for you to manage your time a lot better. And like I said, if you're using AI specifically to do everything for you, then you're not putting yourself in your business. I'm gonna leave you with this. In my professional background, I have worked with, computer-based systems and so forth. And one of the things that my old supervisor told me, when you're dealing with computers and systems, that anything on the resource would be 80% system, 20% user, right? She told me that not to look at it from the 80% system use to a 20% business or user use. You want to look at it as 80% user, 20% system. So I'm going to share that with you, and something that you can take into your business when you're using AI functions or resources is to always remember it should be 80% human touch, 80% user capability, 20% system, 20% AI. And when you're using that, then you can minimize the AI detections. We have a lot of websites and online services that are now detecting AI use and will actually ban you, will actually not allow you to use what it is that you're putting on that service. And then on some cases, you have the AI detection on certain platforms, and they're not really allowing you to get the views because there's AI detection that's actually not theirs. I'm not going to go into that. But if you're on certain social media platforms, you probably can tell the difference, right? But anyway, remember that it's always 80% usage, human touch, user usage, 20% systems, AI. And if you want more information on how you can use AI resources in your business, definitely contact me and we can chat more about it. I am a developer myself. I used to be one of those type of people that say, you know what, I don't want to deal with any type of AI. And you have that narrative out there. AI is not good, right? It has its pros and cons. But if you are one that want to use it in your business, there are different ways that you can do it. Now, I know this is a power minute, but this is a very important subject. And so I want you to be able to, know how you're going to navigate the AI resources. And as I said, I am a developer. I have several GPTs out there, and I would love to talk to you more about it. On that note, this is Sasha's Power Minute.
What's going on, Biz Her Way Summit? What's going on, everybody? Listen, drop a 1 in the chat if you are ready for an impactful weekend. I'm so excited to be here. I was just telling Sasha that I am grateful to be in this space of powerful women in business. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is Nicholas Marquis, Coach Nick to my clients. And I help entrepreneurs just like you launch, grow, and scale their ideas into multiple 6 and 7-figure empires. So drop a 1 in the chat if that is you. If you are ready to add, if you're either ready to cross the 6-figure mark or add another 6 figures to your bottom line. So today I'm going to be talking to you about how to explode your sales using launch events. But before I jump into that, I want to tell you a little bit about me and who I am, because I think that it's important for you to understand who's up here talking to you, right? Harpo, who is this man? And so again, like I said, my name is Nicholas Marquis, and I actually started in entrepreneurship before it was popular, right? I feel like entrepreneurship just became popular. I started my first business in event planning. And when I started my business, I didn't know how to charge for my services. I didn't know how to acquire clients. Who can guess? Drop in the comments. Who can guess how much I got paid for my first client, my first event? It was a baby shower. I did the food. Let me give you some context. I did the food, the decor, the catering, everything. The baby mama was asking me to fix people's plates and throw away trash. How much do you think I got paid to do that event? If any of you let me see if I can look at the comments. Hey. Okay, if you don't know, or if you haven't guessed yet, I made $100 from that event. $100 from all that work, right? And I was pissed at the client at the time, but in hindsight, I only could be upset with myself. Because like I said, I didn't know how to charge. How many of you right now are in a position where you're like, you know what do I charge? How do I charge more? And I felt like I got a wake-up call from God that said, Nick, it's time to move to Atlanta. And so I moved to Atlanta, and I thought I was going to be this big-time event planner because this is where Black people go. It's the Black Hollywood, right? This is where we go to thrive. And it didn't. And I eventually got there, but I ended up working as a server at Longhorn. I was underpaid, overworked, and I had hit rock bottom. It had got to a point, y'all, where I would walk in the house and pray to God that when I flipped the switch on, that my lights were on. When the tow truck would pull up outside, I would pray to God it wasn't there to repossess my car. But how many of you know that when you are at rock bottom, what is your only direction that you can go? If you put up in the chat, then you're absolutely right. The only direction to go is up. And so I was able to pull myself up by the bootstraps, and I went from $100 baby shower to working with some of the most prominent companies in the country and Fortune 500 companies in the country, like Coca-Cola, BET, Delta Airlines, and Bronner Brothers. And it went up from there. And listen, it wasn't easy. There were some lessons and bumps that I learned along the way. How many of you know that entrepreneurship is about peaks and valleys? And when you're in the valley, you got to just remember that, listen, I may be climbing this mountain and it may get tough. It may get rough. I may start sweating and get winded. But when you get to the top and look at what you have created, your business, your empire, what a glorious moment that is. And so I had a job as an event manager at the time for a hotel here in Atlanta. And I had just closed $1 million contract, right? Just closed $1 million contract. And then the pandemic hit. Yeah. And so while I was just a couple weeks before that, celebrated in the stand-up, given a larger corner office, that same manager that recognized me for closing that $1 million contract came in and said, Nick, we don't know what this is going to do for the business. And we are letting all of the event managers go. You would think that they could find my salary in that $1 million contract, right? But they couldn't. But that's okay, because somebody says when God pushes you out, he's pushing you into purpose, right? And so my friends, I started asking God, what am I going to do about my event business? Events are all I know. Not only did I lose my job, but all of my one-on-one, my client contracts canceled as well, right? And so my friends and family started asking me, can you help me start a business? Can you help me with my business, get my business off the ground? Because how many of you would agree that the pandemic, while it did bring a lot of despair, it pushed a lot of us into entrepreneurship to know that you can monetize your gifts, you can monetize your skill set, you can monetize your talents, right? You can monetize, you can bring that vision that you were given by the universe, God, whatever you believe, into the world and monetize from it. And so my godmom was my first client. And I remember asking her 6 months later, hey, how much have you made in your business since we started it? She had generated over 6 figures in a matter of 6 months in the pandemic. And it woke me up and I was like, oh, I have something here. I have something here. And what I had was, I remembered when I was working with these big Fortune 500 companies, they all had one thing in common. So while I was at the Microsoft Ignite show in 2016 to work their trade show floor, be a trade show coordinator, while I was planning meetings and conferences and events for Coca-Cola, while I was planning events for Delta Airlines, that was the common thread. That was the common thread. These big companies use events to push their products, their partnerships, and their programs, right? And so this lends to my philosophy, and I'm sorry if this is backwards. I don't know how to, let me see if I can flip my camera. No, I can't flip my camera. So I'm sorry if y'all see this backwards, but my philosophy is, if you are not leveraging events to grow your business, you are leaving money on the table. All right, everybody drop a money bag and a money bag emoji in the comments. If you are not leveraging events to grow your business, you are leaving money on the table. And so I remember when I started my business, I had my first webinar. And I had like maybe 20 people join, and it was friends and family, and I made no sales, right? Fast forward after I went through the bumps and bruises and I had my first successful webinar, I closed one client, right? At $2,000. Great, I made 22,000 bucks. And then I turned this into a repeatable system where I scaled from there. And now I have built a multiple six-figure business leveraging virtual events. I have helped my clients build multiple six-figure and seven-figure businesses leveraging virtual events. And I'm about to teach you to do the same. So if you would like to learn the strategy of leveraging events to grow your business, drop a let's go in the chat. Okay, there goes the comments. Drop a let's go in the chat if you want to learn how to grow your business leveraging events. All right. I'm going to try to speed through this because I know we have Q&A coming up. All right. So the first step is to decide what event you want to host. Now, what is an event? Right? So you can do a virtual event. This can be a webinar. You can do it. You've seen these 3-day challenges. This summit is an event. You have attended a sales event and you probably didn't even know it. If you've ever gotten off the plane and went on vacation and they invited you to free breakfast, and at the end of 4 hours later, you're in a timeshare presentation, you have just attended a sales event, a sales and marketing event. Maybe you were walking down Costco and you saw somebody standing in the aisle demonstrating how to cook some food or demonstrating how to work a product. You have just attended a sales event. So everybody drop events in the chat, right? An event can look like a webinar, it can be a virtual event or in-person event, but you need to decide what event you are going to host. Events work because you need to get people in the room. You need to get multiple people in the room, hype them up about your product or service, and then you need to ask for the sale. Everybody drop ask for the sale in the chat. All right, I'm going to walk you through a very quick framework, and don't worry. I know we're limited on time, and there's much more to go in depth of this. I have a special gift for you if you stay until the end. So once you decide on what event you're going to have, you need to adopt this strategy. And team, I don't know if you can move my name from the screen because I'm going to write on the board and they may not be able to see. Well, it's backwards anyway. All right. All right. It's called the APART strategy. AAPRT. APART. The APART method. The first A stands for awareness. All right. Now, you may be wondering, how do I generate awareness for my business? Coach Nick, my clients say, Coach Nick, I've been posting on social media. I've been telling my friends and family. I've been sending text messages and no one's buying. That's because you are choosing slow paths to leads, right? There are 3 paths to unlimited leads, 3 fast paths to unlimited leads. That is events. Let me erase this. That is other people's events. All right. Where you are speaking or vending, not networking. Networking is slow. That is partnerships, where you are approaching groups, organizations, or influencers who already have your audience's attention. And then there's digital advertising. Digital ads. We're going to pay Facebook. We're going to pay YouTube. We're going to pay TikTok to put our brand in front of our ideal target audience to generate leads and revenue for the business. Drop a make sense in the chat if this is making sense. All right. The second A stands for announcement. Does anyone know the most important information you can get from a lead in your business? It is their name, phone number, and email. All right. Announcement is a fancy word for opt-in. You need a system or a landing page or somewhere for people to give their name, phone number, and email into your ecosystem, because it takes people on average, a study said, 7 touch points before they are ready to buy. If that person sees you one time, what's the likelihood that they're going to be able to touch your brand 7 more times if you don't get them in your ecosystem, right? Announcement is the second A. P stands for promo. And this is a fancy word for incentivize. You have to incentivize people at every step of their customer journey in order to get them to take an action. How many of you know people don't move unless you tell them to move, unless you give them a reason to, right? And so we want to think about what's the incentive for them to opt in, what's the incentive for them to show up, what's the incentive for them to take action now and not later. All right. Promo is what the P stands for, incentivize. R stands for remind. You need an intentional reminder sequence that is going to get people to show up to your event. How many of you would have forgot about this event if you didn't get an email, text message, or some sort of notification, right? You have to have a reminder sequence, a strategic reminder sequence to get people excited and to show up. And then the T stands for thank. And you are thanking 3 different types of people. You are thanking the people who showed up and bought, so your buyers, right? They need to know next step to get the thing that you offered. And that's a perfect time to also offer them an upsell. You need to thank the people who did not show, did not buy, DMD. So these are people who showed up and they may need just a little bit more nurturing before they take that action. And then the last people you need to thank are people who no-showed to your event, right? Thank you for signing up. We noticed you didn't attend our event. Here's either the replay or here's the offer that we made on the event, all right? Now, this is just the surface level. We just scratched the surface of this strategy. Put a 1 in the chat or a fire emoji in the chat if you would like to go deeper on this and learn how to implement this for your business. Put a fire emoji in the chat. All right, we're going to transition to Q&A in just a second. Put a fire emoji in the chat. Okay, so when you go to nicholasmarquis.com, let me just make sure this is up with the team. nicholasmarquis.com /bizherway, BIZHERWAY. I am going to gift you complimentary access into my 3-day on-demand challenge on how to sell anything with webinars. And webinars is just a fancy word for a virtual event, right? Start with the virtual event and then work your way into a live event, right? So over 3 days, I taught a group of entrepreneurs exactly how to do this, how to implement this in their business, how to create a high-ticket offer, or a premium product or service, how to actually create content that convicts, converts, and attracts, and then also how to follow up and how to make sales and convert on this, right? This works for any business, whether you are a law firm, whether you sell home services, whether you are a coach, consultant, service provider, or sell a premium product, it works for any business. And for the first 20 people who go to nicholasmarquis.com /bizherway, you're going to get complimentary access to this. It's typically $97, but I'm giving it to you for free because you showed up here today. All right, so listen, let's go. I want to take some questions before I head out, and I hope you got value out of this, but let's talk. Let's take some questions. Uh-oh, I can't hear you. Oh, it could be me.
That's me.
Oh, okay.
That's me. Hey, Nicholas.
Sasha, what's up?
Hey. Well, while people are dropping their questions in the chat, I want to say, love it. I want to give this thing because you talked about collaborations, partnerships, and things like that. You know, those are pathways to building your audience, getting those sales and things like that. But I do want to say this. People out there, listen, there is no competition and collaboration. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
And this is one of the things that Nicholas and we bonded over after, he said yes, he came on and we were just talking back and forth and we realized we're in the same space. And our backgrounds are exactly the same. We went through the same. I went through a COVID situation. He did too. But we're here together. So I
Yeah.
don't want anybody to ever think that, oh, because somebody is doing the same thing I'm doing, that they can't be on my stage or I can't be on theirs.
Mhm.
No, 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 no. Don't ever think like that, because it's all about partnerships. Now, Nicholas may have a whole lot of other things on his line. And maybe one day he might like, Sasha, can you take this? Because I got too much. Or I could do the same thing for him, or we can still support each other, which we will.
Yeah.
But I want you to always look at it from that standpoint, because there's always something greater on the other side of our own thoughts, our own imaginations, the things that keep us bound and kept back. But definitely always embrace, if it feels like quality, if it's going to be valuable to you with the audiences and so forth, and they are giving you free reign. That's another
Yeah.
key, because everybody don't allow you to do that. You'd be on the
Yeah.
stage, but they said, well, you can't sell from the stage. That was when he said, can we do that? I said, sure, have fun with it. You know, I got his information. He's one of our authors. His information is in the book. I think he got something totally different in there. You know, did we take anything out? No, because this is what it's all about. This is what true partnerships,
Yeah.
collaborations look like. And there's no competition in it. It's only leveled up partnership. So I
Yeah.
just want to say that.
And Sasha, I have a saying that I say all the time. If you want to go far, go by yourself. But if you want to go further, faster, go with other people.
Yes, yes, definitely, definitely. That is awesome. That is awesome. Do have one question here. Tanya Fields is asking, do you sell packages, and how affordable are you?
Oh, me, or do you want to sell packages using events? I guess
So
I'll answer both.
yeah, Tanya, be more a little bit specific for us, please.
Yeah, so Tanya, the best way to learn about how to work with me, I would first of all go to nicholasmarquis.com/biz her way. Go ahead and opt in, right? So I literally just taught you exactly what I'm doing, right? So if somebody's teaching you something and they're not doing it, you should look sideways at that, right? So opt in. You're gonna get an email from me. Just reply to that email, and we can talk about how to work together and what options we have, right? And I will say I'm not cheap, but also I get results. So yeah, it is what it is.
Pay for your results, guys. But it's an investment. It's investment.
Yeah.
Whatever you invest in, I'm gonna say this, right? So you have people who you're going to charge your worth, and hopefully you guys are out there thinking the same thing. When you're listening, it's all about re-looking at your pricing strategies, looking at what you're offering, looking at what you are willing to take, but you're willing not to accept, things like that, as you're balancing out. But also make sure that you're charging your worth. You know what you're bringing to the table, especially if you are knowledgeable of it all. You bring it to the table. You want to ensure that you are charging your worth. And then Nicholas just said, hey, I'm not cheap, but he gets results. He already knows. He's standing in his truth right now. So the thing is, if you believe in that truth, you invest in it, and which I believe that you believe from these comments. So definitely
yes, let's go.
Connect. Yeah, connect with him, and that way you guys can get into the right program, and have that. He's already giving you a way in just by going to nicholasmarquis.com, biz her way, what he's offering you there. That's the way in, and from there, go further. You know what you want to do. You know what you want to make. Yeah, just go further from there.
Absolutely.
Anything else you want to add?
No. Do we have any other questions? Or are they good?
Let's see. Okay, so Tanya says she was trying to figure out if her limited budget could allow her to work with you.
So Tanya, here's what I would say, right? I want to gauge, do I have permission to coach you? I hope you say yes, because I can't see the comments, right? I think in anything, right? In anything that you get ready to invest in time, energy, or money, you have to evaluate, is it worth the investment? Number one, before you even know the price of anything, before you learn information, is this a priority for your business? So that's step one. And then step two is you need to understand what you can spend and what you're willing to invest in your business. Whether it's me, Sasha, or any of these speakers, then come to the table, learn what we have, and just see, right? Hey, I need help with my business. This is what I have. What do you have to offer? I remember when I invested in my first coach. So again, I paid for investing in a coach to teach me how to build my events business, my first business, and how to lock in corporate contracts. So that's how I got Coca-Cola, BET, Delta Airlines. I didn't have it. I just told you I was praying that the tow truck that pulled up outside wasn't there to get my car, right? I had to ask my friends to be investors. And the way that I did that, it wasn't just me borrowing money. I said, hey, I need to purchase this $2,000 program. I would like for you to invest in my business. And my goal is that within a year, not only will I pay you back, but I will pay you 5 times what you invested with me, right? Here's the thing, Sasha. Most business owners, because I work with a lot of new business owners too, most people who come to me are not that serious about their business. Mm-hmm. We have a side hustle. We say we want capital, but we're afraid to go after. Listen, if you want capital, it's time to ask your friends and family who will invest in my business. I will give you ROI, right? Hey, I have something valuable to bring to the world, and I'm willing to do what it takes and sacrifice to make it happen, right? To make success non-negotiable. So listen, go to nicholasmarkey.com/bizherway. And I want you to step into this. If you know you need help with your business, if you know that this will take your business to the next level, let's have a conversation in abundance and not scarcity, and let's figure it out. If this is what you need and it's going to grow your business, let's figure it out.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm going to say this one thing. One of my things, because we got like 15 minutes for you, so we could kind of fill in for some more people to do any more questions. I see that you do have somebody. You got some fans in the chat, so they're talking to Tanya too. I think
What's up, y'all?
So yes, Tanya, look at Bree's comment because she's vouching for Nicholas as well.
Woo! My crew.
Yes. So one thing I would say is this: one of the things that I did when I went through my transformation or transition, I was laid off in 2018. From a business I have been working at, for over 20 years or so forth. And I was dibbling into government contracting or wanting to do that before I got into it. By way of, I went to a conference, I was fired up, pumped up and everything right before knowing that I was going to be laid off. And there was this one, it was a husband and wife team. And they were like, oh, well, for the first time, we're going to teach you about how to do proposals. We've never done this before. Mm-hmm. So we're going to do a wait list. We did a wait list. I got on that wait list. Now I'm getting on that wait list knowing I have a job, right? So coming after a vacation, after Memorial Day weekend, June 1st was my last day. I was laid off. So I had that decision to make. Now, by this time we got the wait list, we got the email, and the investment was there. And I was like, oh my gosh, do I invest now or do I hold on to my coins? I know I'm getting a service package. I know I'm going to get, unemployment and things like that. But what do I do? Now, this may not be your situation out there, you guys, but if you're in a limited budget and you're still thinking about what can I do this or not, if somebody is showing you the fruits, you look at what it is that you can do, or like you said, have that conversation. I will always say to this day, the best investment I've ever made. Now, it's not Marquis, it's not Nicholas' investment, but this couple charged us $180 for 3 days. Them and just pick their brains. They looked over our stuff. Now, that's $180 for me. It could be something different for Nicholas, but he's showing you the fruits. But one thing I'm going to say is this: when you make any kind of investment, you can one day look back and say, this was the best investment I've ever made, because that 180 taught me how to do proposals for government contracting. I scaled 6 figures within 6 months of my layoff. Now, they were there in front of us. They proved the fruits. They were $1 million contractors, like billions.
Wow.
And they were willing to give their time. Nicholas is here right now. He's giving you time. And then also, he's giving you a free way to get in. Have the conversation, get into the first thing, see from there, because then he's going to bring more fruits. Also, we have the book, $4.99.
Yes.
$4.99 right now. You go ahead and go to Amazon. I'm going to drop the link in the chat. You go to Amazon, purchase the book. There's a whole nother layer right there. So as you're piecing together all of his strengths from the summit, from the freebie, from the book, hands down, next thing you know, he should have some clients. Yeah. So look at what you have. Look at the fruits that are in front of you. He's here. And just to show up for us in this capacity shows a lot. Not too many people who is on his level will sit here and say, I'm going to spend 30 minutes, almost 30 minutes with a group of people that, I don't know if I'm gonna get anything or not, but I know I'm gonna bring my A game.
Yeah.
Walk away with somebody,
Yeah.
right?
And you know what? Not only that, I mean, because again, we are in business, right? Everybody's business owners on here, and the goal of anything you do in your business is to grow your business. But I believe in the law of reciprocity, which says that if you give value, that you have no choice but to receive that in the same instance, right? So if I'm giving value, and this is a lesson for everyone, if you lead with giving value, you will definitely receive value, right? And then you disconnect from the result. So I have no expectations for today, right? I came to give value. Those who it's going to resonate with, you're going to find me. You can either find me on social media. You can go to nicholasmarquis.com, book a consultation. You can grab this link. You can read. Again, we want you to get the book, right? But if I give value out, value will return. Another thing I'm doing too, Sasha, for my community, everyone who opts in, you'll get more information about this because we'll email you. But we're going to do a book release party, like a virtual release party, where I'm going to be giving away some services. I'm going to be doing a live strategy call, coaching call, reading my chapter of the book. Because my chapter of the book, I talk about my 6-figure journey and some specific shifts that I made from the year that I started this particular business. I only generated $10,000. The next year I generated $64,000. Then I made these specific shifts, and by the end of the year, I looked at my tax documents, and I had made $129,888.88. That's how much I made, right? And then we scaled from there. So listen, take action, and yeah, let's talk. Let's talk about getting your business to the next level.
All right, that's amazing and awesome. I just put the link in the chat, you guys, to his offer that he has, because I know eventually the banner is going to go away, and you have the link in the chat. If anybody if anybody have any more questions to ask, this is the time to ask right now as we get out.
Pick away.
As we get ready to close out, because let's see. Yeah, we still good on time. So I think you have a lot of people in your team. I've been putting some of the comments up on the screen. And
my clients are here. Let's go.
Yeah, to see it. So they're being very supportive here, and actually talking about how you have helped them out, in working with them as well. So thank you so much.
See it.
Okay. Yeah, let me double back. Hold on, because I know you were talking at the time. Let's see. I have somebody named Bree talking about how she used to drag her feet. She drags her feet, yes. And also,
I mean, sometimes I feel that first of all, environment fuels your enlightenment. And what that means is that, sometimes we just need to be put in an environment where somebody's saying, hey, I know that you're a mom. I know that you're a wife. I know that you're a career woman. I know you volunteer for the church, in the community. When are you putting in time for your business, right? And sometimes that shift alone, just being in community, being in summits like this, where you're intentionally spending time in your business, helps you move the needle and get to the next level, right? And so that accountability, that coaching, those resources, putting yourself in an environment, just takes you to the next level. They say you're the sum of the closest 5 people to you, right? So audit your circle and replace some folks if you're not where you want to be.
Well, thank you so much, Nicholas, for those. That was amazing. Final last words. That was wonderful. Definitely connect with Nick. His information has been placed in the chat. Everybody will get, after the summit, as a thank you gift, you will get a package that's recapping a lot of the links and the freebies and things like that. So you will get that at the end of the summit as our thank you gift. So there is no reason for you not to miss the opportunities that are being provided for you. Sometimes you might say, well, I didn't click the link too fast, or I didn't write it down, or something like that. We got you. Okay. We got you. Just wait to the end. Okay. Wait to the end. But Nicholas, let me make sure there's not another comment or question. So Breed asks, what type of services do you offer?
Yeah, so again, I'm a coach and consultant. So for my highest level clients, I work with them one on one. I serve as their fractional chief strategy officer for their business. So think of me kind of like the Oliver Pope. Y'all know, y'all seen Scandal? Any Scandal fans? The Oliver Pope of business. So I'm in the boardroom with my clients, making decisions, helping them build strategy, making sure everything functions the way that it needs to for growth, all the way to my coaching packages, down to my membership community, and then all of my free content and training. So, again, you can go to nicholasmarquis.com to learn more. Find me on social media at Nicholas Marquis. And then the free gift today, where you get, and I'm not holding back, right? It's not fluff, it is literal strategy, teaching you what I just, going in depth of what I just taught you. nicholasmarquis.com/biz her way.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nicholas. It's been a pleasure being here. I know we're going to be in contact. Well, we already, you know, we got things to talk about and everything.
Yes, yes.
So yes,
Sasha, thank you so much for
thank you.
allowing me to grace this stage. Again, I
You're
know this is a
welcome.
women's summit, but the fact that you allowed, a guy to come up here and serve, I'm so honored. This is amazing what you're doing. And just my final words to everyone, at the end of the day, just remember that you deserve to thrive and not just survive. So thank you for letting me serve today.
You're welcome. And thank you also. All right. Enjoy your day. All right. Wasn't that good, everybody? Wasn't that good? I'm telling you, we're just up here bringing some amazing people to you, and we have more. So we're going to take a little quick 2-minute break, and I am going to be right back with our next guest.
Introducing the VIP Business Suite, a game changer for women entrepreneurs. You know, there's an old saying, the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. At VIP Business Suite, we believe every woman entrepreneur has the potential to change the world. And we're not talking about just running a business. We're talking about building something bigger, something meaningful. You see, business isn't just about making a profit. It's about passion. It's about purpose. And when you can align your vision with the right tools and support, that's when the magic happens. The VIP Business Suite isn't just another coaching service. It's a movement. We're bringing together a complete ecosystem of business development, marketing, branding, and PR done with you and for you. Why? Because your time is valuable. You're building the future. You don't need more tasks on your plate. You need smart, strategic support that helps you grow faster and smarter. Here's what you get: monthly coaching that's tailored to your business. Not generic advice. Not cookie-cutter solutions. This is about you. Done with you and done for you services that take the weight off your shoulders so you can focus on your vision. 2 pricing tiers so you can choose the plan that fits your needs. Simple, flexible, no commitment. Cancel anytime. A free online community of trailblazing women entrepreneurs. We're not just building businesses. We're building a tribe. Why? Because at the VIP Business Suite, we believe in more than just business. We believe in creating something that matters. We believe that when women entrepreneurs succeed, the world gets better. It's not just about what we're offering. It's about why we're doing it. We want to empower women to lead, to innovate, and to push the boundaries of what's possible. That's why we exist. Now, the question is, are you ready to change the world? Join the VIP Business Suite. The future is yours to build. Let's get started.
You know that moment when someone walks into a room, they captivate the audience, their presence fills the space, and they haven't even said a word. That's not luck, that's strategy. And here's the truth: most people think leadership starts with a title or a microphone, but it often starts way before that. It starts with how you show up. Hi, I'm Bria Johnson, Chief Style Strategist and founder of Iconic with Style. With nearly 20 years of combined experience in image consulting and leadership, I've helped high caliber women bridge the gap between how they feel and how they are perceived. This is so their image supports their influence. Long before I was styling women for boardrooms and stages, I understood the power of presence. Even as a little girl competing in pageants, I knew how image could shape perception. But it wasn't until years later, sitting in a leadership meeting, that I finally realized in that moment my wardrobe wasn't reflecting my authority of that position. That uh, that moment became what I always known instinctively into my life's work. Today I want to start the same conversation with you so you can show up aligned with the woman you are becoming. Most people hear style and they think fashion, they think trends, they think, oh, she's a fashionista, she must shop a lot. But real style isn't about impressing people, it's about informing them. Your wardrobe tells your story before you even speak. The question is, what story is it telling? Every time you show up on Zoom, in the boardroom, on stage, or even at brunch, your clothes are delivering a silent message. I'm prepared. I'm credible. I'm confident. Or sometimes they whisper the opposite. Today, I want to show you how to make sure your wardrobe is saying what your leadership intends without needing to say anything more, without needing to verbally introduce yourself. We've all experienced it before: misalignment. That moment you walk into a room and feel like what you're wearing doesn't match the weight of that particular moment. Maybe it's too casual for the space, or maybe you're playing it too safe for your power, for your authority. And suddenly you're aware of yourself instead of being present with your purpose and executing on your vision. That's what I call an alignment gap. But when your image and intention are aligned, everything changes. Your energy shifts. People perceive you faster. Opportunities, they open up more easily. They're also aligned more authentically. You lead with authority instead of forced confidence. That's why I say style isn't superficial, it's strategic. Inside my private client work, I teach something called the Iconic Framework. It's more than a strategy, it's a refined premium system that transforms the way women lead through style. Each letter represents a step that brings your internal leadership into visual alignment with your external presence. Let's walk through a high level overview of the framework, starting with I for identify. I want you to take a moment and ask yourself, who are you becoming? Style is about forward direction, not about past history. Think about when you were promoted from individual contributor to people manager. You had the skill, but the role required a new presence. The same applies to your wardrobe. What once represented competence must now communicate authority. You must build trust. That's identity alignment. Next is C for curate. What belongs in this version of you and what doesn't? We all have pieces in our wardrobe that belong to a past version of ourselves. You know, that job you outgrew? What about that relationship we healed from? Or that season we survived? But when you hold on to clothes that reflect who you were, it becomes harder to live in who you are becoming. Curate, Curating isn't simply about buying more, it's about choosing what still aligns with the transformation you're going through. It's a release and a reintroduction all at once. O is for optimized. Fit, color, and quality aren't luxury. They're key details that transform you to iconic status. Every woman knows the feeling when your sleeves are too long and you keep rolling them up, or are you pushing them back up? You're distracted, you're adjusting, shrinking instead of standing tall. That's not confidence. We know that's being self conscious. The details of fit and tailoring don't just change how you look, they change how you feel within your skin. N is for navigate. Build consistency so your look becomes your language, so you can silently command any and every room you enter. This is where style becomes effortless. It's the discipline of building consistency so you're not reinventing yourself every morning you stand in front of the closet. Think of it like a visual rhythm. What's your signature blazer or other signature piece? What are the neutral palettes that you like? Do you like black or navy blue? What is your go to power color that makes you feel alive, makes you feel like you're standing in your authority? When you navigate your wardrobe with intention, your look becomes your language, and that language communicates confidence. I is for integrate. Confidence won't be an act because your image strategy is now embedded into your daily life. Integrate is where everything clicks. It now all makes sense. It's the moment your style no longer feels like something you're putting on, it's just who you are. Your outfit choices start to reflect your goals automatically, not because you're trying, but because you've aligned from the inside out. This is what I mean when I say confidence stops being an act. It's not performative. You're no longer faking it. It's because you're breathing it, you're living it. It is now who you are. C is for continue. Make space for strategic image refreshes because change is the only thing that's consistent. So be sure your wardrobe evolves with you. Take a moment and think about who you were at 20 and who you became at 30. The goals, the priorities, even your energy shifted. So why would your wardrobe stay the same? Growth demands visual evolution. Every season of life deserves an updated expression of you. Because when you honor who you're becoming and not who you were, your choices start to feel intentional again. You start to be proactive versus reactive. And that's exactly what this roadmap is designed to do: help women make decisions with clarity instead of chaos. When this alignment happens, you stop dressing for events and you stop looking for the cute outfits on Pinterest. You start dressing for identity. That's the moment you evolve from asking, "What should I wear?" to knowing, "This is who I am." That shift is transformational because it changes how others are also experiencing you. One of my clients, an executive, told me after we worked together, "I didn't just feel different. People noticed a shift in my confidence. In spaces where I was usually overlooked, people were now looking towards me." That's not vanity, that's visibility. The kind of visibility you earn when your image and your leadership finally match. Most women focus on presentation, what they're wearing, but presence is how it makes you and others feel when you walk into the room. Presentation is what they see, but the presence is what they remember. And alignment connects the two of those. Now let's make this real. Think about the last time you had an important moment. Let it be a presentation, a client meeting, or even a big dinner. Now ask yourself, did my wardrobe match the woman I wanted to be in that moment? If not, don't judge it. Just observe it. That's the data, that's the awareness. The awareness is the first step towards alignment. This is what I teach my clients. Don't chase being cute, pursue being aligned. Once aligned, you'll have clarity, and clarity feels like confidence. Now, for the woman ready to take that awareness and turn it into action, I've created something special just for the Biz Her Summit. It's called the 5-Point Wardrobe and Image Audit. It's a 5-minute diagnostic that helps you see exactly where your image is in alignment and where it's quietly holding you back. It's fast, it's insightful, and it's the core of the diagnostic I use before every high touch client transformation. You can now access it at summit.iconicwithstyle.com. This is your mirror moment, a simple tool to see what your style has been saying about your leadership and what needs to evolve next. As you think about your next season, whether it's growth in business, maybe it's a career change, or a major life shift, your wardrobe can either pull you back or it can propel you forward. You deserve to show up as a woman your goals already know you are. So remember this, your wardrobe isn't decoration, it's declaration. And the moment it starts reflecting who you're becoming, not where you've been, that's when you lead like an icon. Because when you look aligned, you lead aligned. Thank you so much for spending this time with me, and I'll see you in the live Q&A right after this. Appreciate you all.
I know that was amazing and wonderful. And I do have Bria Johnson here with us today. Hey, Bria, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
I am well. I'm well. Look at you. You look so beautiful and vibrant and bright today. Thank you so much for showing up for us.
Absolutely. You know what? It's the lighting, let me tell you.
Hey, look, lighting does everything. As long as you look, that's look, the power effects.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's
So
amazing.
honored
So
to be here.
I'm good. So it's amazing to be able to see you face to face. I know we've talked and had conversations digitally, virtually, and
Yes.
over the phone and everything. So it's always good to see someone, not in person, but at least we get to face and
Absolutely.
everything. And that was amazing. I love how segue that in with, your look being like a hidden strategy for leadership and empowerment that way. And that is the part that when I did your bio in your introduction, it was like how you could just walk in the room. So
Yes.
having the right fit on to command the room, that's amazing.
Absolutely. It's all fit. I know people think about it like, oh, that's luxury to go to the tailor. It is truly in the details that really takes you, like I said in my video, to that iconic status. And you feel more comfortable when things fit correctly. You've been there before. I don't know, like depending on your body shape, if your pants are gapping in the back, you're not comfortable, you're self-conscious about it. And so that fit is really key to make sure you are commanding the space that you walk into.
That's amazing. Now, I will answer this question. It's not part of our question. This is my question for my Q&A.
Oh,
How important is shapewear?
so it really does depend. I think that's the thing about any wardrobe. It really is personal to the person.
Mhm.
Some people they have to have their shapewear. That is okay. It's also okay if you don't have shapewear, because there are certain silhouettes that can still accentuate your body and make you feel confident even if you don't wear shapewear. So I really believe it depends on the individual.
Okay, that's great that you said that because I know we have a mixture of people, different age groups and everything,
Yes.
and some people might be in that era where they grew up where the grandmother was like, "No, you can't walk out of the house with a slip on."
I'm trying to tell you, when I went to church every morning, my grandma said, make sure you had that slip on, and I did. So yes, I understand.
The
Yes.
stockings and everything, but then we got liberated.
And you know what? I can't do the tights, but that's for me. Some
I can't
people
either.
still do the tights, and it all depends on the individual style and the space that you're in. And it really has to be authentically you.
Hmm.
When it is authentically you, that's when it's easy, right? So yeah.
Awesome, awesome. We had one person say, "Bria, you broke it down." Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
you
Oh,
broke
let me
it
thank
down.
you so much. I appreciate that. I
Okay,
really do.
so I'm gonna put this question up here,
Okay.
because somebody was asking about shelters to take your clothes to. You have any recommendations or any ones that you've ever partnered with?
I mean, I always say look for your local shelters. Depending on your area. Of course, there are women's shelters that I have donated clothes to, but also the Goodwill. I don't know in some areas. I remember when I used to live in Rhode Island and style woman in Rhode Island, I took clothes to Savers. And so I say, if you have an organization that you're passionate about, that's where you donate your clothes. There was also this great program, Year Up, and they prepare students between the ages of 18 and 24 to go into the workplace. And
Mhm.
I donated my clothes there. So if you have something you're passionate about, that's where I say donate your items.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I want to, like, before I go through, I do have like 4 questions that we're
Absolutely.
going to ask you for the women and everything. But I do want to put this like little small plug in here because we're talking about clothing. You just mentioned about shelters. So of course, there are a lot of people know that we're going to Punta in March
Yes.
2026. And so one of the things, part of social responsibility, there is a women's shelter in Punta Cana that we are partnering with.
I
So
love
I'm not saying that anybody who's going to like pay a lot of money for these luggages to take clothes. But if you have maybe 1 or 2 things that you could fit into your luggage, let's try to do that if
that.
you're
Absolutely.
going. So that way there's a shelter abroad that you can actually impact as well. So I definitely
1000%.
put that in there. So let me go to these questions. So what is the very first step a woman can take if she feels her wardrobe is working against her?
Well, the reality is you can't edit what you haven't evaluated.
Mhm.
Okay. And so the first step, I feel like with anything, is awareness instead of just going out and replace.
Mhm.
Typically, what I hear is women are like, oh, I need to go on a shopping trip. I need to go get more clothes. And it really is stepping back, being aware, and that's when it shifts to being a strategy.
Mhm.
And so I always tell my clients before you add anything new, identify what your current wardrobe is saying about you.
Mhm.
Is it reflecting who you're becoming, or are you still in what you have outgrown? And so
Mhm.
I really say make sure you evaluate first. Once you see the patterns, what aligns and what doesn't align, then you can make an intentional updates that actually support your goals.
Awesome, awesome response. And then how does alignment show up differently for executives compared to entrepreneurs?
Yes, yes. I mean, so many different seasons. So executives really wear alignment for credibility. They really are about consistency across visibility. And so they are representing not only themselves, but also the organization that they represent. So their image has to project credibility, polish, and steadiness.
Mhm.
Now, when we think about entrepreneurs wear alignment for connection. So it's about differentiation and also what resonates in that context. So their wardrobe becomes a visual signature that helps their audience immediately recognize their brand because they become their brand. And
Mhm.
so, for example, let's take a real estate broker. How she shows up at the bank will be different how she shows up for a meeting when she a meeting for a seller when she's selling their home. Taking it a step further, it also can even change depending on the location of the home.
Mhm.
What works in a high end neighborhood won't build the same connection in a working class neighborhood. And so entrepreneurs' wardrobe has to represent their brand and allow for more pivots than executives. It's not as static and consistent because they have to be able to do those pivots because we wear many different hats when we're entrepreneurs.
Yeah. I love that you brought that up with that response, because I have seen people, sometimes you see people that their style is executive and they're entrepreneurs. They're really like they lean into that layer, and it could come from an executive position and going into entrepreneurship. And I know I had one person that was willing to work with me a few years back, and then he was just like, "Oh no, you have to have your style, you have to have your hair a certain way." I'm like, dude, that is not me. Like, no, I'm not structured in that way, because I know I like to shift. I like to change in my dynamic. So I'm not the one to have a bun in their hair all the time and you see me and I'm just like, no. Sometimes I like to do curls. Sometimes I like to wear these locks.
Exactly. And see, that's the thing about, you have many different hats. And then again, when you're meeting with someone, what is the context? What is the environment? That changes. And so you can't really put somebody in a box to take what they did in the corporate work world as an executive to transition into what you do as an entrepreneur.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, because that flexibility is there, guys. Now I will say this: if that's you, cool. Go with it. If you like that executive way, that's if you like it, love it. But do know that there's a flexibility for those who are still trying to figure it out,
1000%. And you said something, Sasha, that I have to do. It is all about, what is your vision? Who are you becoming?
Yes.
So what works for Sasha might not work for Bria, might not work for you. That is okay. That's what makes us unique. Just make sure that your wardrobe is representing who you are and the next chapter you're going into. So it is okay if you are executive, blazer, hair back in the bun. That is okay. It's okay if you want to do your curls. I love my curls. I have natural hair. As y'all can see, the curl is popping out right now. And so, that's what makes us beautiful.
Yes.
Right. And so it definitely, it has to be authentic to you and your vision.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Because I don't want anybody to be mad when they see us down in Punta Cana and I come out there and I got on some shorts looking cute, but I don't like being you. I love the heat, but I don't like being hot.
Authentically you. Yes,
absolutely. So tell me, what is the biggest myth about personal style that you wish every woman would unlearn?
Oh my goodness. The biggest myth is that style is really just about appearance. And the reality is, it's really about authority. Mm-hmm. The truth is, style is a non-verbal communication tool. And it influences perception, it shapes opportunity, and it even can quiet imposter syndrome. And it is so important. I say, I hope women don't dismiss it as style is extra. When that happens, it's unintentionally dismissing one of her greatest strategic advantages. Mm-hmm. And so I just say, style is not only about being seen, it truly is about being understood.
Yeah, I like that. And before I go to the next question, because one thing you said made me think about, not business related, but think about how many times we see like different movies and things, like Pretty Woman's coming to mind, but she has on this red dress and, it wasn't about it, but when she had on a certain outfit, a certain style, it commanded the room when she walked in.
Yes.
We have like movies like Princess Diaries and all these other things. And it's like every time somebody walked in the room with their style, everybody just stopped and stared. And then how many of you out there may have had, for some reason, that one day you had on that outfit and you walked in and you just felt like all eyes were on you, even though you were trying to, so that's just applying that same type of strategy, but is what Bria is talking about, having more of a style strategy for your business as entrepreneurs and having that right fit that's fitting for you and your flexibility and knowing that that's going to command the room. So I wanted to give that example because somebody be like, well, I know I have my clothes and I just walk in the room, but like, no, there's a command that's there with your stature. And then when you have your clothes on top of that, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute, who is she?
Yes, exactly.
sure.
Exactly. And I think about, Devil Wears Prada, love that movie too. But that's
Yeah.
another movie, right? As the assistant was going through her shift, she started commanding spaces. People started, paying attention into her, listening to her, taking her seriously.
Yeah.
And so, yes, I agree. That command is there even before you even open your mouth.
Wow, that's amazing how you pulling this together. So the last, and that's why I said it takes me to this question. So why do you say style is a hidden leadership strategy, and how does that shift the way a woman approach their image?
I say hidden because with most women, I hear one of two things. I either hear that their wardrobe is an afterthought when it comes to their goals. They've told themselves a story that what they wear isn't important.
Yeah.
The other thing that I typically hear from women is they think about their wardrobe only in terms of cute outfits. Like, oh, I need to go on Pinterest and get the cute outfits, see what the cute outfits are, instead of realizing it should be an extension of their authentic identity, which is directly tied to their vision. And so style is the first thing that communicates who we are. It communicates your competence, your confidence, and your clarity. And it tells people how to receive you. Like I've been saying, I know I sound like a broken worker, but long before you open your mouth. And so once a woman understands that, they stop seeing their wardrobe as vanity and start treating it as a strategy. And so they make faster decisions, their message lands more powerfully, and they show with steady confidence, not performative confidence. It feels very authentic to them. And that's what I mean by hidden leadership strategy.
Yeah.
It's not just about the old saying, when I look good, I feel good, which is true. But also for the woman I work with, it's about something deeper. It's really about wearing confidence and owning that moment.
Wow, that's amazing. That is, yeah, I love every bit of this conversation because it even had me forgetting that I put have your stuff here. I forgot to even get into this part. We just started talking about this. But yeah, so I'm just sitting here thinking because we have entrepreneurs and then we have people who are speakers that get into more of the thought leadership and they're showing up on stages and they make feel, oh, I have to have this certain look for here. The same strategy applies to them as well. And I want to say this because, for example, last weekend I had to speak in Charlotte, and I was talking about my topic was impact her and building an unstoppable brand. And I have this shirt that is actually one of my shirts that I've developed, and it's called Trust Your Dopeness. And because I was talking about an unstoppable brand impacting her, impacting worlds and stuff like that, and I'm just like, okay, a lot of that has to do with confidence building. When you want to build and you want to kind of build visibility and get out of your space, out of your own head and yourself. So as I was looking for, I had a suit, I packed a little mini closet. That's what I do. A mini closet. I knew what out of 4 or 5 outfits that I wanted to wear, but I chose to wear something relaxed, cute, relaxed, jeans.
I know what
little blazer, but I had on the Trust Your Dopeness shirt because I wanted to make a statement along with my talk. And so that was the strategic style that I did leadership wise. So when I walked in the room, they said, oh, well, she got on Trust Your Dopeness. Now you understood why, because I closed out saying, I got this shirt on and tied it into my talk. And so I'm just listening. I'm thinking about, oh, wow, this is so amazing because I did that.
Yes, you did do that. And even just the saying itself, like I said, it told people, trust being authentic to who you are.
Yes.
And I'm sure your talk was about and led and, went into that confidence building, but you already sent that message when you walked into the room, which also signals that you want people around you to also trust and be authentic to themselves. And I'm sure that allowed conversation, like people to come up to you and trust themselves and their authenticity. So I'm sure you had some deep, meaningful conversations and just not surface level conversations. So that is a great example, Sasha, of what I mean by it has to be in alignment and authentically you.
Yes, thank you so much. And we did. It was. I was just like, oh, because I'm still, a lot of times I'm that flexible and shifty when it comes to it. I, still try to feel, do I want to be casual cute today? Or how do I want to approach the stage? Do I want to go with jeans and sneakers? Like, what will fit my mood at that time? although I had on heels, my toes was about to go to sleep on me. I wish I had this boy.
That happens sometimes. It does. It happens sometimes. The heels, you feel like, okay, I'm ready to get out of these, although they were so
Oh,
cute and fit the moment.
that-
So
yeah.
I'm still there as a stylist. I can be honest. I'm there sometimes want to take the heels off.
Oh
So
my goodness.
yes,
Yes. But I ran to that car quickly. We had some
absolutely.
comments. We don't have questions, but we have
Oh, okay.
comments. So you can read some of the comments. But people,
Yes,
if you
let me
have any
see.
questions for Bria right
Please.
now,
I would
ask
love.
the questions. I know we all are here that we want to figure out our style
Yes,
and really get it to where we would love it to be that suits us, but also follow in alignment to what Bria is sharing with us today, because these are some great points in how you are, going to that leadership capacity. How do you want to view it? How do you want your clothes to speak for you before you even
absolutely.
open your mouth? Like, that is powerful. That is
And
powerful. Yeah.
And another thing that I will add too, I know sometimes when people think leadership, like they think like, oh, I have to be a people manager or I have
Mhm.
to be in the I have to be the CEO of a company.
Yeah.
We always hear about strategies about leading from where you are, and you
Mhm.
can have that influence without being a people manager or the CEO.
Yeah.
And again, if you want to command that space and make sure that what you're presenting is credible, trustworthy. Like this is where that color psychology comes into play.
Yeah.
Blue conveys trust in spaces, right? And so,
Mhm.
although you might not be a people manager, you might not be a CEO, the color that you're wearing, people will be attracted to come to you because of what you have on. And so, you can lead from many different places. Just don't think that you have to be necessarily a people manager or a CEO.
Yeah, yeah, because that's really good when you're bringing the color theory into that. Because trust, people see in blue, they kind of calm down a little bit.
Exactly.
They be like, oh, they're cool in the room. So you don't have to
Exactly.
dress down to make them feel like you're on their level, but you can still,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yes.
So we have a
Exactly.
little time. Do you want to share a little bit more on color theory and style as well?
Yes, absolutely. I can share some colors too. Like when I think about right now in your red, right? I think that is a perfect color to have when you are speaking with people and want to keep them energized, because red is that passion energy color.
Mhm.
And so you can tell by just your presence, and you're also embodying that energetic energy. And so that is how color can play into a speech if you're going on stage, for example, or even virtually, because now everything is so virtual. We have to figure out what are those nonverbal communication
Mm,
cues, i.e., our style, that can communicate and attract that energy. And so I think red was a perfect color for you to wear today in this virtual space,
yeah.
to make sure that the crowd is still energetic and connecting with you, although they're not physically in person with you.
Awesome, awesome.
Yes.
Well, I didn't think I would be the example, but when and it was crazy because I was just like, because usually I go with like my hot pink
Yeah,
because I just love the way because it pops. I think about colors
it
popping
does.
on the screen first, but I
Yes.
didn't think about it in this level. I was just like, wait a minute, I'm always going for hot pink. Let me just throw in the red because I don't give this one that much play. But let
Yes,
me throw in
I
the
think
red.
it's
It was
perfect.
crazy. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And then I do see a question here. Do you recommend solids more than prints? No, I'm a print person. You see, I got a print on. This is a print,
Mhm.
but it's also understated because of the colors.
Yeah.
Like again, I took into consideration what my background would look like, but I am a print person. And
Yeah.
so it does depend on the context that you are in. Today I really wanted to be able to connect with the audience, and so I didn't want to wear, like, I will wear leopard print. That is my print, that is my go-to. But for this environment, I would have probably projected not the energy that I was looking for, but I still wanted to stay true to myself. And so you see here I have this print on, but I still feel like I am projecting, authority, right? I want to
Mhm.
make sure that that's what I'm projecting. I want to project confidence. And prints do that for me. So again, it depends on the space that you're in.
Yeah, that's wonderful. You have another question as well. I'll put it on the screen.
Yes, can you discuss accessory layers and shoe accessories? Yes. So see shoes, I have probably I'm in the triple digits. I have a shoe problem. I will admit that. But yes, accessories can definitely elevate an outfit. It's so funny. If you go on my Instagram, Iconic with Style, actually one of my styling tips was about accessories. Like we can do it right here. If I start taking my earrings off and I start taking off my jewelry, it changes, right? How I'm presenting. And so settle items like accessories, earrings, a bracelet, a watch can also communicate. So I definitely recommend accessories, and layers as well too. I don't know where everybody lives. I live in the Northeast, so layers are a must. And so, for example, it also can change, the context. For example, sometimes I can wear a dress that may be strapless, but then when I put a longer shirt under it, it makes it a little bit more casual. And so that's something like that I will wear to a brunch, for example. And also the same thing with shoes. I think about shoe accessories just like I think about the earrings and the necklace and the additional pieces. So I'm definitely a fan of accessories. I think those are the small key details that can refine your look and also elevate it to another level.
That's really good. I love that demonstration too.
Yeah, so let me take it off. Let me put them back on because I'm like, I love my earrings.
Because one thing, us ladies, think about it. How often we run out of the house and forget our earrings or something. You feel so naked.
I go back.
I have to. One time I was a little too far, and I was like, oh, but it doesn't make you feel like you really feel like, especially if you're using accessories a lot. Now, I could go without a necklace, but the earrings.
I agree. The earrings, I agree. And that's the thing. You got to have your statement pieces because some people like bracelets. And it depends. I typically, for my personal style, wear bracelets when I'm doing something in the evening, like a gala.
Yeah.
But I know some people who the bracelet is what is authentic to them and in alignment with who they are. So wear the bracelet. And again, like you, Sasha, earrings those are my go-to for me.
Yeah, definitely. I've gone to the gym and it's like, oh, I forgot my earrings.
Yeah, I know. In the gym.
I need my earrings. So
I
do too. But
I leave the gym. That's the first thing I put on is the earrings. I just think it makes it just polishes the look. And again, that's any accessory. It doesn't have to be the earrings. But when I do dress people, I always make sure there is an earring. I believe in a combo of 3. So it could be an earring, a necklace, and a bracelet, earring, necklace, a watch, earring, necklace, ring, no necklace. Sometimes, depending on your neckline, you don't need a necklace. And so it could be earrings, ring, and a bracelet. But yes, I highly recommend accessories. A belt is also another accessory people don't think about. And so that is also another piece as well that I suggest. I just think it again refines your presence.
Yes, wonderful. But thank you so much, Bria, for being here. This was so amazing and awesome. I loved every bit of it. And Bria also is one of our authors in our book, Collaborative Playbook for Women Entrepreneurs in Silk this way. And so you had a lot of nuggets here live on this summit, but there's so much more in the book as well. So I would definitely advise you to get the book. Please make sure you do the reviews because we are claiming bestseller status, you guys.
We have it. It's already there. It's ours.
It's ours. Yes. With your help, it's ours.
It really takes a village, and this project just has been so wonderful. Like truly, when women come together, I mean, we excel at everything we do. So, Sasha, I just want to thank you and being the visionary and spearheading this. It has been truly an amazing experience. And I'm so excited for everybody on the call. Thank you all for joining us. And yes, please, send comments, do the reviews. But it has been amazing. So thank you so much, Sasha.
You're welcome. And make sure you guys, you connect with Bria. I have her contact information, her social medias, everything is here. But also as a reminder, you will get a package after the event as a thank you gift. And we're recapping all the free gifts. Oh, did you have an offer of anything that you wanted?
That was the summit.iconic with style.
Okay.
And is there a chat here?
There's the main chat. Yes, you can chat.
Okay.
Put it. Let me if not, we can put it in the booklet as well.
Okay. Yep.
I'll put it in chat. What is it again?
Thank you. I'm just trying to I want to make sure I'm doing the right one. It's summit.iconic was, but let me type it to make sure because I want to go to summit.iconic. Sorry, y'all. I don't want to give. Let me see here. Yep, perfect. All right, I'm gonna drop it in the
Okay.
main. Oh well, okay. I think I have to. Oh, here it is. Studio chat.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody gets this, right? What I just dropped in there. Is that it?
Well, actually, I can copy. That's let me. I can copy.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll put it in the primary chat because I can't. I don't know if you can see it on your end or not.
Okay. Thank
But
you for
it's
adding.
in here now. You're so welcome, and we'll make sure it's recapped in the package as well
Yes.
as a thank you gift. But thank you so much, Bria, for being here. It's been a pleasure. I'm looking forward to
Absolutely.
connecting with you more.
Yes, absolutely, Sasha. We'll talk soon. Thank you so much, everybody.
You're welcome. Bye bye. All right, you guys. Wasn't that amazing? Wasn't that awesome? And we have our next speaker. Let me see who we have on our lineup. Let me see where we are here. Get my little trusty notes. All righty. So we up next we have Rosie. We have Coach Rosie, you guys. So let me get her information up here, and I am going to introduce her to you. 1 second. All righty. Okay, let me get. Oh, I thought I had. Look, I was not ready, you guys. Let me get this. Go back to my next. I got different screens on my phone that I'm working from. All righty. So, are you ready for Coach Rosie? I want you to throw hearts in the chat. Throw them all in there, so in that way you can show her some love as she's coming on. Rosie Thames, I believe that's how you pronounce her last name, also known as Coach Rosie, is retired U.S. Air Force veteran. Thank you for your service, ma'am. Turned best-selling author, award-winning speaker, and elite book coach. So she is a book coach, guys. As the founder of Coach Rosie Empire, she empowers high-achieving women to unmute their voices, write powerful stories, and build profitable platforms with purpose. A proud Jamaican born leader, Rosie blends faith, fire, and fearless storytelling to help others turn their mess into a message and their story into a legacy. And if you are ready, I want you to throw your hand claps and everything. Hold on, I saw Rosie in here. Did she drop off by accident? Oh, she may have dropped off by accident, you guys. Hold on. Let me check on her real quick before I bring her up. All right, hold on. Okay, so let's do this real quick while we're away. She may have lost connection because she was here. So let's go to, let me see what I have for you guys. Let's see what we can do. I'll let you guys take a quick little break. Well, actually, no, let me come back on screen. I'm not going to let y'all take a break. Let me just talk to you guys for a moment. All right, I haven't talked to you in a minute. I was on screen for a long time, talking to you for a very long time this morning, and I wanted to come back, see how you feel. How are you feeling right now? Are you loving what you're hearing? We were very strategic about bringing a lot of people to the platform. Everybody that I have looked at, I've checked out and everything to make sure they were bringing you the absolute best, fire down, valuable gems and points and everything that they can have, because we are here to empower women entrepreneurs, mind, body, and business, you guys. So Rosie is back, and I'm going to go ahead and bring her on because I've already read her bio. Hey, Rosie, how are you? You on mute. How are you doing today?
Hey, everybody.
Awesome.
There
Well,
we go.
are here, girl. All right. I am looking forward to what you have to offer and what you're going to present. I'm going to give you the stage and you take it away.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon, good morning. I don't know where people are joining from, but hello, everybody. I am Coach Rosie Thames. I live here in San Antonio, Texas. I'm so glad that the temperature is cooling down a little bit over here, but it's been such a pleasure working with
Coach Sasha and being on this journey with the Biz Her Way collab. And so today I want to talk about your message. I want to talk about turning your authority, becoming that authority in your space, from author to authority, right? And a lot of times people don't know how to use their story the right way. People don't know how to position themselves with their story. And I wanted to talk about that, share some nuggets with you, some things that I've learned along the way that was mind blowing, some mindset shifts that I had to take on over the past 4 years being in this space. So I want to know if you are ready to learn how to take your life and your business to the next level. Drop it in the chat. Let's say next level, next level, next level. Okay. All right. So just a little bit about me and my journey as I become an author. Sasha read my bio. I'm Jamaican. So if you hear an accent or accident, as some people call it, listen, I'm Jamaican, y'all. So don't judge me. All right. So I'm Jamaican. I came to the States in 2001 and I joined the military back in 2001. And it was a great experience. There were some sacrifices made, but great experience overall. I served my country honorably. And I've learned some stuff. I've learned discipline, resilience, and how to face the adversities that comes with life and how to rise above it. So I took that with me in this coaching space. Everything that I've learned from the military, I apply it. And right before I was getting to retire from the military, y'all, your girl did 20 years. I know what hard is. I didn't want to do hard post-military, right? I wanted to go on the beaches of the world and live my best life. That's my dream. That's my goal. And so I know I didn't want to work for nobody else. I know I wanted full freedom. And I was wondering, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? And while I was trying to figure out my next step in life, right, a friend of mine called me up and she said, Rosie, I've been following your journey on social media and I've been sharing some things that I was going through, how I overcame them with faith and resilience and just, seeing the positive things in life, right? And she was inspired by that. And she was like, Rosie, I'm a part of this anthology. I think you should consider it. I'm like, anthology, what are you talking about? What's an anthology? And she's like, yeah, girl, yeah, it's a book collaboration. I think you should share your story. Look into it. She gave me the details of how I can, join the anthology. And I was blown away, y'all, because I thought that becoming an author, you have to be some celebrity, some big name people like Joyce Meyer, Sarah Jakes Roberts, TD Jakes, those people up there that are New York Times bestselling authors. That's what I thought you have to be in order to become an author. I didn't know that, everyday working class people can also tap into this world, share their stories, and leverage their stories. So once I made that investment and became an author, it was a game changer, okay? My mind was blown wide open. But here's the first thing I want you to think about and what I want you to write down. You have to believe in yourself and you have to believe in your story. But even if you don't believe in yourself, and even if you don't believe in your own story, somebody else will believe in your story and in you more than you do. And sometimes you have to borrow the belief of somebody else in order to propel you into your destiny, in order to push you into your purpose. Sometimes you have to borrow somebody else's belief because sometimes we don't see ourselves the way other people see us. And while I was at a conference this weekend in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, there was a speaker, Jamal Valier. He talked about this. He said a butterfly doesn't know what the color of its wings is, right? The butterfly can't tell you the details of its body and everything on it. Somebody else to tell it what it looks like. And that's what it is with you and I. Somebody else will have to see us and the beauty and the awesomeness that we possess and let us know what that looks like, right? Because we don't see it ourselves. So that's one thing I want to start off with, and I want you to take note of that. When it comes to your dreams and the things that you're going after, you have to believe so much within yourself. You have to believe so much within your story. And even if you don't have that belief yet, borrow somebody else's belief of you. Okay. So I want to share that with you. Now, what happened during my journey is when I retired the military, let me tell you, it's like life pulled the rug from underneath my feet. Okay. Everything I had worked hard for was just taken away from me in just like that. So it's basically, it's like starting all over again. But that's all right, because one thing I've learned is this. When you're talking about sharing your story, making an impact in this world, you need to be able to not just bring the message, but you have to be the message. And I want you to also take note of that. Don't just bring a message into the marketplace. Don't just bring the message on stage speaking to people. You have to become that message. If you're going to tell your story to make that impact and to make a profit and to step into your purpose, you have to become that message. So the things that come our way as far as adversity, what we have to do and learn is to turn it around and use it as an advantage. Okay, because nobody likes a boring story. Nobody likes to hear, oh, I was born great, I'm doing great, oh my gosh, my life is great. No, they want to hear the roller coaster. Okay, if you go on a roller coaster ride and you keep going up, 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 boring. That's a boring ride, right? But if you're on a roller coaster and it goes up and it goes down and it goes around and you're like, oh my God. And then you come off that ride and you're like, oh my goodness, that was the best ride ever, right? That's what life is. Life is a roller coaster ride. It's going to be up, down, the curve. You're going to be scared, but it's going to be an enjoyable ride. It's going to be one heck of a ride that you will never forget. And that's what life is. And so you have to take those things that, life gives you, whatever it is, those curveballs or whatever. Sometimes you're going to be on the high. Sometimes you're going to be on the low. You're going to be in the valley. But whatever it is, it's all a part of your story. And it's going to make an epic story that you're going to use and tell the world, right? And even if you don't tell the world, whoever you share it with, it's going to impact their lives. So I want you to don't waste your story. Nothing that we've been through is supposed to be wasted. It's all supposed to be of value to somebody else. And I'm going to go into that later as I talk about your story and the power of your story. So first is the mindset. You have to overcome that mindset, your limiting beliefs. Believe in yourself, believe in the power of your story, borrow somebody else's belief. That's the first thing before you can get into the next phase of standing on your story and the power of your story. Okay, so what I wanted to talk about is everybody here knows Oprah Winfrey, right? I'm pretty sure everybody knows Oprah Winfrey. One person that so many people admire. And this woman is definitely, a role model for so many people when it comes to overcoming adversity and using it to their advantage. So for Oprah, right, at the age of 9, she was abused. And I want to go through this because I want to share with you how significant your story is and why now is the time to start telling your story. So at the age of 9, she was abused. At 14, she gave birth to a child who sadly passed away shortly after. At 19, she was fired from her first TV job. And she was told she wasn't fit for TV at all, right? The audacity of that statement. At 22, she faced constant rejection and criticism. At 23, she hit rock bottom and nearly gave up on broadcasting. But she leaned into one thing she did better than anyone else, and that's connecting with people. Here's how you connect with people: your story. You connect with your story. People do business with those they like, know, and trust. And the best way for people to like, know, and trust you is if you tell your story, your journey. How did you get to where you're at right now? Right? So at 33, she launched the Oprah Winfrey Show. So that's at age 32. At 33, she won the Academy Award nomination for her role in The Color Purple. Okay, that was an epic movie. And by 35, it was the #1 talk show in America. 49, she became the first Black woman billionaire in. So I'm about to be 45 next month. So, I still got time to get to that, billion, right? We still have time to get up there, right? No matter if you hit it at 50 in your 60s. I mean, you can achieve success at any level as long as you are in the game and you are staying in the game, right? So today, Oprah is worth $2.5 billion and is one of the most influential women on earth. What's the lesson in this? The lesson is your past doesn't define you. Your pain can become your power. Just keep showing up, keep building, and keep believing. So that's the message I want to leave with you. Everyone watching today is keep showing up. Keep showing up. We're at the 4th quarter of the year, the last stretch of 2025. And I know we all hear the saying, finish strong, and that's great. We want to finish strong. We want to sprint through the finish line like Usain Bolt. But even if you cannot sprint to the finish line, y'all, I want you to make it to the end. Just cross that finish line. Even if somebody have to pull you to the end of that finish line, I want you to make it to the end of 2025 because there's so much in store for you. So 5 reasons you should tell your story today. I want you to write this down. Story is an acronym. It's a framework. It's a lesson. S. The S is in story stands for solution to somebody else's problem. So I want you to look within yourself and look over your life and write down one experience that you've had that you overcame that somebody else can learn from your experience. Your story is a solution to somebody else's problem. I want to see it in the chat, okay? That I want you to put my story is a solution to somebody else's problem. Because let me tell you something. You can literally save somebody else's life by telling your story. You can literally do that. And what Sasha is doing with her brand and her business, Brighten Stories, you have a platform, you have an opportunity working with her to share your story, right? In an anthology, just like I told you how I started on my journey. So there's so many opportunities for you to get it out there, people to help you to pull it out and to package it, right? And get your story in this world. So your story is a solution to somebody else's problem. Your story, I want you to write down the T, is transformational. So the T in story is transformational. What story do you have, right? Where there was such a huge transformation, whether it's fitness, right? You lost that weight and people are telling you, oh my gosh, like, how did you do that? What was your story? What did you do? What's your weight loss transformation? They want to know that because somebody else is looking at you as their hero and they want to get to that place that you're now at. So what story can you tell that can be a transformation for somebody else? They want that same transformation also, okay? Your story offers hope. The O in story is offers hope. What I tell my clients all the time is your story is someone else's survival guide. Somebody else will be able to look at you and what you've gone through, the divorce, the financial hardship. You lost your job, but now you're building a business and you're building an empire and you're dominating, right? In that space. They're looking at you like, man, if you went through that, if she went through that, if he did that, he gone through that, and now he's a multimillionaire, six-figure income earner, whatever the case may be, right? They're seeing you as that hero and you're giving them hope. So I want you to write down an experience that somebody can look at you and they can have hope. They don't have to throw in the towel and give up on life. The R in story is results. Your story can give results, right? So what does that mean? You're helping somebody to get that transformation I talk about, right? So you are now sharing your strategies and the things that you have done to get to where you are now. You are helping them as a coach, a consultant, whatever capacity you're working in. Now you're helping them get that result. The same thing that you have gotten through your experience. How powerful is that? So this is my command for you. This is what I want you to do, right? The why in story is yield to your story. Say yes to your story, because somebody's life is dependent on you to tell your story. So there's no more holding back. You have a powerful story. People are waiting. The world is waiting for you to tell that story. I want you to now reach out, seek help, and get that story told. So before, I'm going to wrap it up real quick, but one quick nugget that I want to give to start you off on this journey of telling your story. And like I said, there's so many people here to help you. Sasha is an incredible coach that she can help you. There's so many coaches out here that can help you with your story. But if you can make a post on Facebook every day, which is about 250 words, you can write your book. It is so simple. So if you do 250 words per day, within a week, you're writing over 1,700 words. That's a chapter to a book. That is a chapter in an anthology. So I want you to put that formula down. 250 words per day. In 7 days, you'll write a chapter. In less than 30 days, you'll have a book. You don't have no more excuse. So get that book done this year. If not, make sure you do it next year. So that's my story, y'all. And Sasha, I definitely am so grateful to be a part of this experience, Biz Her Way. I am so excited for all the speakers and what you have going on. I know you have some exciting stuff coming up in the DR. It is really exciting. I love it. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this experience, ma'am.
You're so welcome. And thank you for your service. And thank you so much for being here as well. Did y'all enjoy that? Do you have any questions for Rosie? Anybody? Oh, somebody said they can't. Well, let me put this up here. Now, I'm going to tell you, I know Rosie is giving roses and flowers, but she is amazing. She is an author success coach herself. And so this is what she does. And so if you want somebody who's going to be very passionate about helping you getting your story out, definitely connect with Rosie as well. This is her thing. And I definitely appreciate all your kind words, but we're going to shout each other out, my love. We're going to shout each other out. I love your energy and everything that you bring to the table. And I know that the success that you have happened for other authors and they're really showing their story, because the story is very important. It's very important. And it's about how many ways you can share it as well. And for entrepreneurs who are getting to the space of, building visibility and having that ecosystem around it, the book is one thing. It is definitely, somebody called it one time the business card, one of the new business cards.
Steroids. Business card on steroids.
There you go, on steroids, guys. So definitely connect with Rosie in doing so. I think there was some more questions. Let's see. Oh, okay. I think Tony, were you in the Air Force too? I know she was in the military. We have a lot of military people here.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just wanted to see if there's anything else. No, that is everything. So, like I said, if you're looking to share a book, start a book, start your story, definitely connect with Rosie. I have her information listed, and also it will be in the package of information as well as we send everything out to you guys. And do you have any final words you would like to close out with?
Listen, there is no more playing small, y'all. God has put everything inside of you to be successful. No more trying to, search here, there, and everywhere. It's inside of you. Your story is within you. And as long as you connect with the right people and be coachable and teachable, you will be successful, and you will be pursuing purpose, right? So like I said, the year is wrapping up, finish the race, but next year you have tools, you have people to help you to even start strong and finish stronger. So with that, Sasha, thank you again for the opportunity to be here
You're
and to
welcome.
share my story.
You're welcome. And thank you again. Thank you. All right, you guys, that was Coach Rosie. How did you like that? You enjoyed it, right? I told you, we do a fire thing over here on This Away Virtual Summit. And just to let you know, okay, we talked a lot about the DR trip and everything. And I did mention that for every attendee who is registered, will get $100 off of the attendee cost for the event. And I'm trying to see what my did I put my little stuff up here about the DR? I don't think I did. That will be up here later. I'll share it later. But yes, the dates are March 25th through the 29th. We'll be in Dominican Republic. We'll be in Punta Cana at the Dreams Royal Beach Resort. 4 days, 3 nights. And if you love all this fire content that's here virtually, that's what we're bringing to the DR. So I know you say, okay, Sasha, why the DR? Why can't we just stay in the States? No, why? Why should we stay in the States, right? We should be able to go to wherever we want to go with a summit that will take people away from the norm, from the everyday. And people, we love to travel, right? We love beautiful islands, right? We love the beaches. We love the music. So I'm taking you somewhere that I love as well. Dominican Republic is very near and dear to my heart. I do have family there. So I'm not just taking you anywhere. I'm not just, doing my finger on the map like, oh, let's go here. No, I do have a presence there in the Dominican Republic. I do business there as well. I have another event. I have done events, destination events there as well. So definitely know the area. So you are in good hands when you go to the Dominican Republic with me. Just make sure you have your airfare and your passport. Your passport is current. Make sure you look at that passport now and see what you need to do if you're going to be less than 6 months, expire if you really want to go. But I will definitely send out more details, and we'll get more into it a little bit more later because we are approaching our time for our next speaker shortly. But definitely put that on your radar, March 25th through the 29th. Go ahead and check those calendars now. If you don't have anything on it and you're thinking about going, definitely go ahead and just pencil in Biz Her Way Power Summit. It's the Power Summit in Punta Cana. We're still empowering women entrepreneurs, mind, body, and business, but our next level of subtitle or theme to it is Build Loud, Lead Legacy. And so far we have some amazing speakers lined up. We have, we're covering, if you're into real estate investment, we're doing that. If you're into wanting to know how to make your business more compliant, we have that. We have career strategies. We have leadership. We have, I'm going to be there talking about my framework, Evolve, a little bit more. I'm going to touch on Evolve a little bit here. And then also one thing that is near and dear, did I put this in here too? I am slipping. I didn't even put, I have my video here. Yes, I have the video. So I'm gonna show you my video in a little bit. But I have been developing apps. I have this amazing app called Moolah Fox that we are in beta right now. And we've launched it. We're in beta. And it is an amazing financial management ecosystem. So if you are working with QuickBooks or Xero or anything like that, trust me, it is it on steroids. The app is AI powered, is agentic. It has the foundation for, anybody who's in business to track their income, track their expenses, and so forth. But what we do is take it another level. We actually do. My eyes are burning right now. We actually do financial literacy in that. So we have a teaching component to it, so you can understand the why behind your numbers. Like a lot of times we can fail in getting our numbers together, like throughout the year. Sometimes we don't know our numbers until we hit the end of the year because we're trying to get ready for tax season, right? So it is a tedious process, but I feel like if we add a very fun component to it, make it learning as well as tedious, that's the tedious part. But if you're learning about it, if you're understanding why your profits, what's going to make your profit margin, what is your margins, what are all these things that you need to know? Because if you're going for investors or if you're going for loans, as looking in those numbers a little bit more, you want to know the why behind it. And even if you do work with an accountant or a bookkeeper or anything like that, and if they're doing that correctly, they should be asking you those questions. Hey, you fell short here. This is what the strategy is that you need to do to get to this level. This is what we do with Moolah Fox. So we have the Moolahverse in there. So that's the educational center. We also have a vetted list of professionals, financial professionals that is in the app as well, that you can actually say, hey, you know what? I'm tired of this AI thing. I need a live person. We have people there for you as well. So Moolah Fox is everything and anything. And it's, like I said, it is QuickBooks on steroids. We are what QuickBooks ends at. We begin with everything else. So we also have the AI coach. So it is like a financial coach as well. So that's the one that's telling you about your numbers. It's congratulating you when you hit your numbers, and so you're tracking your information. And one thing I love about it the most, yes, I did a total brain dump in this thing. The one thing I love about it the most is the fact that we are niched. So we have categories. So if you're a nonprofit, if you are, say, if you're an athlete, it has NIL deals. If you are have a restaurant or food trucks, or if you're in construction, sometimes there are different layers to your financials that you have to account for, that you need to look at. So we have those things niched now, even down to the beauty industry. If you're a salon, have a salon or barber or you're doing massage therapy or so forth, we have so many different niches, and I think it's over 18 that will actually help you in that capacity. So we do have beta. And while I'm talking, let me go ahead and just show you my quick little video and show you what we do have, and we'll be back with our next speaker. Yep, it's not playing. Well, it'd be nice if it was playing, but it's not playing. So, but I'll fix that and show you later. But it is Moolah Fox. I love it. It's a great playful thing. Oh, and you can earn coins within the Moolahverse as well. And as you refer people, I love to have like a little a meme coin type theme Moolahverse. That's what you earn coins, and yeah, it's all the good stuff. So anyway, let me stop talking. Let me see what my time looks like, and I could go ahead and bring up my next speaker. So, but you guys, you're loving it so far, everybody, and then I will throw in the chat information about Moolah Fox as well. Yes, AI can assist you, definitely. Thank you so much. Yes, this is awesome. Thank you so much. All the congratulations. Thank you so much. Yeah, like we really did. I know that people will think about AI. It is AI powered, it's AI agentic. So I have AI agents doing a lot of the work, but my AI power is based off of my GPT that I developed. That is the brain behind it. And but I did it in every capacity that it can actually voice back to you what it is that you're looking for. So people may say, oh, well, AI can't take over bookkeeping. No, we're not looking for it to take over bookkeeping, but it can actually enhance it. It enhances what the entrepreneur needs to know as they go to the bookkeeper or the accountant or the CPA and so forth. But I did hear somebody say once, oh yeah, it's not going to do anything, because one thing, AI cannot, they don't know your financial story. Well, I beg to differ. So in Moolah Fox, it has the conversation with you about your financial story, and then it will actually prompt you to help make better financial decisions for your business. Also, there's a debt plan in there. Like it's a lot of stuff. When I tell you I did a brain dump because I know for entrepreneurs, it is accounting for this stuff is not like what we want to do. We want to make the money. And if you're strapped and you're a solopreneur, sometimes you really haven't gotten to that place of, wanting to hire or have the money to hire somebody, but you will pay the money for QuickBooks. So what we did is we did all of this within this app. So in that way, you can have the best of both worlds without having to pay a lot of money, right? So, if you go to a bookkeeper, you're going to be paying that money. If you're at QuickBooks, you're going to pay the money, but you're not going to get all the extra that you need. So we brought both of the worlds together for you guys. So on that note, I will work on my little video because I can show it to you because I love my little Moolah Fox. He's so cute. He's so cute. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get us ready for Erin Baker. She's going to bring some more information to you guys. And let me get everything reset up and I will be back. All right, you guys, are you ready for the next speaker, who is Erin Baker? All right, so let me introduce you to Erin Baker. Growing up with undiagnosed autism, ADHD, and anxiety, Erin Baker, MED, knows firsthand the struggles of being misunderstood in school, the workforce, and beyond. As a single mother to a teenager with his own autism, ADHD, and anxiety challenges, she has navigated the K-12 school system while also working for higher education for over a decade and continued her own learning. Her passion now is to help others before they struggle too much, burn out, or have their own nervous breakdown. All right, so I want y'all to welcome Miss Erin Baker to the platform. Hello, Erin. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing well. How are you, Sasha?
I am wonderful. I am wonderful around here. I don't know. My eyes are burning. Everything I've just like tore up over here. But you know what? It's been great. And I think it's because all of these great people just throwing all these fires out here on my side, and I'm just feeling it. So it's just it's amazing.
And that app is fire. I want to be one of the first people that's on the list for that app. So I'm with you on that one.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. All right. And I'll definitely get that information to you. All right, you guys. So this is Erin Baker, and I'm going to go ahead and go backstage, and I'm going to help you with your slides.
Perfect. All right. So here I'm really going to talk about a beautiful mess that has been a massive refocus of mine. And really what it is about embracing the chaos that is life, that is the inevitable that is life, and owning your badass. And so I do apologize. We might have a little bit of swearing during this presentation, but it's all really worth it. And it's really about now being the perfect time to thrive, not survive, and kick some major booty. So go ahead and the next slide there. Just a little bit about me. You can see that, like, yes, I get professional pictures taken because, you know, people like to see a professional face, but I'm a real person. I'm a mom with a kid, with a teenager, right? And not only do I struggle with a lot of the real things and struggle with ADHD and autism and everything like that, but I actually had an actual nervous breakdown that ended up with me in intensive inpatient and intensive outpatient care because, besides the fact that I had been undiagnosed with autism and ADHD for 40 plus years, it caused this perfectionism in me. And I know that it is not exclusively female, but I know a lot of our female entrepreneurs and just entrepreneurs in general can really align with that, of like feeling like there's so many balls to struggle. And me, I'm a single parent, and I've been a single parent for almost 16 years with my son with special needs. And so there's a lot of chaos everywhere, and it's messy and it's uncomfortable and it's, oh my gosh. So if we go to the next slide, it really talks about, like, all right, beautiful mess. What does that really mean? You might be in a relationship, you might not be in a relationship, but all of us have to do this ridiculous thing called adulting. Blah. And that we waited so long to be able to do, you know, with our parents and everything else like that, is like, we wanted to be the adults. But now that we are adults, we have to pay bills. We have to do all of this executive functioning, and we have to do things when we don't want to, and when they're uncomfortable, and like, holy bananas, how am I going to pay those bills and all that other kind of stuff, right? And at first, we don't really know who we are, and we're kind of going on this journey. And then as we start to collect things and we start to collect lessons, sometimes we don't realize that a lot of this stuff was built on unhealthy core messages. And that's what I realized when I was forced to take a break and reevaluate things, because I had that nervous breakdown. And it really had me start to take a look at, okay, so first of all, acceptance. All right. Anything and everything that I do, I'm always going to do the best that I can. And for me, and I'm sure a lot of you, the best that I can is 185%, right? Whether that's parenting, whether that's me taking classes, whether that's me being a business owner, or me being an employee, or me being a friend, or me being a daughter, or, you know, any of the things, right? And I take all of this stress and all of this pressure on me. No matter what I do, there is still chaos. There is still mess. There is still all of those things out there. Even if I do everything perfect, which I'm sure most of us know that there is no such thing as perfect, that there's still going to be things that happen that we don't want to happen. I am not only a success coach, but I help students of all ages to be successful. And not just successful, but ace every class, eliminate barriers, and all this other kind of stuff, right? And my kid was struggling so much and would not let me help him. So he was going to fail out of high school, and he was going to be held back, and we were going to have to wait until he was old enough to be able to take the GED. I mean, oh my God, I help other people be successful, and this was happening, right? And it's like, obviously we have imposter syndrome of, oh my God, nobody's going to listen to me anyway, right? And in order to be an entrepreneur, in order to tell your story, like in this book and things like that, you have to own what your story and what being an expert means. It doesn't mean being perfect, because again, we already acknowledge there is no such thing as perfect. What it means is being able to take your story, being able to take those situations and learn from them. So from that situation with my son not letting me help him, I had to learn that I had to mourn. I had to bawl my eyes out, ugly cry that I had failed, that I had let my son down, and that he's not going to have those opportunities, that whatever he puts his mind to, he's going to be able to do it. And I had to truly and earnestly mourn that and accept that. That is what acceptance is. And then, because it doesn't stop there, right? The next step is, how do we address those unhealthy core messages? Even if my child had failed out and all this other kind of stuff, does that mean that I had failed as a mother, as an entrepreneur, as a person who helps other people be successful? No. Like Coach Rosie was saying in the last presentation about owning your distorted thinking and your limiting thoughts. Just because something happened in a way that I didn't necessarily want to or anticipate it, doesn't mean, oh my God, I'm a failure and everything I do fails, right? That black and white thinking that we do when we're going down in the dumps. And this is when this step here in the middle that talks about self-care is not optional. So if you're a perfectionist in the room, raise your hand. If you are a mother in the room who has a billion responsibilities on your plate, raise your hand. If you are an entrepreneur in the room or a solopreneur in the room, raise your hand. Okay. I know we know that self-care is important, right? I knew that it was important. And they even have a wonderful phrase that I hate still to this day. That says you have to put the mask on yourself before you put the mask on others. And this is something that if you've flown, that's a thing that they say about, just in case the cabin loses pressure and stuff like that, you have to put the mask for air, for oxygen on yourself first before you put it on anybody else. Well, I flew with my baby. My son was like 9 months at the time. And that's when I really got stuck on this. I was like, no, are you kidding? Of course, I'm going to help my child before I help myself. Here's the deal. I cannot help my son to go through hard things and to accept hard things and to ugly cry, bawl my eyes out, accept things if I don't do it first. I cannot pour into him if I have nothing left. It took me a nervous breakdown, a literal nervous breakdown. I'm talking, I could not go to work. My entire life completely changed. And I was in inpatient and intensive outpatient care, learning, oh my God, you have to let go of these really insanely unhealthy core beliefs. And at first, the only way I could convince myself to do it, self-care, is I convinced myself that even though it's called self-care, I'm doing it for my son. I'm doing it for my partner. I'm doing it for the people that I serve. Because if I don't fill me up, there's no way I can help them. If I'm keeled over and can't get out of bed, I can't help them. So I looked at that self-care as care for them. And if I truly care for them, I would take the time to do the stuff to make sure that I was not an empty vessel. And that is probably the hardest freaking thing ever. After that, it was really about being intentional. And I know we say things like about being intentional, and like right now, really hot word for entrepreneurs and everything else like that is about being authentic. And here's the deal. If you don't know who you really are because you're people pleasing, because you're solving everybody else's problems and you're not addressing your own, I'm sorry, but no matter how hard you try, that's not authentic. You can't be authentic if you don't take the time to be raw and ugly and horrible. And you have to do it intentionally. Something that I have found since then is that, all right, how many of you have tried affirmations? Anybody? And you might be rolling your eyes right now, and that's okay. Because the vast majority of us have done that same thing. I have an entire program about affirmations, but how to do them right. For me, for example, I had to make them have cuss words in them. That was the only way that I could do positive affirmations and intentions that I could follow through on. So, you know, the concept that a lot of people put out there of like looking into the mirror and you are beautiful, you are loved, you are powerful, you are strong. If you are able to do that, that is amazing. And I do not want to denigrate that in any way, shape, or form. And there's a lot of us who are not good at having those positive conversations about ourselves, and we have to start someplace else. And for me, that included cuss words. So suddenly, if I was including a cuss word in it, I could actually take it seriously. It was weird. It was so weird. And it was amazing how that started to integrate in for me and understanding those parts about me so that I could still take care of my intentions, still take care, do my self-care. And then what that really allowed me to do, and no way did this take overnight or anything else like that, but eventually you get to the place that I call owning or embracing your badass. Now, what this is that finally you are at a place that you accept that there are piles of garbage around you, right? Things that you try to tidy up, that you try to keep up with, your to-do list that's never ending and everything else like that, right? You accept that. And you first take care of your self-care, what's important for you to ground yourself, what's important for you to recover. Oh my gosh, we actually do need sleep at night, boo, and those kinds of things, right? And then you set those intentions. You need to be very intentional about those intentions. Daily, this is what I want to feel or accomplish at the end of today. And it needs to be about yourself and about your self-care, not the to-do list, because the to-do list, if you're a perfectionist, if you're an entrepreneur, it's going to happen, right? It's going to happen. But the way to actually get the things done that you need to get done is to slow down and to make sure you take care of yourself. So I have these amazing affirmation cards and intention cards. And I don't know if you can see that right there, and it might be backwards, but I'm going to read it to you. So, and if you reach out to me, I will tell you where I got these because I love handing these out to people. So this one, I am the hero in my own video game. right? And then I release all distractions. My life is simple and focused. We are not stupid. We know our lives are not simple. And we know that we're going to get disorganized and that we're going to be chaotic all over the place, right? And we accept that and we embrace it and we put our intentions out there, even if we quote unquote fail miserably. That is how you embrace your badass. And if we go on to the next slide, this is kind of an oversimplification of things. But I actually work on this kind of thing all the time because I'm one of those weirdo people that I have gone through this stuff. And any way that I can, I want to help make sure nobody else ever has to go through what I went through. Because honestly, if you read the very first line of my chapter, it says the very best thing that ever happened to me is I had a nervous breakdown, followed shortly by getting fired. This is a place that I worked at for 14 years. I killed myself. I literally had a nervous breakdown for them. And I was fired. So how can we manage those things? That's that chaos out there. That's that mess. It's always mess. And feeling like we have so many things that we have to juggle and that we can't drop a single one of them. Guess what? You're not alone. Many of us in this room feel this way. And if that's something that you would like assistance with, that is exactly what I help with. And my gift for today is actually a really 4-step thing about the Get It Done Easy Win Guide that helps you to get on that track with it. And then, if that's one of the things that really helps you, then I strongly recommend having a conversation with me. I love helping people find their tribe and the right path for them. It may not be me. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And that's part of how I own my own badass is that's okay. That's okay that I'm not the right fit for everybody. And there are people that I am the right fit for. So I am super blessed to be a part of this amazing opportunity and journey, and first-time publisher. So I'm pretty happy about that. And I'm just really excited to help other people really start to live in their find their purpose in life and to really start living it in a way that they don't feel hopeless or helpless, even amidst the ugly chaos and mess that is around us. And then our last slide there, I am on Facebook if you want to reach out to me or anything like that. And of course, my website is available, and I'm just so blessed and so excited to be here. And I just really want to thank Sasha for inviting me to this.
Keep doing it. You're absolutely wonderful. And thank you so much. And that was really, really good. Anybody have any questions? I saw a lot of comments that, people were saying they were so in agreement with you. Somebody said, oh, you were speaking to their soul. And right here as well. So there was a lot of people that were relating to your talk. So anybody, you have any comments? One of the things that I love to be able to bring to the table, keep bringing up everything. I bring to the table is a lot of different ways of approaching things, because everybody is going through something. And when we're talking about empowering women entrepreneurs, mind, body, and business, it's really easy to see people or hear people's stories to what they're doing now to even navigate the space, because it's not easy, but it's one of those things when you're not alone with it.
Yeah.
You can better say, oh, well, I can give myself a little bit more grace in it because I'm not alone there's others that are experiencing the same thing.
Exactly. And I mean, I don't know how many times in my life, even though, yes, I am a very strong woman, very independent and everything else like that. And I am a problem solver like no tomorrow. But you know what? There are times when I want someone to come hold my hand and tell me I'm not alone and they're going to help me.
Yeah.
We all need that.
We do. We do. And I'm so glad that you're here because you held hands today. You definitely held hands today. And I really do appreciate it. And, you know, about the part about getting rest and the self-care and, you know, that burnout, you know, we do it so well. And I was speaking earlier about one of the books that I've written, but going through my whole pandemic struggle. And that was my breaking point. And I had to get that point. It was like, okay, you know, what do I do next? Because I feel like I've always been this high achiever in my space, but then I got to a point where I couldn't do anything. I'm talking about achieving where I'm helping other people, you know, with their stuff and doing my own problem solving with everybody and my own thing. And it was just like, oh, wait a minute, I can't do anything.
Right? I
You
mean,
know?
I'm the person they literally used to say about me at my job that I worked at for 14 years. Ask Erin. If she doesn't know, give her 24 hours and she'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Like that was known across the entire institution.
But going through that, you know, but we didn't know that we were still being burnt out. You know, because as women, we love that. You know, I think that's the nurturing part of us that comes out in that way that we don't really see as being nurturing, but at the same time, you're nurturing a problem, you know, you're helping other people solve them and things like that. But we become the everything to everybody. And then, like you said, who's going to hold my hand when I need it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
one of the unhealthy core values that I had, and I know some other people who may have them too, is like that our worth is dependent upon what we're able to accomplish or what we're able to do for other people. And that's an extremely unhealthy core value that if you place everything on top of that, you start to feel like having needs or taking up space is selfish.
Oh, that's really good. That's really good. Yeah. I never looked at it like that. That is very unhealthy core habits. It is. Wow, that's did y'all get a lot of this? Like, do y'all feel? I mean, I see my cheeks are red, so I can see it in the screen. It is not blush, guys. So this means this is so impactful. It is impacting me because we're given so much information. And congratulations on being the first time published author.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. And you guys, she is in the book. That's the first time published author book she's talking about. So she's in the book and she's giving more information. So I know you guys are loving it because I see it through the chats. Definitely go get the book, $4.99. Go ahead and get it. Double back and do the review because that will also make Miss Erin a first time published author, a first time best-selling author on Amazon. So let's go ahead and make that happen for Erin. Definitely make it happen. So thank you so much, Erin, for being here. I'll make sure everybody has your contact information and everything. And thank you for everything you have brought to the table today.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, you guys. So I have another speaker, but I'm not sure if she's here yet or not. But we're going to go on and she'll pop in, hopefully. But let me see what's in there. Okay, Erin, I got it. So I'm gonna put this in the chat right here. Copy and throw it in the chat. So this is the link to Erin's the offer that she was telling you about. So that's the link, and then we'll make sure the link goes to within our package as well. So we'll send out these nice little swag, little packs with all the freebies, recapping everything for you guys, so you can have it at hand. Okay. So are you loving it? Are you loving it? All right. So we are going to keep going on. We're going to keep moving forward. This next guest, she should be popping in. If not, I will be your next guest. So we're going to go ahead from there. Oh, hello. Hello. My mother just joined in, you guys. Hello, mother. Hi, mother dear. She was like, Sasha, why you always call me mother dear? I just like saying it. So my mom is here, you guys. So do a chat. She is Miss Linda Moore. Say, hey, mom. Hola. All right, you guys. So I want to talk to you a little bit about Evolve. So I'll double back to the Biz Her Way Summit in Punta Cana. We'll do that a little later. And I'll double back with you on what I'm doing with Mula Fox and how you can get involved and have access to the app. But first off, I want to really talk to you about, once again, who I am, because I know a lot of people are just coming in and we've been talking and we've been having a great time and had speakers and so forth. And I am, once again, Sasha Walton. I am the host and founder of Biz Her Way. Biz Her Way series is a publication on medium.com. Biz Her Way Summit has been birthed out of that, if I can say it like that. We started with Biz Her Way virtual event to celebrate our 1-year anniversary on medium.com. And that's what we do there. We celebrate, we highlight women entrepreneurs, whether you're creative, author, speaker, so forth. We highlight and celebrate you. And that's what we do here as well on the platform. So that was like an extension to the publication. And then we're going live in March to Punta Cana. We'll still have the virtual summit in October, but we're definitely going to be in Punta Cana in March. And so that's just one way of being able to transfer what this energy is here online to a live setting. So that's what we're doing with that. But that's part of who I am and what I do. And then also, I am the CEO of SWI Management Group. I'm a business strategist and the CEO of SWI Management Group. And I lead my company with a brand, a personal brand. So I am the face of my brand. And what we do with SWI Management Group, we do strategic business development, business growth strategies, along with marketing, branding, and event production. And being able to house that all together within my beautiful ecosystem. But I love the fun work. The fun work is being able to show up as a business strategist before you guys under the personal brand side of who I am. And that's where I'm a speaker, author. I do have a podcast and I have the publications as well. And a lot of people ask, hey, Sasha, how can you do all this stuff? You know, of course, I have a small team, but then also being passionate about it is what drives me. I love being able to help people. I love being able to help women. And I love being able to see you to get to that purpose and that place in yourself that you are destined to become. And that's what I love for you. So what I want to talk about a little bit is how I help people. So I help women entrepreneurs grow with clarity, confidence, and a game plan built for legacy. And that is in my framework called Evolve. All right, so who's ready to evolve with me? All right, so we're going to talk about this a little bit. I was going to do it throughout the portion, but I saved it just in case one of my speakers wasn't able to make it, which I may feel is happening right now. So we hope that all is well with her. And so let's talk about Evolve. So Evolve is just that. It's just that. I'm going to break down each letter and what it means and what it stands for. So E stands for establishing your authority. So as we're talking about, you in the space within your entrepreneurship journey and how you are looking to build visibility and being able to grow in that space and everything that you're doing, we want you to be able to be clear about who you are first, okay? What you do and why it matters. And that is your foundation. And it's not just about the bio, it's not just about the images, it's not just about all these things, but it's about your true brand clarity. And that true brand clarity starts with understanding who we are. If you were here earlier, I mentioned that who we are, how we show up, where our mindset is, reflects in everything that we do. And if we don't show up in that capacity of where we are, it's reflective in our business. So that's why I have it broken down to mind, body, and business. If our mind is not right with our mindset, we're not going to show up in the capacity that we need to show up, right? We might show up, but we might scale back real quickly. We might show up and then we'll get stopped by fear or whatever it is. And every level is a different level, right? So you might be running the race right now, but when you go to a growth spurt, there's something else that's there to be like, oh my gosh, can I do this? Can it, can I really go to this level? And you get stopped in your tracks because there's a pivot or there's a shift, but there's not a bad way, but it's a shift higher. So when you get there, you have to be able to know that you can do that and keep moving forward to each level. So being clear on who you are first and what you want to do helps you to direct the path and where you're going to go. Okay. And it really does matter. So for you, I want you to take these notes for strategic angles. Know your niche, know your value, and your positioning. Now, if you have multiple niches, now here's the thing, I'm a little different. So I don't tell people, oh, niche down, niche down, niche down. I tell you to niche accordingly, but still have that clear direction of what you're doing. So sometimes, you might have multiple lanes that you operate in, right? So like for me, I'm really a business strategist. Business is my thing. Marketing is a byproduct. Branding is a byproduct, but I understand all of it. Sometimes I could lead with that, sometimes I won't. But I will lead officially as a business strategist, right? I'm going to lead in that capacity. But those other things, this might be something I might not lead with, but I can do. I don't believe in leaving money on the table. If you are able to do it in the capacity first, in your knowledge second, and your experience third. Not just say, oh, I'm gonna make some money and you just don't know what you're doing, because then you're not really driving results for the next person that you're working with. But you need to know, like it's like the back of your hand, that this is what I know I can do, right? So for me, I am very multifaceted and there's a lot of things I can do and I can do it well. But sometimes in this space, you want people to understand it with clarity, because people can get confused or they may not know what it is that you do. But when your messaging comes across in a way that helps them to understand what it is and being able to connect the dots strategically, then you can have a clear message about what you're bringing to them, what you can offer, and how that's conceptualized, how it's compartmentalized, and things of that nature. Okay. So make sure that you know your niche or your niches, your niches, and how you can combine them together to be one force, right? And I'm not saying for you to, I always use the analogy. I'm not saying you do hair today and be a caterer tomorrow. But if you're a caterer and an event planner, it works together, right? Now you might have to have that team there to do your catering, but you create a one-stop shop as an event person, planner and so forth, especially if you're doing parties and weddings, baby showers and so forth. Or even if you're doing conferences and everything else, why should they hire out when they can hire your other part of yourself, the catering part, right? You just have a team to handle that. So you have to have the foundation and the services and everything there to support what you're doing, and to make sure you do have that, in order for you to go forth. So those are the things I'm talking about as far as like combining those niches, right? And understanding your value and your positioning, how you're positioning yourself, and then don't slate on your value. Clarify your message so people know exactly how you help, as I just mentioned, and build confidence in how you introduce yourself and your business. Know your business. Know your business. If it's something new, study it. Because I know sometimes that we are ever evolving. What you were doing 10 years ago may not be what you're doing right now. So know your business, know the new aspect of it, so that way you could talk about it. For me, I'm getting into the tech space. I have a tech business. So now I have to research. I have to learn how to talk about this business because I've been doing this for so long. Now I'm not leaving it, but I do have another business. And so we're a standalone brand. So when I get into those rooms, I need to know how to talk about that. I need to know how to talk about Mulafox, and that from the passionate side that I share with you, but more of a strategic level to seal the deals, right? Because there's going to be growth with that. So being able to understand that part, you have to do that. So know your business and walk in confidence and be able to talk about your business and introduce yourself as that person, that confident you. Okay. And we've been talking about this all day long. Every speaker have mentioned something along those lines to help build your confidence level, to help build your mindset, and to get you walking into those areas of your business. All right. So I'm going to say this: without authority, you blend in. With it, you lead. So that is to sum up the E and establish your authority. Without it, you blend in. Are you blend-ins? Are you? Throw it in chat. Are you a person that's supposed to be blending in? If you're not supposed to blend in, then you lead with authority. Lead without authority. The next one is V, visualize your brand strategy. What do people see? What do they feel? What do they remember when they encounter your brand? Okay. Let's map out how your brand shows up online and offline. Earlier, we talked about leveraging a personal brand for business growth. We talked about visibility and how important that is. And I gave everybody the activity. I'm going to do this right now while we're talking about it. So as I'm talking about what I'm going to finish up with V, I want you to think about your visibility of where you are. If I was to Google you, what would people find, and what do you want them to see? Okay, think about that. When we're talking about I can't talk. When we're talking about visibility and visualize your brand strategy, visibility is a part of that, is a great portion of that. So when they Google you, what would they find? I want you to write down 3 things. I want you to get a piece of paper. If you're on your phone, just do your notes. You're going to do 3 things, 3 words, right? Or 3 things that you would want to show up. Don't go searching Google right now, okay? That's not part of the activity. Those who've been with me in this activity all day, they're going to blow it in chat. Don't do that. But I want you to just think about it first. Write down 3 things that you think would show up. And then I want you to write down 3 things that you want to show up. Okay. So do that for a moment, and I'm going to come back to you for the next part of the activity. Okay. So what do people see? What do they feel? What do they remember when they encounter your brand? Mapping that out online and offline. So right now, what do you feel about this brand that I'm bringing to you? A lot of people, this is your first time ever meeting me. What is your encounter like? That's the same way that you want to ask yourself that question. What do people see when they see me? What do they see? How would they remember my brand as I am in their space, whether I'm on stages, whether it's a physical stage or it's a virtual stage, whether you're in a book or in some other capacity, whether you're walking in the room because you're ready to sign deals, you're ready to get contracts. You are your brand. You are your brand. I just want to say that the brand is not only your business, especially if you have it under a fictitious name, but yet you're still the person behind the brand. You're the one that's giving that brand life, right? So you are the brand. So remember that and own it. Own that. Embrace it. Embrace it. So align your brand identity with your mission and your message. What is your mission for your business? Have you ever done that? How many of you, drop it in the chat, how many of you actually just really sat down and planned your business out? Because I know some of us can run with just a vision straight to implementation. Some of us will write it down. Which one are you? Now, I'm really good with running with implementation, but I have to force myself to write stuff down. I'm a little bit of both. But it's important. It's important to write it down, not only just because it makes it clear for your head, because write the vision to make it plain, right? It makes it you're able to plainly see it when you write it down. But also, it is when you are looking at how you're going to walk out those actionable goals. What do you see in that vision? How are you going to implement it? How are you going to convey it in a message to others? So what is your mission? What is your vision for that you have written down? Aligning that brand identity with your mission and your message is what you really want to focus in on, and what you really want to hone in and ensure that people understand that, so they can remember that brand and that interaction that you had because you walked in that mission statement. It is seen throughout your business. That mission becomes your plan of actions, right? Because now you're aligning all these things that you want to happen based upon what you see. And with everything that has to happen based upon what you see, you really do need to plan it out. So that way you can hit the ground running. And if you've already started running, it's okay. Sometimes you have to double back because now you're running and maybe the run is good, right? You're successful, but maybe you realize and there are some points that you have to double back on. So go ahead and double back on it before it gets, what people say, the good gets gooder, before it gets too good and it gets to a place where it's unmanageable because you're too successful. Okay. So, but that is not a bad thing. Success is not a bad thing, but being successful in managing your success comes from the strategy, operations, the planning, the vision, making it plain, putting it all into its own compartments. It could be how you're going to automate. It could be the next team that you got to hire. It's your financial strategies. It is all these things that come with the plan, that plan of action, and it helps you to see the way better. Okay. So the next one is use visuals, voice, values to connect with your audience. Make sure your brand is memorable and consistent. A strong brand strategy positions you for opportunities and makes your marketing a lot easier. So I'm gonna go back to what I mentioned about the activity. What did you write down? Did y'all write it down? Mr. Tony, no blending for you. Did you write it down? So now I want you to go to Google and I want you to Google yourself and see what came up. When you see what comes up, kind of look at it and then say, does it fall under the category of what you thought would show up or what actually showed up? Okay, so look at that. And then drop in the chat, let me know. Let me know your thoughts. Let me know how you feel about the activity and what came up. All right, so in Evolve, we're at O, optimize your offers and marketing. Okay, are you offering the right thing to the right people in the right way? And if you got questions, drop them in the chat too. If you're offering the right thing to the right people in the right way, and let's clean up that offer and how you're promoting it, because that has a big thing to do with it as well. So sometimes we may go out, well, we hear the narrative, okay, this is the narrative right now, okay? I'm a little different. I don't go by this narrative. Because a lot of people is about, okay, let's do the thing, let's put it out there, make the money, do the automations, and do your branding. How many know that's true? That's what you hear in those formats. Find your target audience, right? So you can do that in that way and think you're putting it into the right audience hands, but it may not be the right audience. I love in that planning stage, I love to tell like my clients, I said, look at what your audience is first. Who do you really want to serve? Who do you really want to go after? That's in that planning stage, to know what you're doing. Because sometimes before you put it out there, you might need to tweak it before you put it out there. And you could do that through market research. You could do that by asking questions. You could do that by going on Google and looking at other people, doing the same thing, maybe along the same lines that you're doing. What are they doing? Look at their reviews. Are there anything that's negative? How can you make it better? How can you reshape the things that you're doing? This is one of the things that I am currently doing with Moolah Fox, with my AI app. I listen, I learn, I did market research. I'm seeing like how many other services, platforms out here are doing what we're looking to do with our app. How are we reshaping this whole thing? How are we reinventing financial management ecosystems? Okay. So this is how you have to look at it when you're thinking about your own brand. It's not about finding your audience at the time you're ready to put it out there. It's about finding your audience at the time of your planning, because then you hit that target a lot easier and without a lot of stress. And then it doesn't mess with your consistency. Okay. Because once you put it out there, you do it. Some people are like, oh, she was doing such and you realize, oh, that wasn't the right audience. Let me just go back to the drawing. No, let's save you some steps. Let's go ahead and just do the drawing board first. There's nothing wrong with it, because your journey is not microwavable. That stuff, the people out there, I mean, hey, it's working for people. It is. But it may not work for everybody. It depends on your learning curve. It depends on what your product or service is. And it depends on if there's really an actual market for it. And some people are not being honest and true about it. So that means that you might have to look at it from a different way, different lens. Maybe it's a reinventation of it. You have to reinvent it, maybe re-engineer it, or maybe look at it differently. Like a lot of times people will put things out there based upon how we see it, but it's not about what that need is. So that's why I said, make sure that you are offering the right thing to the right people in the right way. In the right way could be the ways of showing up. So like somebody may say, oh, I'm not getting any views, but are you doing ads? Because even though there's social media, even though there's an algorithm, there are so many things, so many components that can hinder it. Number one, your algorithm may not be moving that fast for you. Another thing is it could be restrictions on your personal profile page or something out there that Facebook and did or Instagram has done that has slowed down the algorithm on your behalf. It could be because you've taken off too many times from posting on social media because sometimes we just don't like doing it. We give up, right? So many different ways can hinder that algorithm from moving on your behalf. So what else are you going to do? Do ads. A lot of people talk about organic growth, organic reach. It is a real thing, but there could be different components that can hinder it. There's nothing wrong with doing ads. I mean, you might have to put a little money behind it. It depends on what you want your ad resources to be, but that's another way, that's another purpose of your planning, because then you know what to save, what to put aside for your business, and what you need to invest in for it. Okay. Okay, so strategic angles. So I want you to simplify what you sell so people understand the value. Sometimes there's an overload in what you're offering. So you don't want to layer it up, stack and stack. It has to be simplified. It has to be, understandable for the people who wants to know exactly what you're offering them without a lot of confusion or a lot of different messaging in the same post or the same email, things like that. You don't want to make it too confusing for people. Fine tune your pricing, packaging, and promos. Okay, so Nick talked about this so well. Looking at your pricing, is your pricing going to match what your product is and what your service is and the value that's for it? Okay, because here's one thing about customer behavior. People value things based upon how it's packaged, and they also value things based upon what the results can be or what they see other people experiencing with. Okay, so when you're pricing it, think about, is it going to bring value? Is your packaging, everything that you're bringing to the table, is it clear enough for them to understand what they're paying for? And is the price worthy of that you're putting together? Okay, you have to look at that as a pricing strategy. So fine-tuning your pricing, your packaging, and your promos. How clear are your promos going to be? Don't be afraid to give things away. Don't be afraid to give discounts. I know some people will talk about, oh, if that's your worth, that's your worth. You don't discount anything. Know when to do and when not to do, okay? Because sometimes it's going to have to be full price. But depending on what it is, maybe you can't offer discount. Like we're going to Punta Cana, and I'm actually saying people who are registered only. So if you're not registered and you're watching and you want to get $100 off your package, you have to register. I could give $100 off. See what I'm saying? So it's like, one thing I would tell people, when you're pricing, when you're doing all these things and you listen to people who are here to help you, so many different ways. Take the good out, take all the good out, take all the good away. But also remember that you are your own CEO. You have the foundationals to correct, have everything aligned properly. But then when you make the decision to do how you want to do it, and it's not hurting anything, it's not taking away from anything, you have it priced just right, that maybe you can knock off $20, $50, or whatever it is. Don't be afraid to do promos. Don't be afraid to do that. So when your offers and marketing are aligned, your business runs smoother and sells better. So now we're going to go to leverage. Is this good for anybody? Throw some hearts. Let me know you're here, that you're listening, that you're taking notes, and let me know how you feel about this. All right, so you want to go to L. Leverage your strengths and systems. What are you naturally good at? And what can be automated, delegated, or systemized? It's all about working smarter and not harder. We talk about this. We have people say this all the time. You got to work smarter, not harder, right? And I know a lot of times with solopreneurs, womenpreneurs, I say that with us because we like to take on everything. And you got solopreneurs that just have to do that because they don't really have the team. So what automations and systems would you put in place? Would you start learning? And then you have some who have been doing certain ways manually at a certain time. All my Gen Xers and baby boomers who still are set in your ways. Sorry, guys, I got to say it. But what are you willing to adapt to help you come from a manual place that or an old technology-based way of doing things to get acclimated into how to automate, how to create funnels, how to create workflows, and so forth. There's a lot of things to get used to. There's a lot of things that, maybe it's a team that you have to build in order to handle those things for you or to outsource. And so these are so many different ways and so many different opportunities out here to help you to be able to work smarter and not harder. The use of AI, how can you use that? You know, you have Claude, you have GPT, you have Perplexity, you have all these things out here that can help you simplify your processes. I use AI very heavily. You know, 1 minute, and we heard earlier from Lauren, I guess from last year, you know, talking about the use of AI. It's not going to take away anything. It really doesn't replace. It helps you to put yourself in a better position, especially if you are a small team or team of one or so forth. Like if you put the right things into these components, it really can help you out a lot easier, into where you're ready to be in a position where you can afford more or hire out or create a more team and hire more people and things like that. Okay, leverage partnerships, platforms, and AI. I just mentioned that, but definitely leverage partnerships and platforms. Didn't know Nicholas would be talking about this earlier. This is what I love about summits where you have multiple people up here, but it's, nobody knows what you're talking about, but everybody's echoing the same thing. To me, that is a message that is necessary for everyone that is a part of this platform to hear when it's being echoed in different ways. So I hope that you guys are taking notes. Leverage partnerships and platforms. It is okay to do that. Do the partnerships, collaborations, other people's platforms to help sell your products and services. That is a thing, and it's okay to do that. Okay, it is okay to do it. Just make sure you're. I would add this. Make sure it's always the right value for you. Okay, make sure it's the right value for you. Build repeatable workflows that save you time and energy. I already mentioned that. So you do not need to do everything. You just need to do the right things consistently. And this is part of evolving. Okay. What, who is my next person? Let me take a break. Let me look at my calendar, my time, make sure I'm okay. Oh, okay, I'm okay. All righty. So I don't have anybody for 3 o'clock, so we can go on. Yay. Is this good for anybody? Don't let me do all this talking. Yes, the perceived value has to outweigh the price. Yes, the price must be below. All right, there you go, Nicholas. Nicholas is in the chat. What's up, Nicholas? I don't know why I'm like, I don't know if I'm coming down with something. I don't know. So anyway, value your time and your worth. Stop underpricing, overworking, and playing it small. I promise you, Nick, I did not steal your notes. I did not steal your notes, Nick. Let me, I don't know why my nose is running. Sorry, guys. Whew. There's a lot been going on today. I promise you, I did not steal your notes. But we are under value your time and worth. So stop underpricing, stop overworking and playing it small. And when I said underpricing, I know we just talked about pricing strategies. So you want to have that for you. It should be a perfect price for you, right? But also don't underprice yourself, because when you really start underpricing yourself, you're really not walking in that true worth or that true value in what you offer. And let me give you an example. So for me, I didn't always charge. I still, I always be like, if I could give it away, if I could, I would give it away. That's how I used to be. Now, I'm a little bit better at that. I think that's why I love doing offers so much, because it helps to balance my world out because I'm a giver. And so there was a time where I had my friends tell me, Sasha, you're charging too low. Because I have friends who are business owners, and we have our little huddles and everything, and our powwows and stuff. And they're like, Sasha, you're underpricing yourself. I'm like, what I want to do? No. You know your worth. You know you're better. What you give out should equals what people are paying. So I had to get better with that, and then I became more responsible and more accountable of what I'm charging. Now, I do believe in balance when it comes to that. I believe that everything doesn't have to be, so expensive. But I do believe that depending on what it is, the pay is going to really is going to match the worth and the value that you are going to get. Okay. I have to do that at times. But I do have multiple things out there. So if you can't get in something that's one way, you could do it another way, or so forth and so forth. But when I lay it all out, that's where I have to price accordingly. I guess that's a good way of saying it. And sometimes we could overwork ourselves in what we're doing because we're overgive. We're undersell and overgive. And a lot of times it has to be that match. It does have to be the match. But it comes from, I also believe that struggle with people also comes from where your heart is at. And your heart is for people. And your heart is like, I just want to help. I want to get them there. I want to do this and do that. But we're forgetting about ourselves. We're forgetting while we're in business. We're forgetting that we do have expenses in order to provide what we're giving to them. So we have to look at it where we're not overworking ourselves. And it's not a bad thing, but we also want to make sure that you are taking care of yourself and your business too, because that's why you're in business. You're in business to make impact, and you also have to be profitable, right? It's all about scalability. And when you're scaling through profits as well as sustainability. And when you have that sweet spot and that perfect balance is where you can see that magic happen without having to go too extreme with anything that you're probably not ready for. But you have to get your mind there to know that as you level up, so should your prices. Okay. And that's coming from me. I'm telling you, like I said, I'll give stuff away. I would give it away. I would definitely give it away. But discipline is very key. So I know a lot of times we talk about consistency as entrepreneurs, but we have to get to a place where we discipline ourselves and be accountable for ourselves, not just for the people that we're helping, but for ourselves as well. And it's not some people may feel like, oh, well, I just don't want to feel like I'm just overdoing. No, you're not. Okay. You're not. Look at what works for you and that balance, price accordingly. Protect your time with boundaries and better systems. Now, a lot of us have already touched on how we got burnt out because we didn't set healthy boundaries. We have a lot of us may have those people that say, hey, can I pick your brain for a second? Can I have a conversation for you? And how many of y'all with the throw hands in the chat, knowing that if you had that conversation with that person, they got a whole book there written about strategies? How many people out there? I know I'm not the only one. Because I tell people all the time, I'm confident in my conversation. We can have conversations all day long. And I know if you apply it, you're going to come out on top. Tell people that all the time. And that's one of the reasons why when I did the shift and my pivot due to COVID from leading with events to leading more as a business strategy, because that's where I was at. So behind the logos, I was behind other logos. I was behind other logos, making them very successful. And then I would have phone conversations. But because I wasn't leading with business, I'm like, oh, yeah, I have a conversation with you. Hey, how do you feel about, give them a whole plan of action, everything. You weren't looking for that, but that's what you get for the conversation. But that's when I shifted and I'm like, okay, I have to be more disciplined on myself because I can't just always give out free game. Now, I love doing it. But I can't always do that. Okay. So protect your time. And then set those boundaries. Even if you are given something, set your time. If they want to have a conversation, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, cut it off. So, okay, now you have to go into a consulting phase. This is how much I charge. If you have to do something like that, it's okay. It's okay to do that. But at least you gave them something, but you're setting a boundary. I give you 10 minutes. But know that when it's going too deep, not with their conversation, but when you're about to go in too deep. It's all really about us. It's about us in that. All right. Create income models that support your lifestyle and your peace. Okay. It has to support your lifestyle and your peace. What I just mentioned. Okay. Those income models have to support your lifestyle and your peace. All right. Let me make sure I'm checking my notes, make sure I'm not off track. 340. Okay. All right. Let me, okay, got you. Thank you, Tony. I got you. All right. So anybody, you here? You here with me? Who's here with me? All right. So drop it in the chat and we'll go ahead and finish this up. So with E, elevate through leadership and legacy. Okay. Your business isn't just about making money. It's about making impact. Let's just mention this. Let's focus on how you lead, serve, and show up in your space. And here's your notes. Build thought leadership and authority in your industry. So thought leadership is how you can show up like what we're showing up today. A lot of the speakers, we're showing up in thought leadership. We are showing up on a stage, on a platform where we're sharing with you this information, our thoughts, our processes, our procedures, our ways of handling things that have been effective for ourselves as well as many others. And this is what we're bringing. Thought leadership is also in the form of the book, like what we did with Biz Her Way, a collaborative project for women entrepreneurs, right? So a collaborative playbook for women entrepreneurs. So that's what we did. We showed up in the book as thought leadership as well. Okay. Thought leadership is also how you can show up in articles. How many of y'all like to be in publications in different articles? You know, you want somebody to quote you, you want somebody to feature you, things of that nature. Those are the thought leadership points. And that is more along the lines like the articles and stuff can be something that you could do, or you have a publicist that can help you get into those things. But that's another component of thought leadership. Show up with confidence, once again, online and on stage. Create systems that allow your business to grow without you doing all the work. And leadership isn't about being perfect. It's about being present, prepared, and positioned. Okay. So that's Evolve. So how many people love Evolve? Throw it in the chat. Because this is my Evolve release party. So this is my official release of my framework, Evolve, which is new for 2020, end of 2025, going into 2026. And so I want you to definitely take those notes and take it and apply what you have. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and take a little break, and I will be back with some more information. All right, let's see what we're going to do. I'll be back. Hi, welcome to Power Minute with Sasha Walton. I'm Sasha Walton, business strategist and CEO of SWI Management Group, and I want to talk to you about managing mental wellness. One thing about me, I am a firm believer and an advocate about mental health and entrepreneurship. I believe that every entrepreneur, specifically women, are to manage their wellness, their mental health, and everything that it is to help them operate to the total capacity that they can, right? It is managing the wellness, managing self-care, managing self-love, everything there is to help you to avoid burnout, to avoid all those challenges and obstacles, whether it's health related or business related. Okay, so I want to give you 5 keys to managing mental wellness. It's based on my book, The Keys to Managing Mental Wellness, on Amazon. So definitely go check out the book or order it. Thank you in advance. And let's go ahead with number 1. Know your capacity. Know your own bandwidth. What can you handle? Don't take on more than what you can handle. I know this seems very practical and you may have heard it so many times, but how many actually put this in practice for ourselves? So it is always good to hear it a lot, but definitely know your own capacity, know what you can handle. If you're a solopreneur, don't take on too much business that you can't perform well. You want to make sure that you're actually able to match the business demand along with the performance. So you want your customers and your clients to walk away with a great experience, right? Number 2, ask for help. Don't be afraid to ask for help. That is outsourcing. That is hiring a VA or outsourcing certain tasks to a VA. That is collaborating, partnerships, things of that nature, to where you can bring the best of who you are alongside with someone else just to meet an ultimate goal. And then also asking for help is also hiring a team. Even if you're not in the position to hire, look for interns, but also know, what do you want to offer those interns in return other than experience? Number 3, set your boundaries. Have your own clear boundaries within your business. Have your own clear boundaries within yourself, because it is everything that's in us is reflective in our business. And then have your clear boundaries within your business. That is with your team, that is with your clients, your customers. Have those boundaries, those healthy boundaries that will enable you to provide more great service to your customers and clients. Number 4, prioritize self-care. I love this part. You definitely have to prioritize self-care, whatever that looks like for you. It could be that time to spend at the beach, take a long walk, spend time with family, having a glass of wine, a nice dinner. Yes, food to me is considered a self-care, not overindulgence, but having a good meal, something that you could just sit back and unwind. What is that for you? What does that look like for you? Unwinding. So definitely prioritizing self-care. And then number 5, ignoring the noise. This may not be like considered as a practical or normal, a normal way of managing mental wellness, but it is. You want to ignore the noise. With social media out here, we'll see a lot of different things out here, and we could get overbogged with what we see, what we hear, right? Don't worry about it. Your journey is your journey. Your race is your race. Handle the fundamentals for your business. Set that foundation for your business. Make sure it's strong, scalable, have actionable goals. Make sure you're attaining them. Be profitable. But know that your race is your race, and it's all not about the swift. It is a journey. Entrepreneurship is a journey. It is not a microwavable experience. It is a slow cooker experience. Okay, so you want to take your time. You want your goals to meet the vision and the purpose that is established. It's just strictly for you. I can't even get that out. Strictly for you. Okay. But just when you put in the other pieces in place, when it comes down to mental wellness, and there's so many other keys to give, but these are the top ones. Definitely make sure you put that into practice for your own life. So this is your Power Minute with Sasha Walton. And I'd love to hear from you. Reach out and talk to you soon.
Introducing the VIP Business Suite, a game changer for women entrepreneurs. You know, there's an old saying, the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. At VIP Business Suite, we believe every woman entrepreneur has the potential to change the world. And we're not talking about just running a business. We're talking about building something bigger, something meaningful. You see, business isn't just about making a profit. It's about passion. It's about purpose. And when you can align your vision with the right tools and support, that's when the magic happens. The VIP Business Suite isn't just another coaching service. It's a movement. We're bringing together a complete ecosystem of business development, marketing, branding, and PR done with you and for you.
Why?
Because your time is valuable. You're building the future. You don't need more tasks on your plate. You need smart, strategic support that helps you grow faster and smarter. Here's what you get: monthly coaching that's tailored to your business. Not generic advice. Not cookie-cutter solutions.
This is about you.
Done with you and done for you services that take the weight off your shoulders so you can focus on your vision. 2 pricing tiers so you can choose the plan that fits your needs. Simple, flexible, no commitment. Cancel anytime. A free online community of trailblazing women entrepreneurs. We're not just building businesses. We're building a tribe.
Why?
Because at the VIP Business Suite, we believe in more than just business. We believe in creating something that matters. We believe that when women entrepreneurs succeed, the world gets better. It's not just about what we're offering. It's about why we're doing it. We want to empower women to lead, to innovate, and to push the boundaries of what's possible. That's why we exist. Now, the question is, are you ready to change the world? Join the VIP Business Suite. The future is yours to build. Let's get started.
right, guys. Did y'all miss me? I had to get some things taken care of on the back end here so we can get everybody back on track. So I am going to bring up my next speaker, who is Tony Chavis. Let me get to her and do okay. So let's go ahead and introduce Tony Chavis to you. I believe that she is already backstage. All right, so Tony Chavis is the transformational CEO of Courageous Women Rise Up, where she empowers high achieving women to overcome trauma and stress through holistic wellness practices. As a retired veteran and survivor of multiple life altering challenges, including a dramatic health crisis that left her temporarily paralyzed, Tony's journey from trauma to triumph uniquely qualifies her to guide others through their own transformation. After defying medical predictions and reducing her medications from 26 to 2, Tony built a successful home improvement company, earned her MFA in interior design, and authored The Diamond Born of Fortitude. Her evidence-based approach combines professional excellence with emotional healing, helping women reclaim their power and create sustainable success. Today, she leads a community of resilient women who are ready to transform their relationship with trauma and step into their full potential. Tony's mission is to guide accomplished women from survival to sustainable triumph, proving that with the right support and strategies, you can not only recover, but thrive. All right, you guys, here is Miss Tony Chavis. Hello, Women in Pink. How are you?
Hey, love, how are you?
I am surviving.
That's what we got to do, right?
Ooh, girl. But you know what? I'm here for it because this is what we're here for. And I love every minute of it. So I'm going to give this all to you and I'm going to take myself back. And the
Okay,
floor is
okay.
yours.
Well, hello to everyone. How are you? I hope you are having an amazing day. This has just been so much fun today. I've been able to kind of stay on here today, and I'm excited to be here with you guys today. And look, I want to start this out. I got a couple questions for you, but and Sasha, if you got my slides to pull up, if you don't, that's fine too. I'm good. My topic today is about from paralysis to power. It's about transforming your trauma into business success. So I got a couple questions and I can't see the chat. So Sasha, you'll have to tell me, what everybody's saying. But type a 1 in the chat if you are stressed or overwhelmed. Okay? Type a 2 in the chat if you've ever been diagnosed with a chronic illness. I got 2 more questions. Type a 3 in the chat if you struggle to say no. And then the last one, type a 4 in the chat if you know you need to do something different. So, I'm Tony Chavis. Sasha already kind of introduced me, so you got the basics of who I am. I'm an Air Force veteran. I'm a contractor. I'm an interior designer, and I'm a coach, and I'm also a realtor. So I stay busy, but I love what I do, and I love supporting and helping other women. So I want to share with you today a little bit about how that moment of crisis can become a catalyst for your transformation. And not just for me, but how countless women who do refuse to let their trauma define their success. Does anybody resonate with that? So I want to start with a little bit of my personal journey just to help you to understand where I'm coming from and how I got to where I am right now. So for me, and I was excited when I think it was it Rosie that was talking earlier? You know, she's an Air Force veteran, so am I. And I could definitely connect with what she was talking about. So for me, one of the crises in my life, I won't say it was the first one, but it was during my military career. At 18 and a half years, I ran into a situation where I woke up paralyzed from the neck down one morning. And I remember my husband coming in and out of the bedroom that morning, walking past me. And it wasn't my norm to be in the bed that late. But it was almost 12 o'clock in the day before he finally stopped. And he bent down and he looked at me. He goes, "Hey, you plan on getting up today?" And all I could do was whisper. I couldn't move. I could barely speak. And all I could say is, "I can't move." And he says, "What do you mean?" And, you know, I struggled to say it again, but I said, "I can't move." And literally, I could feel nothing from the neck down. And I had been laying there for hours, awake, unable to move or speak. But moving forward, I'm not even going to go into all the details of how that day transpired. But all I knew in that moment was I said, you know what? I've been diagnosed with an autoimmune disease. The military was already trying to put me out. And all I knew is I couldn't let them know what was really going on with me, because that would have given them the power to shut me down and go ahead and put me out the military. I mean, come on. I've been in the military for 18 and a half years. I'm faced with this health crisis. And now all of a sudden, they're talking about just putting me out. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, this can't happen. So in that moment, I made a decision. I said, I got to get through this. I don't know how I'm going to get through it, but I got to get through this because I have to be able to finish out my career. I have not come this far to walk away. It was a battle for the next 2.5 years to finish my time. And it was a challenge. And something that I learned later on, we'll talk about that, was how a culmination of events had basically brought all my trauma to the surface. And that's where I was. So over the next couple of years, you know, I'm finding out I've got an autoimmune disease, and I was in the battle for my life, for my career. But I wasn't going to give in. I was determined I wasn't going to give in. So, you know, what was my turning point? I finally made a decision. I'm going to rise through this. No matter what it takes, no matter what it's going to require, I'm going to rise through this. And you know what? I made it to my retirement date. Literally, by the skin of my teeth, I made it to my retirement date. I got there. But because of everything that I had been through in that 2.5-year period, I now was also kind of mentally in this mindset that they're saying, I'm not going to come through this medical condition, and that I'm not fit to stay on active duty. I can't stay in the military anymore. And that I will probably never work again. Now, for some people, the number is different, but the average time frame for most people who have joined the military and are at close to retirement, you're hitting right about that 40-year-old time frame. Can you imagine being told at 40 years old, your working career is over, you're done, you can't work anymore? Doesn't even make sense, does it? Well, after after the date that I walked away and they said my time was done, I stayed on my sofa for almost 2 years. The depression, the condition, everything, it kicked in full force. And you know what? They were winning. They were winning that story. You can go to the next slide, Sasha. I'm a couple of slides ahead of you now. There, go back to transformation journey. Go back one. So, at that point in time, they were kind of winning my battle there, because I kind of felt like, maybe this is it. Maybe this is where my story ends. And then from that point, the business thing came into the view. My husband had already retired a couple of years before I had. He was already kind of getting into business. And so finally one day he said, you know what? Just come on and go with me today. Now for me, I was dealing with a chronic pain condition. And most days I felt like I couldn't lift my head, let alone move my body. But I got up and I started doing just that. I started going out with him, and he had kind of already launched the business, but I became a part of it. And then I just kept going. And during that time frame, I went from 26 medications to 2, because I was determined I'm not going to stay here. I can't do this, and I won't give in to this. And it was years later that I finally, after the loss of my mom, after the loss of my dad, I founded Courageous Woman Rise Up. Now I want everybody to repeat that. Courageous Woman Rise Up. Type that in the chat for me. Courageous Woman Rise Up. Because that's what we have to be every day. All right. Slide 4, Sasha. I'm not sure which one you're on. There we go. So we got to talk about what all that was about and how my transformation truly started to begin. Number one, I really started to learn about what my medical condition was. And just for clarification, at that point, I had been diagnosed with fibromyalgia. I think there was much more going on, but that was the diagnosis at that time. So what I learned was that this condition had been brought on by stress. It was the response to my body being under critical stress for an incident that happened during my time in the military. And so I had to figure out how to move forward, how to move past that. And that was a difficult conversation, but I had to realize and understand how my body had physically manifested all the trauma that I had experienced in my life. And I'm not even going to get into all of that. That would be for another conversation. But understanding that things that happen to us in our lives, in our young life, in our adult life, when we just continue to carry that, 9 times out of 10, it only takes one incident to bring it all to the surface. And that's what happened with me. It all just came to the surface at one point. So I had to learn how to start to manage the things that were going on in my life, learn to understand how I had gotten to that point, and then I had to create an action plan to move past that, to move through that. So I started integrating different things into my life. Not only did I have to focus in order to move forward in business and to build that business with my husband, then I had to figure out what did I need to change in my world, in my life, in order to move forward. So like I said, I went from 26 medications to 2. I found a doctor that was willing to work with me and understand the value of what I was asking her. And I said, I don't want to exist on medications. I want to find more holistic ways to move forward in my life and do better. So I started integrating that into my life. I made some major changes in my life. And over the years, I have learned how to manage my condition without taking all those medications. Next slide. So when we start talking about how you move forward, like I said, you have to figure out what your triggers are and how to manage that. And then when it talks about going into business and how you move forward in that, like it says here, mindset mastery. It all begins with your mindset. You have to determine here, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to move forward. And you have to set an action plan to make that happen. And really, that's where I started. It was a mindset shift that got me off that sofa after that 2-year period. No matter what people were saying around me, it was that shift in my mind that told me I can do this and I will do this. And this is going to happen for me. So you have to put those things into action and you have to adapt to what you're going through and become flexible enough to move forward and start being innovative in what you do. So one of the things that I had figured out at that point in time, I may not have ever had an opportunity to go back to work for somebody else and work 40 hours a week. But then I started developing a business model that allowed me to be able to make those shifts and changes in my life when I was having a rough day. So that's where working for myself became key. But now, anybody who's in business, you already know you don't get any time off. Not really. But you have to put your heart and soul in it in order to make it a success and make it what you want it to be. And that's what I was focused on. So then in that process, you have to develop yourself still as a leader and as a person that is committed to doing whatever it takes for you to continue to move forward. So in business, you have to go from survival to strategy in order to build sustainable success. Next slide. So that holistic part that I was talking about, that holistic integration, like I said, it's a mind-body connection. When I allowed the body to be in control of my situation and I wasn't being strong enough in my mindset, the body was winning. My physical health was gone. But once I started making that shift, once I started to make that transition and realize if I keep telling myself this is all that I can do and this is the only way I can function, then that's going to be it. The body's going to win. I wasn't going to lose that fight. So my wellness practices, like I said, and one of the first things that I did, I made a big shift in how I did things in my own home. You can't control your environment every place you go, but you can control your environment in your own home. And for anybody who may be in the medical profession, and I am not giving anybody medical advice at all. I'm just speaking from my own experiences. When I started to recognize the things I needed to change within my own home that would help me feel better, that was the first step in moving forward. And then I started doing things that I had to incorporate into my daily routine that would make a difference in how I felt every day. And then, of course, you talk about that professional and emotional balance. So we all struggle with finding that balance between your career and your own personal wellness. Drop me a note in the chat if you understand what I'm talking about. Sometimes we can be so focused on our career and making sure that we show up right on the job, we're completely forgetting to do what we need to do for ourselves and our own health and wellness. And that's a full circle. We're talking about the business, you're talking about your family, your children, everything that you've got going on in your life. You're so focused on doing everything for everybody else, but you don't take enough time to give yourself that self-love and take care of you. And that's something that we have to learn to establish those boundaries in our life so that we can move forward and be successful in all that we're doing. Next slide. So, some success principles. And this is how we embrace our authentic power. First of all, you have to be vulnerable enough. And you have to be willing to truly foster some genuine relationships that will allow you to grow. Now, and I'm going to say this out loud because I said it in the very beginning, that I knew in that moment that when I woke up paralyzed, I couldn't let them know on the job what I was going through for fear of losing my career. So I get that. But what we have to do is we also have to use those things that exist and those tools that are out there to find out how you communicate your needs and you set those boundaries on the job so that you can function in health and wellness. Make sense? Then we have to talk about the growth process that has to happen throughout this whole thing. Okay? You have to truly learn to embrace your imperfections or what you may see as shortcomings, but those things lead you to transform in your own personal growth. So as you learn to take care of your health, you can still move forward in your business and continue to grow. But then healing, that comes into the conversation because a lot of times what we need to do when trauma has erupted in our health and our wellness, we have to find the nucleus and then we have to begin to heal and move forward, because that's the only way to thrive in both your personal and your business journey. You have to go through a healing process in understanding where you are. Okay? Because what you have to remember, your trauma doesn't have to be a business liability, but it can become your greatest asset. And that's how we can make that transformation happen. Next slide. So this is where you start to truly embrace your imperfections for your growth. So one of the things that we have to learn is how to become resilient. How do we find the strength that we need in our journey? Because we're all going to go through a journey. We're going to hit some rough patches. We're going to go through some tough times, some tough situations. But we have to learn how to be resilient. We have to learn how to embrace those challenges. And sometimes you might find yourself on your knees, but then you take that deep breath, you stand back up, you shake it off, and you learn how to move through it. So part of that process, though, is becoming mindful. That means cultivating that awareness through self-acceptance practices. So if you find yourself getting truly stressed out, then one of the things that you have to do is learn how to control that, learn how to manage that. So whether or not that turns into yoga, meditation, whether you know you need to just step away from the office space. You know, a lot of us, we have a tendency that When we're caught up in the midst of something, we just keep working nonstop. And I still do it sometimes. I'll forget to take a break. But then I started using little tools, like whether or not it was a timer on my phone, or I know some people have the watches or whatever, and I have an app that pops up on my phone. It'll remind me to drink water. It reminds me to take a break. You use those type of tools, and that's how you start to manage and move through and continue to be functional. So sometimes you just need to, if you work in an office environment, get up from the desk, walk away from the desk, go outside. And I'm telling you, fresh air is everything. Feeling the sun on your face, or if it's a cool, brisk day, get your jacket and just go take you a walk. You would be surprised how those simple tools can help you move forward and move through that day and come out on the other side with a whole lot less stress. So in that process, this is how your transformation happens. This is how you build your resilience. This is how you become more mindful. And those changes lead to growth in your journey. Still with me? If this is working for you, if this is making sense, drop me a note in the chat. Let me know you're understanding where I'm going with this. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So now we got to talk about how do you sustain your success through your emotional wellness. So again, finding that emotional balance that goes along with the business. Prioritizing your mental health for your overall wellness. Because if we can't think clearly, if we can't calm ourselves, it's a struggle to manage and get through everything that you need to go through on a day-to-day basis. And especially if you're running your own business, and I know somebody out here can understand what I'm saying, because you run yourself until you just run down. But taking that step back when you need to, and if you have to tell somebody, no, right now, I need to step away, be strong enough to do that. That is not a sign of weakness. That is a sign of strength. And then engaging in those mindful practices that give you clarity, that give you that focus that you need. Like I said, a moment of meditation, maybe stepping away from the desk, working yoga into your life, working that opportunity in to just take a walk. If that mindfulness practice helps you to reset, then that's what you need to do. And then again, the holistic wellness part of it is you have to integrate what your body needs and what your mind needs in order to continue to be successful and move forward in your business. Next slide. These are just a couple of percentages that statistics have shown that when you start to implement these tools, how things can change for you. 85% of people, when they start implementing tools that reduce the stress in their life, 85% see a difference. Your business, it can skyrocket. You will double your business when you find how to implement these tools so you can function better. And 95% of people feel 110% better. 95% of the people, once they have instilled those emotional and physical guidelines into their life to increase their emotional and mental wellness, they start to feel better. I hear it all the time. Some days it's frustrating to me because people have no idea what I'm going through day to day. But when I do share that I have autoimmune conditions and I'm dealing with 3 different ones, the first thing I hear is, well, you don't look sick. Well, thank God I don't look like what I have been through. And I'm grateful for that. I give all the glory and the gratitude to God for bringing me through. I'm grateful that I do not look like what I've been through. Next slide. So, one of the things that I want to do today is I have a free ebook that I want to share with all of you. And I just found out a little while ago that my link may not be working properly on my website. But if you go to my website, Courageous Woman Rise Up, courageouswomanriseup.com, you should be able to download a free gift that I have for you there. And if you send me a message, what I'm going to do is make sure that you get the copy of this ebook. It basically kind of just gives you a couple of these little tools about how to manage and maintain. Just a quick insert, because I also have on my website some courses that I have implemented about changing your mindset and building the resilience in your life, and so many other details that help you move through, become healthier, become functional, and grow in your business. And the one thing that I always tell people when I talk to them about business and they're talking about starting a business or they're already in business, I said, if you do what you love, it never feels like work. But just like Sasha said earlier, you have to be careful to not give it away, because when you love it, you'll just do it no matter what. But in order to develop and grow in your business, you have to learn how to take care of you first. So I got a series of courses developed. And Sasha, go to the next slide for me. Something that I'm going to do today that I've never done before, but I'm doing it here for you guys. I have a complete transformation series. It's a course bundle. And as part of this event here today, if you go to the website and you sign up, you have an opportunity. You can go down and find the courses. Just for today, I'm doing a special. And the course series is normally $697. But today I'm going to do a special, $97. And all you have to do is put the code in there. It's BHW Fire Sale. BHW Fire Sale. It's a special code. It's for today. I want each one of you to have an opportunity to go through this transformation mindset courses to help you move forward and grow both personally and professionally. And it's so important to me. And because, and I know Sasha's probably laughing at me right now, but like we say, we want to help people. We want to share with people and move forward. And for every one of you that goes in there and you take the tools that are available to you, I'll make sure that you stay on my list. And my next course that I'm doing about resilience and how to move forward and become more resilient and move forward in business, I've got a couple of courses that I like to do training on. I want to share with you how you do that. How did I go from a point of being completely paralyzed to starting a business, going back to school at the age of 50, getting my master's in interior design, and coming back at graduation in June of that year, and I made more than 6 figures by the end of the year. I want to be able to share with you and teach you how you can do that, no matter what it is you're going through. Because we have to learn how to take care of ourselves and be resilient and move forward in our business. And grow even when you don't think it's possible. Because what I want you to remember right now today, I think you can go to the next slide, Sasha, is you may have, you can go to the next one. You may have trauma that has been a part of your life, and it might be a part of your story, but it doesn't have to be the end of your story. So right now, today, let this Biz Your Way Summit be the beginning of your most powerful chapter yet. I'm Tony Chavis, and I'm here for you. And I want to thank you for giving me this time. I can't hear you.
I keep doing that. Putting myself on the stage, and I keep forgetting to unmute myself. Oh my goodness. But thank you so much for sharing that. And just with your transformation alone, just hearing your story is always inspiring. And to know that you can apply that life lesson to just overcoming transformation, this trauma in any capacity, because we all experience something
Yes.
in life that we have to
Yes.
overcome. And so being able to apply it to any circumstance, there is just to, really get people to move into a transformative mindset to go
Yes.
forward
Yes.
is so important.
Yes, it is.
So important.
Yes, it
So,
is.
yeah. So thank you so much for sharing with us today. I truly appreciate it. And you guys, once again, she's one of our authors. She is one of our authors in the Biz Her Way collaborative playbook for women entrepreneurs. And we want you to, if you like what she's offered here, there's a whole nother, like I keep telling you, one thing I told everybody, you don't have to do the same thing. You don't have to speak about the same thing that's in the book. Definitely do something different. So there are different layers in the book that is actually being displayed right here, the message you heard today. So definitely go online. I'll put the link in the chat. Download that book, purchase the book. It's only $4.99, for the ebook. And then just go ahead and do that. But just promise us, people, that you will double back within 24 hours, hopefully 48 hours, and do the review, because that helps us to rank and get that badge of Amazon bestseller, you guys. So with your help, we can make it. I know we can. And I hope to be able to give a great announcement tomorrow, because y'all just been up there doing your thing and sharing it. Definitely share it. Share it with other people.
Yes.
Share the videos. Share this summit. Have your friends, your family, business besties, those thinking about starting a business, whatever. Or even though we're talking about business, but there's still a lot of empowerment here for just anything that you're doing in life. And one thing I have failed to mention today, if anybody is watching it, you have been impacted by any layoffs or anything like that, we hope that we're helping you find your next place in this world. And whether it's transitional or whatever it is, but hey, somebody said it, you can monetize your skill sets. And while you're sitting there waiting and figuring out what's next, we want to empower you in that scope. We've all have been there in some form of way that we had to find our next, and we have. So now we're here to help you as well. So thank you so much, Tony, for being here. I have my next person. I'm going to actually get her ready.
Thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Oh, and you are a speaker in Punta Cana too.
Yes, ma'am. I'm there. I'm there for it. I'm there for it.
I got people bringing this fire here, and they're bringing it's going to be hot. Well, March, it's not too hot, but it's going to be hot to her, because we're bringing a fire there with the Biz Her Way Power Summit.
I'm excited. And thank you so much for having me today. You connected with me over a year ago. Yes. And I tell you what, I honor you. I respect you. And I'm just enamored by the power that you bring. And I want to thank you for it.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, Tony, thank you. And we'll be chatting. And I know you'll be on the other side watching and ruin us on over here. All right. Thank you again. All right, everybody. You're enjoying yourselves? I hope you are. I'm enjoying it too. And I put in the chat the fire sale code along with the masterclass that she's doing. And so that way you can connect with Tony on that. And then let me get everything reset, and I'm going to bring on my next speaker. one second, who is Natalie Boehm. So let me get to her image, and I'm going to, well, actually, let me just go ahead and bring her up because we just want to get started. Hey, Natalie, how are you?
I'm doing great, Sasha. How are you today?
I am well. I'm so happy that you're here. I was kind of concerned about you for a little bit. I was like, hope that everything was okay, but I'm glad you made it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this is Natalie Boehm. She is the founder and president of Defeating Epilepsy.
Yes, Defeating Epilepsy Foundation.
Yes, Defeating Epilepsy Foundation, and she is a disability advocate, expert in all those things. So I'm going to go ahead and let you take it away and go ahead and start with your presentation.
Thank you so much for having me, Sasha. Well, my name is Natalie Boehm. I'm the president and founder of the Defeating Epilepsy Foundation. We're a 501c3 non-for-profit, and we help individuals with epilepsy as well as other neurological and neurodivergent conditions. My passion from this work is I was diagnosed with epilepsy at the age of 2, and despite being discouraged by many from doing anything from seeker higher education and employment to other personal goals in my life, I made it my mission. I was not going to allow a label, a stigma to be put on me and stop me from living my life for the fullest. So through my work, through my organization, with my team, we help students who have epilepsy obtain scholarships for higher education. We help families who have loved ones with uncontrolled seizures obtain seizure alert dogs to help them with their needs. And what really made me want to connect to Sasha is through my work, I made the mistake of at times being too passionate about my work and not finding the balance of self-care. So what was really important to me as I shared my story in this book was you really, no matter where you are in life, you need to find a healthy balance of taking care of yourself. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, if you're going to be a leader, anything you're going to be doing. And I encourage others, make goals of what you want to do personally, what you want to do professionally, and what may be realistic for one person may not be realistic for another. I learned that the hard way, and I actually took a medical leave for a while, which a year or two ago, there's no way I would have acknowledged of doing any such thing with that. So my goal is for people who are in my shoes, who have medical conditions, who don't know where to start. My organization is working to help people with workforce issues be able to obtain the employment they need, to be able to obtain the training they need, because so many people in society think individuals who have disabilities, that we're all on SSDI. And I can tell you that is the last thing ever that is the case. There are many people who have illness who fall through the cracks because they can't get the care they need, but then they end up underemployed and unemployed. So my organization is working to bring the data and information to society to show how important it is for people of all kinds in our society to be able to have the resources they need, the tools they need, and the necessities so that they can achieve their goals and be successful in life. And when we offer these resources to people, it strengthens our community, it strengthens our economy, it really helps to create positive impact. And there's been plenty of data to show it. So I would appreciate if you go to our website at www.defeatingepilepsy.org. You can also email me at defeatingepilepsy@gmail.com, defeatingepilepsy@gmail.com. And please reach out to see how I can help you, an organization, anything I can do to help create positive change. And I want to thank Sasha for giving me the opportunity to share my story in the book she's put together. And I just hope, Sasha, that we continue to do great things together. I can't hear you. You're muted again. You keep doing that. Like your
If
last.
I could only count how many times I did that today. I'm just like, because when I come off, I'm like, okay, make sure I mute myself in case somebody calls or something. I'm like, I don't want to be talking over your presentation. But I'm like, then when I come back on, I'm like, oh man, I keep forgetting to click the second button. I'm like, oh, but thank you so much. I wasn't expecting you to be so short. It's your presentation, but what you said was so important. And I know that what I love about what you do is in our conversations is the fact that you work with corporations and show them the importance of hiring people with disabilities and also some of the incentives that they can get. So is there something you want to touch on with that in case somebody's watching that could be, a future employee of someone?
Yes, I would say, I'll start with corporations. There are many companies of all sizes that are not aware of organizations such as the EEOC have free training for companies to make sure that they are familiar with the laws when it comes to hiring people with disabilities, as far as what ADA regulations they may know. And what's really good about it is taking the time to learn about these laws can prevent future lawsuits or something happening where a company's brand may be tarnished because of it. The SBA and IRS offer a number of tax incentives to companies who can they can benefit from, as well as many organizations. For example, here in the state of California, the Department of Rehabilitation actually will help with training with companies who are working with people with disabilities. My husband and I are opening a practice, and we've already created a position for somebody who is neurodivergent to be able to work there. And we've done our homework to make sure our practice is going to be up to ADA standards, so we know in the future not just people who work for us, but any patients that come through for my husband, they know we're taking their well-being into consideration. So many people I've worked with have said, well, I've never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
Well, I understand that, because for people who are able-bodied, they can't put themselves directly into the shoes of somebody who has a disability or has challenges. And I feel that's why it's so important for us to collaborate and be willing to learn from one another. What I would say from anyone who has a disability who is facing challenges, the Department of Rehabilitation, many will help with resume development. They will help with interviews. They work with organizations that say someone doesn't have the money to buy business attire. They will help with organizations find that there's many things out there. The biggest challenge is they're hidden. Unless you know who to talk to, there's a lot of resources people don't know where they can find. That's why anyone who's watching today who is curious, please email me. I'm happy to help you find the resources you need or help you with anything that I can. And if I can't help you, I will direct you to somebody I know who's happy to help you. But what I really loved about the book we're putting together, Sasha, that you've brought us all together for, is I really gave us all a chance to be vulnerable and show our strengths and weaknesses. Because as women, I think we're all expected a lot of times to put our super, hero capes on and just get out there and be like, I'm giving 100% out of my way, here I come. And I was guilty of that for a long time. Yeah. But I think really where we can be superheroes as entrepreneurs is to find the balance to take care of ourselves, and at times allowing ourselves to be vulnerable.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And that was one of the things, because I know that vulnerability, I don't want to say the way it came to me, but it vulnerability sells. It's relatable. And we're entrepreneurs and we're growing our audience, and people love to be able to see the realness. They want to be able to say, that person is not too far from where I am. And it is in that you build the following. You have those people that's always really willing and ready to support you, because they know that they can already identify with you. They can relate to you. And since we are talking about business, it is, vulnerability does sell, but you have to be open enough to allow yourself to be seen in that way, because it
Yes.
also is transformative, and it causes the impact. So I didn't want to say it at first because I really kind of was like, well, that kind of sounds kind of bad the way you say it. But when you're thinking about impact,
Yeah.
and that vulnerability plus transformation and impact, those are the things that will have people always around. They'll be sharing your stuff, they'll be ready to sit in on a master class or whatever it is, because they already know that you are going to be real in what it is that you have to offer. So that's one thing I loved about being able to pull anybody into the book, but also giving you that freedom and then really encouraging you to do so, and to really say, okay, this is where we came from, but this is where we are now. And I just definitely wanted to give that, and you could do it too, type of message. So I thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for saying yes. And in our conversation, and I look forward to do great things with you as well, and continue to be connected. And anybody who out here, if you want to learn more, connect with Natalie. She is an expert. She is an advocate. You can tell that she is passionate about it. Working with others with disabilities, it is an untapped source of people that a lot of people don't really tap into, because they look at it like, oh, you're not an able-bodied person. What can you really do? But unless you give them an opportunity to show you, there are some companies that have receptionists who are hearing impaired, and they're working there. You have some other places that might have somebody who has Down syndrome or some other type of form of disability, or not, they're just not the same as us in whatever capacity, but they're given chances to thrive, and they need that just as much as we need to allow them to do it too, because it helps them to feel seen, helps them to feel a part of something bigger than their world. So you definitely give them a good opportunity to do that. And Natalie, thank you so much for the work that you do.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
thank you for everything you do, Sasha.
Thank you. And we'll be in touch. I'm gonna check in on you. Had me worried there for a minute though.
Okay.
Yes. Don't disappear from me again.
Okay, I won't. You take care.
You too. All right.
Okay,
everybody. I hope that you are enjoying it. We are down to our last person for the day. Come on, throw some fires, throw some chats, throw some claps. Throw some claps in the chat. You can tell I've been here a little too long. It's time for me to wrap up a little bit, because now it is I feel myself getting tongue-tied a lot and everything. So unlike last year we were here to about maybe, oh my goodness, we were here by 8 o'clock. We were so many speakers last year, and it was a great summit, and that's why I called it a marathon. And so this year we had a little less people, so we have more better management of our time. So that is always great. And but since we were talking about the book, everybody, I did put it in the chat already, and I'll put it in the chat again. Definitely go on Amazon. It is This Her Way, I can't even say it right. A collaborative playbook for women entrepreneurs. Okay. So we have all of our speakers that are speaking are in the book, and everything that they're sharing is here. But yes, they have more in the book. So I definitely want you to get that book, share it. Make sure you do the reviews, because we are on a mission right now. We want to get that Amazon bestseller. And I believe with your help, we will be able to do that. I'm going to check the rankings so I can see where we are. But definitely collectively and together, if you enjoyed everything that you heard, then supporting us in this manner will be awesome, and so appreciative from everybody. And I speak for myself, and everybody is a part of the book. And like I said, it's only $4.99. $4.99, you guys. Even if you don't have a Kindle, just go ahead and download the Kindle so you could download the book. Okay. And to download the Kindle is free. So definitely do that for us and help us. And then also, I know we've been talking about the Biz Her Way Power Summit, and I have my little video I had provided or collected together, so I can show you some of our speakers that we have, and I can show you, yes, we have speakers already, you guys, and then I can show you what we're offering in that, and I'll drop the link in the chat as well. But this is Coach Annie, And as you've seen, Dr. Obiyama is going to be there. And then we have Tony, if I had to call you Dr. Tony. We have Tony is going to be there. And then we have Sandra Say. She is business compliant. So you got to get your business compliant. And Robin Tasco. She is the co-owner of Tasco Contractors. And she will be talking about real estate investing. Okay. And so we are leading loud and building legacy there in the Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. And once again, for every person who is registered, okay, you get $100 off of the cost of the package, which is $1,500. We do have payment plans, but with you, we're only paying $1,400. Okay, so we have payment plans. We have buy now, pay later options as well. Only $280 per payment, and give you 5 payments. So that is, I mean, to go with us to Dominican Republic compared to if you ever decided to go on your own, it's a lot cheaper. It is definitely a lot cheaper, but you get an experience. You get to experience a lot of what we're doing right here, live and in person, but then also be able to get to experience the island vibes and everything, and also be a part of our social responsibility. Because as we mentioned earlier, when Bria was on talking about clothing and style and stuff, the question came up about shelters. We are our social responsibility. We're partnering with a women's shelter there in Punta Cana. So if you have maybe an outfit or something or a shirt or something, we don't want you to fill your bags up because that's going to cost more in luggage fees. And I know you don't want that, but if you have something and you want to bring it, we can collect it there and get it donated to that local women's shelter. And then we also are promoting to Dominican women entrepreneurs there as well. So it wouldn't be just an American audience or Canadians if you're watching, or someone else from around the world that's watching and wants to come. But we also have the Dominican women business owners there locally that we're impacting as well. And so Dominican Republic is near and dear to my heart. I am there all the time. And I have family there. My husband is there, and I love being there, and I love being able to go somewhere where I can make an impact as well. So if I could go make an impact, we can go make an impact together, and that's how I look at it. So definitely come with us, be a part of the summit. We're getting you away to learn something in another destination. And even if you're out there and you're a speaker as well, and you would like to be a speaker, definitely reach out to me and we can talk about how we can make that happen for you as well. We still have some slots available. So that's a spill on that. And then let me see if my other video would work too for my Moolah Foxes. I am so excited about this and want to share this with you while we're prepping to bring up our last speaker. I don't know why they're not playing. But anyway, this is some of the things. That's my little character for my app, and I don't know why it's not playing, but anywho, but these are the things that we're offering in Moolah Fox, and like I said, I'm very excited about it. We have it niched down to if you have auto repair, hospitality, construction, healthcare, if you're in film, music, entertainment, like it'll help you to manage those things. And here are some of more niches, and this is what we built. We have all of these AI agents. It's powered by Profit Pro, and we have it open for $52 for lifetime access right now. Currently, we're in beta testing right now. We have a live environment, a demo test that we are giving equity influence seats. So what equity influence seats mean is you come on board as a beta tester within our environment. We're testing out all those features that we have, especially if you have one of those niches. We definitely would love you to be a part of it. And then you're able to say, hey, look, is there another feature you could add? I have this idea. You have influence in helping us, shape the app. And then also if there are any glitches and things that we need to tweak right now, we would love to tweak it right here, right now within the group. And like most people, they go for venture capitalists, right? They want to raise funds with venture capitalists, and when we're doing a lot of these tech things and fintech and all this other stuff. But what I chose to do is come to the people. So you have lifetime access for $52, only $52, and you have lifetime access so that when we go live with our final integration, which is our main brain, which is the AI GPT that I actually built myself. That's going to be the mainframe of it, along with the AI agents. And so with no tech experience, no developer experience, I'm just a business strategist who loves to be creative, but then also find ways to help entrepreneurs thrive and survive in everything that we have to do. And I do have the experience, indirectly, non-directly, indirectly when it comes down to a lot of the management systems, working in corporate America, analyzing profit and loss statements, understanding what is your cash flow, the profit margins, what are the percentages, and all those things. 15 plus years, I'm a tax professional. That's stuff that I don't lead with, but I do it, right? And so all these things, being very knowledgeable about the financial management side of things that I don't always talk about, but I was able to throw that in. But also I know where we fail at as entrepreneurs, when we always are mingling money sometimes until we know better. And then we are, sometimes we're robbing our business to pay our home expenses. Hey, that's a real thing, because sometimes your business is there to support your household, but we want you to be able to support that household and your business and grow more. And we don't want you to just always fall into the position of, oh, I have to get my funds together now because I'm doing taxes. No, we want you to be able to know those numbers throughout the year so you can make better money decisions for your business. And that's what Moolah Fox is all about. It is the financial CFO. Every corporation has a CFO, a chief financial officer, and that's what they're doing. They are analyzing the money that comes in, the cash flow. They're looking at what decisions are to be made for the departments, whether or not they're going to hire or they're going to shrink up and maybe do a downsize. Like all those things, that's what a CFO does. And that's what Moolah Fox is. It is a financial CFO, but we built it into a great financial management ecosystem where all these other platforms stops, we continue. And we go on from there as being one of the first AI powered, agentic powered financial management ecosystem that we have. And so we are going for unicorn status, and we would love for you to be alongside with us. So with that $52, the equity influence seat will have you lifetime access. Once again, as I was mentioning, once we do our integration, we're going to go live with it. You won't have to pay anything else ever again. You can use it for however many times you want to use it for the rest of your life. You won't have to pay for anything. Just $52. It's just get you in and get your seat, influence, help us shape the app. We have a Slack community that we talk about these things. I always give new updates, new things that we have already implemented, new features and things like that. I think recently we just added household management, financial management, even though we were looking at businesses, but we just added for your household. So even as entrepreneurs, you can actually budget for your household too. So we have added that for it as well. So there's a lot of things that we're going to be doing with Moolah Fox. It is one of those apps. So I would love for you to be in on it now, to say, hey, I was in on it in the beginning. I was part of the influence. Definitely you be able to carry that badge. So that is what we're doing with Moolah Fox. And I think, I don't know if my other speaker is ready. I can actually bring her on a little bit sooner. But how many of y'all are loving this? Now, tomorrow, I think, hey, Coach Rosie, I think I'm going to change the time. What I did, be very transparent. I think I mentioned it earlier this morning, but when I did the times on my event page, I did it for 8 a.m., but everything else I have been announcing it was like 9:30 or something like that. So I've been here since 8 a.m. because I was like, what if somebody show up? I need to be here for them. So I've been carrying this for 8 hours. I mean, for a while. And then, it was almost an 8-hour day. So I was here at 8 a.m. and our first speaker came on at 11. So that goes to show you that how long I've been talking. And then I didn't really go to sleep until like maybe close to 3 something this morning, because I was like, oh shoot, I got to be on a lot earlier than sooner. So let me go ahead and make sure I have everything lined up before, get up and get ready and get rolling. Didn't want to get a chance to get away from me. So tomorrow, we will be starting at 9:30, okay? Because I know that is what is out there on the event pages. I am going to change what is on our event site in case people are registering afterwards, and everyone will get an email updating them on the time along with your new link for tomorrow, okay? So we will be once again streaming live from YouTube. And I'm just saying this just in case people, decide to have to go, because I know some people watching for work. You might be start to, going for your transportation and commuting, what's the transportation, commuting back and forth to home or whatever. So we're going to go ahead and just get ready to bring up our next speaker and go ahead and hear from her. Let me get all these things ready and I will be right back. Let's see what else I'm going to give you guys. Here we go. Hello, I'm Sasha Walton, and I am back with you for another Power Minute. I am the founder of Biz Her Way series on Medium.com. I'm also the host of Biz Her Way Virtual Summit and the founder of and CEO of SWI Management Group, and I'm business strategist. And today, right now, I'm going to talk about AI use in your business. What are some tips to avoid AI allowing you to become a lazy entrepreneur? I've heard so many people say so many things about AI. And one of the latest things I've heard is like, oh, AI uses can make you lazy as an entrepreneur. Now, here are some tips. AI is really here to be a resource for you. It is not the do all for you. And if you allow it to do everything for you, then where is the human touch in your business, right? It is a resource. It is a tool. So this is what you do to not allow it to make you a lazy entrepreneur, but to use the pros of AI usage within your business. And it is create your strategies, allow it to help you, especially if you are a solopreneur. It can be, you having that small team and, you haven't been able to place any bodies in that particular position for you. But you can use the AI services. Now, for me, I love using ChatGPT, but I know there are so many others out there, and it really does help to minimize the time that it takes to do certain things within your business. So use it as a time saver is step number one. Also, use it as an opportunity, to help brainstorm. Now, a lot of times we can use a lot of time to brainstorm certain things, and then a lot of times we can procrastinate on that too. Now, if you're using the AI source as a resource to brainstorm, allow that to be your brainstorming moment with your usage of AI, or even if you're using like Opus Clips or Veed or anything else to help you create videos, to help you break down videos in a less time that it would take for you to sit at your computer to do this yourself. So it's not that it makes you lazy, but it does provide opportunities for you to manage your time a lot better. And like I said, if you're using AI specifically to do everything for you, then you're not putting yourself in your business. I'm gonna leave you with this. In my professional background, I have worked with, computer-based systems and so forth. And one of the things that my old supervisor told me, when you're dealing with computers and systems, that anything on the resource would be 80% system, 20% user, right? She told me that not to look at it from the 80% system use to a 20% business or user use. You want to look at it as 80% user, 20% system. So I'm going to share that with you, and something that you can take into your business when you're using AI functions or resources is to always remember it should be 80% human touch, 80% user capability, 20% system, 20% AI. And when you're using that, then you can minimize the AI detections. We have a lot of websites and online services that are now detecting AI use and will actually ban you, will actually, not allow you to use what it is that you're putting on that service. And then on some cases, you have the AI detection on certain platforms, and they're not really allowing you to get the views because there's AI detection that's actually not theirs. I'm not going to go into that one. But if you're on certain social media platforms, you probably can tell the difference, right? But anyway, remember that it's always 80% usage, human touch, user usage, 20% systems, AI. And if you want more information on how you can use AI resources in your business, definitely contact me and we can chat more about it. I am a developer myself. I used to be one of those type of people to say, you know what, I don't want to deal with any type of AI. And you have that narrative out there. AI is not good, right? It has its pros and cons. But if you are one that want to use it in your business, there are different ways that you can do it. Now, I know this is a Power Minute, but this is a very important subject. And so I want you to be able to, know how you're going to navigate the AI resources. And as I said, I am a developer. I have several GPTs out there, and I would love to talk to you more about it. On that note, this is Sasha's Power Minute. All right. Sorry. I was all in my screen. I was looking for something while I was talking, while I was talking on screen, right? So, yes. So one thing I will say this before I bring my next speaker up. I am a developer now, GPTs, and I also develop apps now. And if anybody's out there that's interested in having an app, I'm actually consulting in that. So we'll look at how you build your app, what platform to use, how to use the platform in its full capacity, as well as building those strategies based upon your business. One reason why I am throwing that in as one of my things that I'm going to start talking about is the fact that it's a growth strategy. And as a business strategist, I look at those growth strategies for your business. And AI is not going away. It is not going away. So the thing is to embrace it, but what level are you going to embrace it on? So as I'm now talking about, I have a summit next month, actually November is an AI summit. So I'm getting ready to get more into these spaces and leverage AI for business growth. And when we're looking at that and thinking about from that capacity, then you're looking at like, okay, not only how can you use AI apps for your own systems or for navigating within your own business, like workflows and things like that, right? Because that's what a lot of people are using now. Or instead of just sticking with GPTs or Claude or somebody, one of those AI platforms, you are able, you go from prompting to actually building. So that's why I like to talk about going from prompting to building. But then when you're building based upon your business, like how I did Mulafox with the financial management piece of it, but it is still a growth strategy, and you can actually do that as well as, putting it out there with the app, just like another level or another, I would say, version of yourself. So as people like to call it, digitizing themselves with digital products. So no longer should we just digitize ourselves with digital products, but it's now time to digitize ourselves within the systems. Okay. Digitize ourselves within the system. So this is just a piece of the nugget of what my next signature talk is going to be about. And then also, if you're interested in wanting to develop your own app for your business as an ecosystem for others to use and how you can monetize it, definitely link up with me and we can, get you started on some things and some of the consulting that I'll be doing with that. So on that note, I will prepare to bring up my next speaker, who is Lamika Early. She has a very amazing story, interesting story. She is a phenomenal person. And where's her bio? Let me get her bio. Okay, so meet Lamika Early, the mobility motivator speaker who turned tragedy into triumph. After surviving a car accident that left her paralyzed at 14, Lamika found purpose through pain and created her 6 mobility motivational remedies for success. She's a published author, CEO of Poetic Angels LLC, and a powerful voice for resilience, confidence, and transformation. Today, she empowers others to mentally stand on their own 2 feet and live with purpose no matter the obstacles. So I want you guys to help me invite Miss Lamika Early to the stage. Hello, beautiful lady. How are you?
Fine, and you? How are you doing?
Good. I'm good. Look at you looking all beautiful over there and bright. And I'm like, ooh, everybody's just looking beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we on live Biz Her Way Summit, so we had to step our game up today.
I know that's right. I know that's right. You definitely have to represent, but I just love it. And thank you for being here. And I have your images on screen. So let's get started. So let's talk about, just tell the people about who you are first. Let's get into that, and then we'll segue into your talk.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is Lamika Early. As you had said, I'm gonna piggyback a little bit off of what you just introduced. And I was at the age of 14. I was in a car accident which had left me paralyzed. Currently living in a wheelchair now. Been in a wheelchair 30 years now. However, I don't know how to say. At first, before the wheelchair, before I'm gonna go off of this picture. This is why I had this as my first slide. I learned how to turn. That's the understanding of 5 P's: turning pain into purpose, purpose into passion, passion into power, power into profit. When you look at the first picture, you see me standing up, look good, everything. People will think that I have everything all together and stuff like that. However, if you look closely, I was crippled in the mind when I was walking. And with that being said, I was not on the straight path. I'm from Chicago. We had a lot of stuff going on out there. I didn't have a lot of kid things to do. So left me with other options that I had chose, and I wasn't on the right path. So if you look on the next picture, that's me in a coma. Although I look like I'm, all messed up and everything. No. You could go back to the same.
Oh,
thing.
okay.
I was talking about my picture with me in a coma. Me laying there in a coma, I was getting an internal makeover. So with that being said, the lady who I don't know her name, but when I came on, she was talking about how the mind shift and how everything is a mindset. I totally could agree with her and relate to that, and that's where the origin of the background of my name, of the name of my business. First of all, it's Poetic Angels. One, I love poems. I love writing poetry. I've been writing poetry since I was younger. It started off as journaling. That's my first book, A Letter from an Angel. It's unique poetry, different types of poetry. And that's where the name come in at, because passionate poetry is my passion. And then angels, I feel as if I was made over in that picture. Like I said, I had an internal makeover, and it shifted my mind and my soul. And I seem to refer to myself as a little bit of an angel on earth. And because what I do is, when my business is catered to, is inspiring and lifting other people up. And I feel as if I was lifted from having a crippled mindset to an open mindset, clarity, and I'm more smarter and sharper than ever. However, I would have been, even though the age was at 14 or whatever like that, I'm young. I still probably didn't know a lot then anyway. However, like, my perspective on life is different. It has shifted completely. So when life broke my body, faith restored my vision. And it was the confidence in God, the outside force that came into me and felt the God in me to be the best version of myself living today. And I just want to inspire others to be the best version of their self and lift them up when they feel like they're down.
I love it. I love it. And so you're going to be talking about the 6 pillars of success.
Yes.
Understanding and prioritizing your well-being. So what are those 6 pillars that you have identified? I know you mentioned 5 P's before, but what are those 6 pillars of success that is very operative in your life that you're now sharing with others?
Okay. First off, the 6 pillars of success is meditation, minding my business, structure, doing positivity, structure, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous, positivity, and doing good deeds. With that being said, and minding my business is not what you think. When I say minding my business, it is actually feeding your mind, your body, and your soul. Because we all work on when you come to your business, the first thing people think about is like the building, the outside relevance of all this stuff that they have to put into this business, the people, the employees, what you have to pay and everything. But what you really need to understand is, where do your business start? It starts in your brain and it starts in your heart. So when you mind your business, you have to feed your mind, body, and soul. You have to take care of your inner business in order for your outside business to even flourish. And that's eating like the omega-5 fruits and vegetables, brain foods, and things that could rejuvenate your mind, get rid of those free radicals and stuff that's going on, the unhealthy brain whatever that's going in your head. You have to feed your mind, body, and soul. Stay hydrated, drink your water, just everything to make you feel good in order for your business to be good. And that's what I mean when I say minding my business. It's okay to stay in your own lane, focus on things that serves you and help others. And that's that. It's not being arrogant. It's necessary. It's necessary to do so. And meditation, I picked 6 because I have 6 children.
Okay.
Little that you guys may not. I'm about to introduce that too. I have 6 children, and I'm passionate about that. That's like just my strong number. 6, I love it. It's my favorite number because that's my foundation. And we all know the pillars come from a strong foundation of what you're standing on. And my 6 children is my strong foundation that helped became a better version of helped me become better for me, not just for me, not to just show up for myself or others, but to show up for them as well and let them understand that, okay, fate had put me in this accident. I had no control over that. However, my fate turned into me being able to influence my destiny. And with that being said, I'm able to, like I said, just become a more stronger and better person mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. Because to be in a wheelchair for 30 years and able to live the life that I have and have the mindset that I have, and like I'm really, really could say that I enjoy life. I enjoy and I focus on all the positivity. That's one of my pillars. I focus on all the positive and the joy and the happiness and the living out of my life. I'm not on no survival mode how I was in that one picture when I was walking. I was surviving then. Now I'm thriving. I don't have to, you know what I mean? It's like I'm living and loving life no matter what. And I don't have any they always be saying about being disabled and stuff. You oftentimes we get overshadowed, overlooked, looked at as the bottom of the down of the pole. Like we just get ignored a lot. You know what I mean? Overshadowed. And it's like I'm not about to be overshadowed. I'm not about to be overlooked or whatever. You're going to hear me. You're going to see me. You're going to feel me. And that's just what it is. I'm out here. I'm a walking billboard. Well, mentally rolling billboard for the people in my community that is disabled. You know what I'm saying? There's no limitations to this. I shared a quote with Sasha before. I was like, sky's not the limit because man has walked on the moon. So to me, there's no box. There's no door. Sometimes it's not even a window. It's just what you put out is what you're going to receive back. And those 6 pillars is what helped me, kept me to get my life back.
Awesome. I love it. Now, for people who are watching, how could they like utilize your framework, your 6 pillars in their own lives? Like what would be some of the practical steps that you would tell them how to implement it?
Okay. So we all are individuals. So what works for me may not work for the other ones, even though I feel like I am a rolling billboard. My product is my voice and my chair and me doing what I'm doing and becoming who I am. So if they work, however, I do have workshops and things of and handouts and a booklet to help you be able to create your own 6 pillars that customize for you. Because right now it's like it's not a competition. It's not what sounds good or whatever. It's what works for you individually to get your momentum going and get you mobile. And that's another reason why I kind of did the wordplay on mobility motivator, because mobile, you don't have to be stand in your power. Your mobility means moving forward. And no matter in life, whether you're sitting down, have limitations, whether you have a whether you have a disability that you're not able to physically see, as long as you moving forward in life, that's the motivation right there. That's your mobility right there. That's what's going to take you to the next level. And you have to just don't go backwards. Only time you look back is just to see how far you have came. Keep moving forward. Keep moving forward in life. So I will encourage people to reach out to me. My website is under construction. I was hoping to have it done today. I was going by with Sasha, but I'm revamping my whole like brand and everything. So this will be up soon. And so until then, till the website come up, hopefully by this weekend, I'll be done with everything. I have my LinkedIn, my Hi Hello, my Facebook, and everything like that, where you can reach me at until my website get up, and you could book services and stuff through that. But I am the person that we would customize and create a 6 frames, or if you need more than 6, I try to keep it simple because you want to be realistic and honest with yourself, because that's the thing. Repetition, something that you're able to do, but I will help you create pillars for yourself to get you moving.
Yeah. And one thing I love about what you talk about, I love the whole mobility motivator, being that speaker. And it's not like, I love the fact that you did the play on words, because when we think about ourselves, even as able-bodied people, we can immobilize ourselves because of fear, because of just not one. It's just I don't think that's my jam or whatever it is, but we immobilize ourselves in so many ways that keep us stagnant. And like you said, it's all about going forward, just moving forward, not looking back. But even in the places where we don't look back, but we just are, some people are fearful of even looking forward and moving forward because what they see is so grand. They feel like, oh, that's not for me, or is this too big for me, or I don't know if that should be me, And so we immobilize ourselves to a point where we're just like sitting still and we don't even move. We don't move at all because of fear and just in so many different ways. And that's where you say like the mindset is everything, because if that mindset locks down, our body locks down, and we're not going to do anything that we that's not going to be right. So I really do love the fact that you are playing on those words and using your own self as an example, because here it is, you're that rolling billboard, as you said, and you're not letting anything stop you from being this person that you are destined to be, and as you are moving in your purpose and so forth. So I really like just tell everybody that's watching is like listening to Lamika and talking to her, hearing her testimony, hearing her story, and how she has overcome even in those challenging moments to be who she is right now. Look how much we need to do as well. And when it comes down to our own selves and not being immobilized because of fear, like time is just moving fast. Time is not waiting for anybody.
Yes.
We're constantly, the days are going faster. We're getting years older and all those things. So if you have passion, if you have something that it is that you want to do, that you feel like you're destined to do, like we've talked about throughout this whole summit, definitely look at that and let that be your motivator. And, so in that way you're no longer immobilized to move forward. And so I definitely love that. So I will ask this, because you talk about like a lot about the mindset. So what are some tools in helping people develop a resilient mindset and to focus on structure even through adversity?
Okay. Meditation. One of the first pillars. That's the first pillar. You got to set the tone for your day. You have to set the tone for your life, because we actually create the lives that we live.
Yeah.
You're going to create the life that you desire. So what you focus on, like even now, I use this as an example. Right now, my fingers is, if you guys can see, my hands are contracted. So if I focus on that, I will feel the numbness. I will feel the pain. I will feel the numbness and the pain of me sitting down all day. I will feel all this stuff. But what you what you focus on is what's in the front lobe of your mind. So I will be in agony right now if I really wasn't talking to you, wasn't doing something else or whatever like that, because my focus will be like, oh, my body hurt. But when you be so busy, that's how powerful the mind is. As well, as much as my body is hurting, and at nighttime I feel a little more, but like I said, I wound down. Now I'm not doing as much in that day or whatever, so now I have no time but to think and feel all this pain. It's in the front lobe of my brain. So with that being said, meditation, your mind, focus on what you want to focus on for. That could be in the front. Now I don't feel all the pain. It's all in the back of my mind that is like, it's barely even there, because my focus is to be present here with you, to talk with you guys and what I'm doing now. So I would say meditation is the clarity. If you don't have nothing else, it's this man, his name is Tim Ferriss. He did a case study on the top performers in the some top performers in the world, like some most of the richest people in the world, like celebrities, billionaires, things like that. And what he had found out is 80% of the people of the top performers in the world use some form of meditation. And a lot of times people be like, me preferably, I rather would say to meditate earlier in the day, because it will set your tone for distractions. And we can go to the next page.
Okay.
Please. I'm sorry, you guys. Go to the next page. Go to the next page. Go to the next page. Okay, right here. So we're prioritizing, our self-being. Meditation is, in a noisy world, silence is your superpower. It lowers your cortisol levels. Your cortisol levels is like stress levels in your brain. So once you learn how to form meditation, let's say your day is busy or whatever, and it don't even have to be some of these negative things that's coming in, like mood swings, anxiety, fatigue, sleep issues, loss of interest, lack of focus. It could just be just a simple physical pain. It could be as simple as just not want to be bothered, or kids, or just the chaos, or all this disruption, just everything out there, just all this noise. Take 15 minutes, 5 minutes, an hour, whatever out your day. If you could say, in the world of chaos of all around you, if you set that tone in the beginning of that day, we create our hell, we create our heaven. It's all a mindset. So meditate on how you want your day to be and focus. Start with yourself. Sit still. Start with yourself and be like, you know what? Today I'm going to have a good day. Today I am going to be the best that I'm going to be. Today I am loved. Today I am happy. Today I am, and I'm saying I, because it's our responsibility for our mood for that day, ourselves, not nobody else. It's not your boss. It's not your kids. It's not you are in control of your happiness. You are in control of that mindset of yours. You are in control of that heaven or hell. So that meditation is the first key, I feel, to success, is setting your mindset. Because whatever's going on in here, you ever been in the house and you got like somebody junkie house or whatever, or junkie place or whatever, that's their mind. Their mind is something all over it. That's how their mind is. It's your space, your environment. That comes out. It pours out. So that's the tool I will have, is to give yourself some quietness, stand still, thank whoever, thank yourself, give yourself grace, and be like, I love myself, and today is going to be a good day. And if I haven't, out of 24 hours, I took 15 minutes and I had time to myself for 15 minutes.
That's amazing. That's awesome, because then that leads into my next question, where it says, why protecting your peace and living with purpose are keys to sustain momentum in life and business. And you touched on it with meditation. So what else would you like to add, in answering this question?
Okay, could you repeat that one again?
why protecting your peace and living with purpose are the keys to sustain momentum in life and business.
Okay, and protecting your peace and stuff because it's priority.
Mhm.
It is like I said, it's going to pour out into your environment. It's going to pour out into the people that you are touching. It's going to pour out to the people that you are talking to. People see what you see in yourself in you, you know, and a lot of people don't see this. So if you walking or rolling around and you got your head down, you looking sad, you looking this and that, a lot of times some people you're not even approachable no more because don't nobody even want to go into that. Like you're not comforting. So it's like, I'm gonna stay away from her. Look like she having a bad day or whatever. But if you rolling with your head, mind up, and your confidence, a smile and stuff, you're not gonna miss out on opportunities. You are more approachable, more greetable, more like, hey, also you on my team. You always have a nice smile on you. You know what I mean? We need people to lift us up, not bring us down. I love to say this. Like I said, I'm a poet, so I'm always rhyming with something. But I'll be like, bring out the best in me, not the stress in me. And with that being said, it's like, you know, I want to be at all times, I want to be the best version of myself. And if you're not allowing me to be the best version of myself around you, I don't need to be around you. It's definitely important to protect your peace.
That is so
that's priority.
Wow, that is so true. You have to protect your peace, especially in life and business, especially in business, because there's so much that can happen, so much that goes on, and you're pulled in so many different directions. So having that harmony, you know, between being at home with your family, and then you have your business, and then you have personal time, and it's like really that perfect harmony that you have to have within yourself and your environment in order to really be sustained, to be filled and overflow, so that way you can always be your best version of yourself in every capacity. So those are really great points. So before we close out, is there any questions out there? Anybody have questions for Lamika? Definitely throw them in the chat before we close out. And any final words that you would like to share?
I just want to thank you. I want to thank you as a woman to just creating this platform for other women, and I know some men and stuff too. I don't want to take away from the men either, because it's hardworking men out there, but it is hard being a woman and being equal or even higher than the next person, because when you look at the chain of command, no matter what, it seems like when you get all the way up there, it's just men up there. So I'm just excited of how this world is changing and how our women is being badasses, excuse me, and taking over, you know, and showing that, look, we, you know, yes, we have resilience, and you know, we're gonna persevere. We are here, and just like AI not going nowhere, us strong women entrepreneurs are not going anywhere either. We're coming back bigger, better, stronger, and I just appreciate other women like you, other women who wrote in this book, other women, just everybody out here that's out here just doing their thing and giving people like me, especially, you know, like I said, the disabled people that usually don't get hurt or taken seriously and got to work twice as hard just to have some type of recognition, a platform to be out here and be like, hey, I got a voice, and it's loud, and it's valuable, and it's powerful, just as well as the next man.
Yeah, absolutely.
And believe in yourself all the time. It's never too late. It's never too late to start. It's just never too late to start. I started when my entrepreneur journey has started 4 years ago. And because I was so excited being a mom and doing this, like I said, my doctor told me I'll never be able to have kids. And I ended up having all my kids. I pushed all my kids out. That's a whole different story. From the wheelchair, no C-section, no nothing. And even the odds, the statistics of that, it's only like 20% of people, and I'm not even in the 20% who have vaginally gave birth with a wheelchair. I'm like in 0% because the team told me that I could never have kids.
Wow.
I broke my collarbones and all that stuff. So that's why I be like, take what people sell you with a grain of salt. It's up to you.
Yeah,
it's up to you. And we have, in whatever God you believe in, or whatever that you have, the power that you have, because I don't know if we could say that on here or whatever, but
you can.
Oh, I can. Okay, because it's like it's hard. I'll be trying to stay away from certain things because you just don't know. But
Yeah.
I'm not able to tell my story without having God, because when the doctors said no, when the doctors was finished, God came in and intervened and was like, oh, I'm not done with her yet. And and you got to understand, when you're going through stuff in life, sometimes it's not even about you. It's bigger than you.
It is.
It is. And it's okay. And that's why I would want to say this is your setback could be somebody else's inspiration and coming up, And I told Sasha that I think when she heard me speak, she was actually there when I did my first speech ever, I believe. And she was like, I had to really realize, and I chimed in and I said this: if I had to go back to May 21st, 1995, I would knock on that door and be like, hey, I need to be in this car, because just living in the life that I live now and knowing what I know now and how many people I inspired, especially my children who is watching me, it really was not that big of a price that was paid. This wheelchair, it not only saved my life, it helps others and saving others. And I'm okay with that. That's how I know it's my purpose. And that's how I know it was bigger than me. It always was bigger than me, and it was meant to be.
Absolutely.
And I'm okay with that.
Well, I'm glad you're okay with that, because now we have you here and we're experiencing your greatness in the form that it is right now. And I know that it's going to evolve even more. It's going to get even greater and greater. And pretty soon, guys, she's going to probably be untouchable. Can't even catch up with her. She'll be like, can't even call her, whatever it is. Be like, she's going to be so busy. But I really feel that for you, because like right now, I really believe that this is one of those seasons and times where, especially with social media, because you see so many people who are disabled or hearing impaired or so forth, but they're really shining. And the light is really on them a lot now because of social media and how they're showing up. And it's like they don't have any fear. It's all about, hey, I have a voice too, like you said. They have desires, they have everything, and they're in that limelight. And they really are being like, so many people are really engaged with them. And so it's like, why not? Why not? Everybody has purpose in some form of way, and whatever that is for them, that's what it is for them. So I thank you so much for even, showing up for your own purpose. I know we were talking one night and it was just like talking about being awakened to your purpose. And I just thank you for you being awakened to yours, so now we can experience so much more of you. So thank you so much. And Lamika is one of our authors, you guys. So like I said, there is more in the book. There's definitely more in the book. It's only limited time here, but there is more in the book. So definitely get the book if you want to hear more of her story, hear more of her transitions and how she's gotten from one place mentally to another place to where she's actually serving others right now. And even in Toastmasters, you've been getting a lot of things through Toastmasters awards and more accomplishments and things like that. So
yeah, our club just got 4 awards on Toastmasters, and one of them is under my branch, my membership thing. So I'm excited about that.
There you go. So you doing your thing. Yeah. So thank you so much. But everybody else, thank you so much for being here. Lamika, thank you so much as well. And definitely, you guys get the book, download it. It's only $4.99.
I bought mine today already.
See, she bought her own. Yeah, that means if you bought one, y'all got about 4. Share it with everyone that you know. Just share it, because it is something that we have included. It's not just about storytelling. It's not just about, oh, this is what we do for our business, but there are action steps in there, you guys. So we wanted to make it so we didn't want it just to be another read. We wanted something that you can actually take action. So you can actually, the contact information is in there as well. So if you ever wanted to work with them, you can do that. It's right there. We don't gatekeep. I don't gatekeep, and I didn't allow it to be, a gatekeeping situation at all. So there are action steps in there that you can actually implement right now, you guys, as soon as you get the book and download it. So if you got a lot of gems here, trust me, there's a lot more in that book in different capacities. So we definitely want you to do that. It is Biz Her Way, a collaborative playbook for women entrepreneurs on Amazon. and go ahead and do that. And Lamika, thank you so much for being here. And I'm gonna go ahead and let you reclaim the rest of your day. And thank you. Thank you for being here.
All right.
All right, everybody. So I'm going to let you guys reclaim the rest of your day as well, and I'm going to reclaim mine. And so we've been here. We have a very nice, a long day. Thank you, Dr. Lisa, for hanging out. I saw you in the chat saying 8 hours strong. Yes, we did that, and I did that with the support and help of you guys. So I am going to give me some rest. You can tell I'm starting to fade. I am starting to fade over here. But remember, we will be here at 9:30 tomorrow. I'll make the change on my event page, and then I will send emails out as well with the new link for tomorrow, as well as the time frame that we will be meeting. Definitely share it with your people. Share it with everybody. If you enjoyed today, share it with people tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday, so unless they're at a football game or something like that, they can still watch on their phones or whatever it is. But we want you to make sure you come back again tomorrow, because we have another good line of people who is going to be here ready to drop gems and share more things with you guys. I have so much more to give you. And once again, for those who have been here, you're registered and you're interested in Mula Fox, I'll put that in the email, or I'll drop it in the chat tomorrow. And then also about the Women's Summit, Punta Cana, we'll put that in the chat too, or send in an email if you're interested. We definitely would love for you to be there. Once again, if you're registered, you have to be registered to get the $100 off. Okay, so if you're registered, do that. If you know people that might want to go with you, have them to register. They can get $100 off too, and that way y'all could do, Busy Besties. We do have a group, Busy Besties, that can actually come and for just have it in a group and setting and things like that. We can talk about that more too. But either way, you guys, we made it, we did it, and we will see you guys tomorrow, 9:30. All right. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Goodbye. Yep.